Example of double standards by the current LDF government.
PC George has been vocal about speaking about radical Islam in the state of Kerala, and this is the gift that he says belongs because of the government appeasing to the radical Islamist forces in the state of Kerala. With video journalist Mani S. from Thiruvananthapuram, Ashwin Nandakumar, Republic TV.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. This school has children that are in second, third, and fourth grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do have some deaths. The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
An 18-year-old gunman opened fire at an elementary school in Texas. It was the deadliest shooting at a US grade school since a gunman killed 20 children and 6 adults in Connecticut almost a decade ago. The gunman entered the elementary school with 2 AR rifles. The assailant was identified as a resident of Latino community about 85 miles west of San Antonio. President Biden responded to the incident, calling for gun control in the country.
Most Americans support common sense laws, common sense gun laws. I just got off a trip from Asia, meeting with Asian leaders. And I learned of this while I was on the aircraft. And what struck me on that 17-hour flight, what struck me was these kinds of mass shootings rarely happen anywhere else in the world.
The death toll was eventually reported as 19 children and 2 adults. Aerial footage of the area showed investigators searching a crashed truck near the school. Officers recovered one of the rifles from his truck and other was found at the school. Hearses were seen entering the school property to pick up the bodies. Just 2 days before Biden left on his trip, he met with victims' families after a hate-motivated shooter killed 10 black people at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. The back-to-back tragedies served as a sobering reminders of the frequency and brutality of American epidemic of mass gun violence. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Hours after United Kingdom civil servant Sue Gray presented her report on the Partygate scandal, Prime Minister Boris Johnson accepted his mistake and took full responsibility for events that occurred in Downing Street during the COVID-19 lockdown.
I am confident with the changes and new structures that are now in place that we are humbled by the experience, and we have learned our lesson. And I want to conclude by saying that Mr. Speaker, I am humbled and I have learned a lesson, Mr. Speaker.
Revelations that Johnson and his staff repeatedly flouted restrictions imposed in the country in 2020 and 2021 have fueled outrage in Britain. This led to calls for Johnson to step down. The leader of the Scottish National Party grilled Prime Minister Boris Johnson in Parliament on lockdown breaching UK government parties.
The reports that the Prime Minister in Downing Street's law-breaking have been damning. Empty bottles littering offices, rooms so crowded people were sitting on each other's laps, and security forced to intervene because the parties were so outrageous. At the centre was the Prime Minister orchestrating it, grabbing a glass for himself in order to toast the partygoers.
While Johnson said that he took full responsibility for the breach, he insisted he would not resign. A police investigation resulted in 83 people getting hit with fines, including Johnson. This makes him the first British ever found to have broken the law while in office. United Kingdom civil servant investigated 16 gatherings attended by Johnson and his staff in 2020 and 2021, while people in the UK were barred from socialising. Agency report for Republic TV.
Neymar recently gave a fascinating show to his fans at the finals of the tournament bearing his name ahead of the FIFA World Cup.
Estou muito empolgado, muito feliz, me preparando cada vez mais para jogar a Copa. Então acho que não só eu como a minha equipe inteira, a gente está nos preparando ainda mais para chegar na Copa do Mundo bem, feliz e empolgado e conseguir o nosso objetivo, nosso sonho.
The footballer showcased his full range of flicks, tricks and goal-scoring skills while playing against the two winning teams at the Neymar Juniors 5 World Final event in Doha. The night was seen as a celebration of Brazilian football, as the winners of the mixed and women's categories of the tournament were Brazilians.
Foi muito gostoso, foi muito feliz jogar com as meninas, com os meninos, com todos os campeões, todos os finalistas. Me diverti bastante, foi gostoso.
Neymar is seen as an idol by many in Brazil, making the play after the wins an added bonus. The footballer did not disappoint, scoring 2 goals against Consagrados before also finding the net against Portal Balls. Agency report, Republic TV.
The UK royal family has reunited with Prince Harry and his wife Meghan, at least in wax. Madame Tussauds has given the royal figures a makeover for the Queen's upcoming Platinum Jubilee, marking 70 years on the throne. The figure of the Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton, is dressed in an emerald Jenny Packham gown worn by the Duchess twice to royal functions. A state visit to Pakistan in 2019 and the Royal Variety Show in 2021. Meghan Markle's figure is dressed in the red caped Safiya gown worn on one of her last royal engagements at the Mountbatten Festival of Music at Royal Albert Hall in London in March 2020. The Queen's figure is the 23rd or 24th created of the monarch by Madame Tussauds London throughout her 70-year reign. The waxwork is dressed in the recreation of the white and silver lace dress worn in the official Diamond Jubilee portrait photography and covered in 53,000 Swarovski elements with a blue silk sash and the Queen's Garter badge. A replica of the diamond and pearl George IV state diadem completes the look.
The royal figures are on show at Madame Tussauds for 2 weeks from 27th May as part of the attraction's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are returning to the UK to take part in real-life celebrations. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Amid the excitement over the clash between the two mega rivals this Sunday, Liverpool striker Sadio Mane said he is eyeing a Ballon d'Or and a Champions League double ahead of the Reds' meeting with Real Madrid in Paris.
Like I said from the beginning, my target with the boys and Liverpool Football Club is 4 trophies. So far we have 2, and now we have lost 1. So we have Champions League. Let's win that one, and we'll see what's going to happen. But for sure, I will be the most happy if I win the Champions League and plus the Ballon d'Or.
Liverpool coach Jurgen Klopp suggested that winning the Champions League would be a prerequisite for Mane if he is to collect this year's Ballon d'Or award.
I think the question is a very good question, but for now it will be difficult for me to answer. But for sure, I'm very fully focused for the Champions League. Ask me the question after the Champions League, I will answer you.
The 30-year-old has had a sensational season this far for his club and country, winning the League Cup and FA Cup with Liverpool and the African Cup of Nations crown with Senegal.
Good lad and he's good, very good striker, one of the best in the world for sure. Is showing every time, but I think he won't be the same player on Saturday, and I expect it. After then he can become Karimo again.
As well as sealing a World Cup place for his nation with the winning penalty in a shootout against Egypt. Mane's contract at Anfield runs out in the summer of 2023, and the striker has been linked with a move to Bayern Munich, but he's not prepared to discuss his future until after the Champions League final. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
Top headlines at 7 a.m. Union ministers to interact with scheme beneficiaries and gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Amreen, a clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew shot by terrorists. Hours after Kerala government cancelled bail, police arrest senior politician PC George in a hate speech case. Trouble mounts for Karti. CBI set to quiz Karti Chidambaram in a visa scam today. Section 144 imposed in Andhra's Konaseema after violent protests break out over the renaming of the district. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. You're watching 7 a.m. this morning, starting with a top story this morning coming from J&K. The Kashmiri Pundits staged a massive protest in Jammu over Rahul Bhatt's killing in Jammu and Jammu's Budgam district. The Kashmiri Pundits fumed in anger over targeted killings in J&K and also demand justice as well, along with relocation. Take a look at this detailed report.
The outrage over Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt's killing by terrorists at his office in the Chadura area of central Kashmir's Budgam district is refusing to calm down.
जम्मू में कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन कर रहा है। कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय के जो कई नेता हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं कश्मीरी पंडितों की आवाज उठाने के लिए, और ये लोग मांग उठा रहे हैं कि कश्मीरी पंडितों की सुरक्षा जो है वो सुनिश्चित की जाए, क्योंकि लगातार हमने देखा है कि किस तरह घाटी में कश्मीरी पंडितों को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है। लगातार जो है विरोध प्रदर्शन यहाँ पर कश्मीरी पंडित समुदाय की तरफ से किया जा रहा है।
Republic spoke to some of the Kashmiri Pandits protesting in Jammu. They reiterated the demand for safe returns of the Kashmiri Pandits to the valley.
किन मुद्दों को लेके आप विरोध प्रदर्शन यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं?
हमारे मुद्दे बड़े जेन्युइन और जस्टिफाइड हैं। हमारे राहुल भट्ट की शहादत हुई है और वो भी दिन दहाड़े। हम चाहते हैं हमारे मुलाजिमों को रिलोकेट किया जाए जब तक वहाँ पे हालात ठीक हो।
Another protester reiterated their demand for justice and said that they are not capable of bearing any more atrocities.
So the killings should stop. This is what they are demanding, and they are asking the government, आखिर कब तक, till when this will go on? We have some more activists with us. Sir, you are asking कि आखिर कब तक, क्या चाहते हैं?
सर, हम अब इंसाफ चाहते हैं। कश्मीरी पंडित एक पीस लविंग समुदाय है, लेकिन आज हमारा जो पानी है वो सर से ऊपर हो चुका है। हमेशा हमारे को ये बलि का बकरा बनाया जा रहा है।
Meanwhile, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha assured the Kashmiri Pandits that they will be transferred to safer locations within 1 week. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also met Rahul Bhatt's family and assured them that the government stood by the grieving family. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on, the PDP and the BJP mobilized over the arrest of senior politician PC George following a Mahasammelan in Thiruvananthapuram. The quantum of the sentence for the politician remained to be decided after his bail was cancelled by the police in Ernakulam.
Communal remarks at a religious event has triggered political mobilization in Kerala.
It's 1:15 a.m. on a Thursday morning and I'm outside. The Republic Media Network is outside the AR camp in Thiruvananthapuram, where PC George, an ex-MLA, has been taken into custody and his arrest has been marked. And now you can see the BJP is standing outside the AR camp and also calling out slogans in support for PC George.
The senior politician PC George has been called out for incendiary remarks against a community for the second time in a span of 2 months.
PC George has been taken into custody after giving an alleged hate speech during a Hindu Mahasammelan that was held in Thiruvananthapuram a few weeks ago, where he had made some comments with regard to the Muslim community, where he has stated that some of the hotels do serve some additives which causes infertility among those, especially among the Hindus and the Christians.
The bail of the politician was earlier denied at a police station in Ernakulam.
However, his bail was cancelled after the government approached saying that he has violated the protocols of the bail, and he had spoken to the media and also made some comments on the recent issues as well. It's 1:15 a.m. on a Thursday morning and Republic Media Network is right now outside the AR camp in Thiruvananthapuram, where ex-MLA and a senior politician from Kerala, PC George, has been taken into custody by the Kerala police and the arrest has been marked. In a short while from now, we will be knowing whether he will be remanded for judicial custody for the next 14 days.
PC George's son, Sean George, gave his opinion on the issue.
Is there anything that you want to say now that his arrest has been marked?
This is politics. This is only the Trikakara stunt, nothing more than it's clear politics. Okay. You know, he is a politician. He's always here in Kerala. He won't abscond from here.
Okay.
You know, and why this much commercial court? Nothing.
Okay. This is politics.
This is politics. It's only Trikakara stunt. There is a by-election going on here,
okay.
And I strongly believe if there is no by-election, there won't be this affair even.
His visit to the police station also saw members of the People's Democratic Party and Kerala's BJP wing gathering at the station.
PC George, as we speak right now, is inside the AR camp in Thiruvananthapuram, and in a short while from now, we will be knowing very surely how many days this leader of Kerala will be remanded in the judicial custody.
While the PDP has demanded his arrest, the BJP, along with its Kerala chief K. Surendran, asserted that the party would support the politician in the process. K. Surendran also went on to call the arrest an example of double standards by the current LDF government.
PC George has been vocal about speaking about radical Islam in the state of Kerala, and this is the gift that he says belongs because of the government appeasing to the radical Islamist forces in the state of Kerala. With video journalist Mani S. from Thiruvananthapuram, Ashwin Nandakumar, Republic TV.
Now, Patidar leader Hardik Patel recently hit out at the Congress for their hatred towards Hindus and the Muslims. In fact, particularly with respect to the insult that the Gujarat Congress chief had made with respect to the Lord Ram Temple. Take a look at this next report.
Days after he resigned from the party amid another exodus within the Congress, Patidar leader from Gujarat Hardik Patel questioned the Congress opposition towards the Hindu religion and Ram Mandir.
कांग्रेस के नेताओं का काम हमेशा से हिंदू विरोधी विचारधारा के खिलाफ रहा है, और मैं अभी से नहीं बोल रहा, मैंने पहले भी कहा है ये बात कि जब आप हिंदुओं के समर्थन में कुछ नहीं कर सकते तो उसके खिलाफ तो काम मत कीजिए। और आज ये साबित, आपने कहा कि बहुत जल्द वहाँ गर्भगृह का प्रवेश होगा, उसका निर्माण हो जाएगा, फिर भी इन नेताओं की ऐसी बयानबाजी एक बात स्पष्ट होती है कि सत्ता तो दूर, इनको विपक्ष में बिठाने के लिए भी जनता तैयार नहीं है।
Hardik Patel's remarks come as a stern response to Gujarat Congress leader Bharat Singh Solanki's remarks about the Ram Temple in Ayodhya. This rebut comes after Solanki attacked the BJP with a derogatory comment on the bricks that were collected for the construction of the temple. However, the Congress was quick to hit back at the ex-congressman.
हार्दिक पटेल एक हताश, निराश, घबराए हुए व्यक्ति हैं। उन पे जो मुकदमे चल रहे हैं भाजपा सरकार से, हर किसी के दम नहीं कि सत्ता से लड़ सके, और हार्दिक पटेल ने साबित कर दिया कि उनमें तो बिल्कुल नहीं है। समर्पण कर दिया है उन्होंने, तो अब चाबी जितनी भाजपा उनकी भर रही उतने ही बोल रहे हैं वो। तो उनके बयान को अगर कांग्रेस में रहते हुए बोलते तब तो मैं महत्व देता, निकलने के बाद भाजपा के दरवाजे पर लेके कटोरा खड़े हैं, तो ऐसे आदमी के बयान का क्या महत्व।
Not just Patel, even the BJP has responded to Congress allegations, calling it an anti-Hindu party.
कांग्रेस को समझना चाहिए प्रधानमंत्री का मिलना और एक कार्यकर्ता का विपक्ष का मिलने में तो जमीन आसमान का फर्क आता है। उस परिवेश में भी देखना चाहिए जिस प्रकार से खुद राहुल गांधी चाइना के प्रवक्ता के रूप में काम करते हैं, पाकिस्तान के प्रवक्ता के रूप में काम करते हैं, वहां पर इनको हीरो के रूप में दिखाया जाता है। अभी जैसे राहुल गांधी जी ने पीछे ही कहा था कि चाइना के अंदर ये बन रहा है वो बन रहा है, उनको ये नहीं मालूम उनके बाप दादाओं के समय की जमीन वो उन्होंने हड़पी थी, चाइना ने हड़पी थी, किस प्रकार से चाइना के लोगों से वो मिलते हैं।
The war of words continue as the Congress continue to launch political strikes on the construction of the Ram Mandir. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, in yet another jolt for the Grand Old Party, once a Congress loyalist, Kapil Sibal has now filed nomination for the Rajya Sabha seat after he quit the Congress party. Sibal, while addressing the media, said that he always wanted to fight as an independent and wants to come up with a third front.
In an unexpected turn of events, one-time Congress loyalist Kapil Sibal was seen filing nomination for the Rajya Sabha seat with Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav.
मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है. We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं.
But the leader is not the first to quit the party, which has seen 3 big exits in the past week.
की शुरुआत नहीं है साहब. मैंने कहा था एक्टिव पॉलिटिक्स, इलेक्टोरल पॉलिटिक्स से मैं पीछे हट गया हूँ. पर इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि मैं देश सेवा से पीछे हट गया हूँ. मेरी जिम्मेवारियाँ हैं. मैं पंजाबी हूँ और पंजाब की जब भाईचारक सांझ के ऊपर आंच आए तो मैं समझता हूँ मैंने यही महसूस किया कि बिना प्लेटफॉर्म के मैं बात वो मजबूती से रख नहीं पाऊंगा.
डायरेक्ट है वही उन लोगों को तो पसंद नहीं था ना कुछ चीज़ें. तो हम अगर गुजरात की कोई चीज़ ऐसी थी जो उनको तक पहुंचाते थे. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि देखिए हम डायरेक्ट हो या ना हो क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है. उनको कुछ करना ही नहीं था. आप मंच से तो कहते हैं कि सीनियर लीडरशिप ये कर रही है वो कर रही है, लेकिन डिसीजन तो नहीं ले रहे हैं ना. सिर्फ कार्यकर्ता को अच्छा दिखाने के लिए बोल रहे हो क्या. तो यही सही बात है कि राहुल जी को हमने सारी स्थिति बता रखी, फिर भी उन्होंने प्रोटेक्ट करने का काम नहीं किया.
Fact is, over the past 3 years, there have been 31 big exits from the Congress party. From Jyotiraditya Scindia, who was sidelined in the Congress and joined the BJP, where he was made aviation minister, now to Sushmita Dev, who left the Congress to make strides in the TMC, to former Union Minister RPN Singh, who was done with the Vadra Congress. Fact is, the Vadra siblings have failed to deliver, and now those left in the Congress have no people connect. Their electoral record speaks for itself. It is getting harder and harder to shift the blame. If this Vadras for Vadras continues, the days are not far. It is getting harder and harder to shift the blame. If this Vadras for Vadras continues, the day is not far when the grand old party would be wiped out. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Dr. Aishwarya Pandit's book titled Claiming Citizenship and Nation, Muslim Politics and State Building in North India in the 90s, published by Routledge, was launched on Wednesday in New Delhi. Here's more on the insights into the changing nature of Muslim politics that this book provides.
Dr. Aishwarya Pandit's book titled Claiming Citizenship and Nation, Muslim Politics and State Building in North India 1947 to 1986, published by Routledge, was launched on Wednesday in New Delhi. The book provides insights into the changing nature of Muslim politics and the idea of citizenship in independent India. It studies the electoral mobilization of minority groups across North India, particularly in Uttar Pradesh, where Muslims have been demographically dominant in various constituencies.
This book talks about a range of issues which are at the heart of contemporary Indian politics. It talks about the fact that 15th August 1947 was the day of independence, but also the day of partition, and partition affected the lives of a large number of people. And it looks at how the workers of the UP Congress Party reacted to the party bosses accepting the decision to partition the country. They were very angry about it. They sent angry letters to the Congress High Command as to why they were not consulted regarding the decision of acceptance of the partition plan.
The book launch event was concluded with a panel discussion moderated by Professor M.D. Nalapat, Editorial Director, The Sunday Guardian, with Shahid Siddiqui, National Vice President of the Rashtriya Lok Dal, Dr. Seshadri Chari, Chairman of the China Study Centre, and the Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and the author, Dr. Aishwarya Pandit. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break for now. Don't go anywhere. Lots lined up for you on the other side of this very short break. Trouble mounts for Karti. CBI said to quiz Karti Chidambaram in the visa scam case today. Section 144 imposed in Andhra's Konaseema after violent protests break out over the renaming of the district.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flame.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the cameras, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the deputy...
Now, as the world reels under the impact of the ongoing COVID pandemic, another virus outbreak named Monkeypox has caused serious worries across the globe. And amid the ongoing chaos, India has issued a response as well on the outbreak.
The monkeypox virus has now breached the borders of 20 countries. And even though the WHO says it can be contained, the rise of the disease is putting the world on edge, which is already reeling under the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. Monkeypox is a rare viral infection which spreads from person to person, leading to fever, muscle ache and chickenpox-like rashes, which can be extremely itchy or painful. Scientists who have monitored numerous outbreaks of monkeypox have cautioned that it can be fatal for up to 1 in 10 people and is thought to be more severe in children. Amid ongoing research on the monkeypox disease, the chairman of the National Technical Advisory Group of Immunization, Dr. N.K. Arora, has affirmed that the virus is not as severe as the COVID-19 virus.
Monkeypox is not as contagious as COVID. Similarly, the disease is also not as severe. But the important point is that it spreads and it is a matter of concern, and it is likely to have more severe outcomes in those who are immunocompromised or have other diseases.
He added added, however, that its rapid spread is a matter of concern and warned that it will have severe output on those immunocompromised. Thereby, Dr. Arora said that similar to COVID-19, the central government has set up an expert committee to conduct surveillance of the disease.
Government has set up a full expert committee for this. Similar kind of surveillance which COVID was doing, this is framework of surveillance is to be set up for this monkeypox, so that if there is entry of any monkeypox case or virus into the country, that is quickly picked up, and this can be stopped by good quarantine services, because close contact between a monkeypox patient and another one can spread the disease.
The Tamil Nadu Health Secretary said that any suspected monkeypox case sample will be directly sent to the ICMR for further research.
Recently, we have come to know of this non-endemic countries, around 10 to 12 countries. There has been a report of monkeypox. So WHO has given its situation about the situation. Government of India also through NCDC and ICMR has communicated to us what are the initial advisory. So that has been communicated to all the district collectors and corporation commissioner and the public health authorities, and we are having a regular CME about these kind of diseases, because otherwise this disease is not routinely seen.
Moreover, the centre has advised isolation of suspected monkeypox cases at designated health facilities. While India has not reported any monkeypox cases so far, it should be noted that currently no treatment is available for the disease. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Rambabu Pragnanda, the 16-year-old grandmaster, became the first Indian player to reach the final of Chessable Masters online rapid tournament by defeating a Dutch grandmaster in the tiebreaker in the semi-finals after their best of 4 rapid games ended.
16-year-old grandmaster Rambabu Pragnanda secured a place in the finale of Chessable Masters online tournament. The young chess wizard Pragnanda beat his Dutch counterpart Anish Giri in the semi-finals to cruise ahead in the next semi-final clash. Notably, the Indian Grandmaster had also defeated world champion Magnus Carlsen in the 5th round. This was Pragnanda's second victory over Carlsen in just 3 months. He is all set to meet world number 2 Ding Liren in the other semi-final of the second year of the Chessable online tournament. Agency Report, Republic TV.
News in brief, East Godavari District SP Ishwara Rastogi, deployed in Konasima, warned that as Section 144 is in force in Konasima district, no rallies and meetings should be held without permission and strict action will be taken if the rules are violated. The Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education on Wednesday released a National Achievement Survey 2021 report which assesses the health of the school education system in the country by conducting a comprehensive evaluation survey of children's learning competencies at classes 3, 5, 7th and 10th with a cycle period of 3 years. Prime Minister Modi on Wednesday said that the agencies working in the infra sector should ram their projects with the water bodies being developed under Amrit Sarovar, while chairing the 40th edition of Pragati, the ICT-based multi-modal platform of the proactive governance and timely implementation involving centre and state governments. The Prime Minister called it a win-win situation as the material dug out of the Amrit Sarovar can be utilised for civil works by the agencies. And taking the tech industry by storm, multinational company LG has launched its new range of OLED TV lineup with 4 different series and sizes ranging from 42 to 97 inches, which will be available in the stores in India shortly.
Multinational company LG launched its new range of OLED TV lineup with 4 different series and sizes ranging from 42 to 97 inches, which will be available in stores in India shortly. Abhirul Bansali, the product head at home entertainment at LG India, said that the innovation by LG was an initiative to give a cinema-like experience at home. He said that the technology was even more relevant in today's era, especially after the pandemic.
आज हम लोगों ने यहाँ पे OLED टीवी की रेंज लॉन्च की है जो कि 42 स्क्रीन साइज से लेके 97 स्क्रीन साइज तक है। टीवी की टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी हमने लॉन्च की है जिसके अंदर डॉल्बी विजन, डॉल्बी एटमॉस, सब कंज्यूमर्स को एक सिनेमेटिक एक्सपीरियंस देने के लिए हमने ये टीवी एक लॉन्च किया है। इसके अंदर एडवांस वेबओएस प्लेटफॉर्म है और अल्फा 9 जनरेशन 5 प्रोसेसर है। तो ये टीवी कस्टमर के लिए बेस्ट फॉर सिनेमा, बेस्ट फॉर गेमिंग है।
Regional business head Girisan Gopi was elated to share that LG was the largest OLED TV manufacturer for the 9th consecutive year and the company has no limitations for this year.
We have launched world's biggest and world's smallest screen sizes in OLED. OLED, if you will see, it is LG's forte. From 2013, we are into OLED business and this is the 9th consecutive year. We are world's largest manufacturer of OLED, world's the best brand in sales.
LG Electronics Home Entertainment Director of India, Gary Kim, said that he visions a whole new television experience in India after the big OLED launch by LG.
Launched, the OLED technology for the first time 9 years back in the world, and then, yes, 9 consecutive years LG was #1 in OLED TV. So what we want to provide Indian consumer from today is obviously there is a cutting-edge product such as rollable TV, and then for the world first 8-inch OLED TV.
The organic light emitting diode or OLED TV's launch is LG's big move to expand the TV experience to next generation in India. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News coming from J&K as forces intensify crackdown on terror. One terrorist has been neutralized in Kupwara. If reports are to go by, suggest 2 more terrorists are trapped. So anti-terror operations continue. And while we speak, one terrorist has been gunned down in the Kupwara sector. A very short break. On the other side, world this morning coming up. We'll get you the latest from across the globe. Hundreds of PTI workers staged a protest in Karachi, clashing with police as they marched to demand fresh elections in Pakistan.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2degrees.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged
in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
Suspect arrested for pulling the gun and killing a man on New York City subway train. US President Joe Biden signs policing order on second anniversary of George Floyd's death. Ukrainian President Zelensky rejects Kissinger plan to concede territories to Russia for the sake of reaching a peace agreement. Hundreds of PTI workers staged protests in Karachi, clashing with police as they marched to demand fresh elections in Pakistan. At least 14 dead after series of bombings by minivans in the northern city of Mazar-e-Sharif in Afghanistan. Hello and welcome to this edition of World This Morning on Republic TV. In our top story, Pakistani police fired tear gas and scuffled with stone-throwing supporters of defiant former Prime Minister Imran Khan as they gathered for planned marches on Wednesday towards central Islamabad for a rally he hopes will bring down the government and force early elections. Altercations between the police and Khan's supporters were reported injuring a dozen demonstrators and several policemen. The marches raised fears of major violence between supporters of Khan, now Pakistan's top opposition leader, and security forces and government of Pakistan have ordered deployment of troops of the Pakistan Army in the wake of law and order situation in Islamabad.
तुम्हें देनी पड़ेगी आजादी, तुम्हें देनी पड़ेगी। पाकिस्तान का मतलब क्या? तेरा मेरा रिश्ता क्या? सरदारी बनोगे? ना भाई ना। इमरान बनोगे? ना भाई ना।
Well, Islamabad there, as you can see, turning into a battleground. And the army has been deployed as of now. As of latest reports, this was supposed to be a peace march led by Imran Khan. But as you can see, tear clashes between PTI workers and police have taken place now. His Azadi March, as he calls it, reached Islamabad, and Islamabad turning there into a battleground between PTI workers and security forces. Tear gas shells fired by the police. The military also called in and deployed in Islamabad. Let's listen into some reactions.
इस इम्पोर्टेड हुकूमत को यहाँ से निकालना है। हमारा वतन पाकिस्तान आज़ाद खुद मुख्तार रियासत है और इसे आज़ाद रहने दें। इसे ग़ुलामी से निजात दिलाने के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं। इमरान खान साहब के मौक़िफ़ के मुताबिक हम चाहते हैं कि इलेक्शंस हों और फेयर इलेक्शंस हों, फिर चाहे भले यही चोर ही आके बैठ जाएं, लेकिन आवाम की मर्ज़ी से।
So Imran Khan's Azadi March reaches Islamabad and the capital, turning there into a battleground. Security forces deployed in huge numbers as PTI workers clash with police. And in other top stories from across the world, in one of the deadliest school shootings in a decade that led to the death of 23 people in Texas, US President Joe Biden has now called for tougher gun laws.
At approximately 11:32 a.m. this morning, there was a mass casualty incident at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. This school has children that are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I can confirm right now that we have several injuries, adults and students, and we do.
The court, to the magistrate. He's been brought to the General Hospital in Thiruvananthapuram, and these are the exclusive visuals. It's 7:30 and already PC George has been brought in with accompaniment of hundreds of policemen. An ex-MLA is being brought for an alleged hate speech, and these are the visuals from the General Hospital in Thiruvananthapuram. As you can see, exclusive visuals only on Republic TV. We have been tracking the story of PC George from the beginning, and as you can see, there is a huge commotion outside the hospital, and hundreds of policemen. He was brought into the hospital in a police bus itself, and as you can see, an ex-MLA has been brought in like this. In the dead of the night, he was brought in from Thiruvananthapuram. Now early in the morning, before he is brought in front of the magistrate, he has been brought for medical checkup yet again. And these are the exclusive visuals that is coming from Republic TV. And we will be... Hello?
Hear you? Ashwin, we can hear you, and as you tell us, crowds gathered there, sort of commotion even as PC George, former MLA, is brought. He is to be produced before the magistrate today morning itself. It's rather early. However, in the hate speech case, former MLA PC George. Ashwin, what more can you tell us? You were telling us about how PC George has been brought in. Has he been brought into the magistrate's court? The last we heard, he was brought into the AR camp, police camp in Thiruvananthapuram.
Absolutely. Right now, before going to the magistrate chamber, he has been brought into the General Hospital here in Thiruvananthapuram, where his medical checkup is going on right now. As we speak, inside that the medical checkup is going on, and an unusual sight is what you see over here. As you can see, there is PC George, an ex-MLA, 5-time MLA, is being accompanied by at least 50 police forces, and this is the kind of visuals that we are seeing. And you can see PC George's son Sean is also inside, and his primary medical checkup is being done. Now he has been called in for his bail has been cancelled because of an alleged hate speech which he had given at the Hindu Mahasammelan in Thiruvananthapuram, and the government had approached the magistrate saying that he has violated the bail protocols, and that is the reason that his bail was immediately cancelled. And suddenly we see at around 3:30 yesterday PM, the police from police from Thiruvananthapuram went all the way to Kochi, about 220 kilometers away from here, went to pick him up from Kochi, and then brought him in the dead of the night at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock today morning, 1 o'clock, and Republic was here covering him when he was brought to the AR camp at 1 a.m. And what is definitely being asked by the BJP is the timing of it, because a bypoll is coming, and PC George has been very vocal about Islamic fundamentalism, and he has also has made hate speeches and alleged hate speech in not just in Thiruvananthapuram but also at Vennala and Kochi. So there are 2 cases registered against him. Today the government is again challenging the second bail that was given by the High Court today as well. So these are the visuals from the hospital in Thiruvananthapuram, the general hospital, where PC George, the medical checkup is going, after which he will be taken to the magistrate, and further it is likely that he will be remanded and at least 14 days of remand. So it is very, very likely that PC George will be taken to jail today itself, and he'll be under judicial custody. And these are the exclusive visuals. Remember, we've been tracking PC George since last night. 1 o'clock he reached AR camp, and then after that we could see that BJP workers were giving offering him flowers, support and everything. They were shouting slogans outside the AR camp stating that the government is having a partisan view when it comes to hate speech. There were other hate speech which has been given by a lot of individuals in the state, but even a FIR has not been filed, is what BJP has been claiming. We spoke to VV Rajesh, the district president of BJP, and he stated that it has been very partisan and he has been targeted. So we have Sean with us, the son of PC George. Sean, what is the reason? What is the reason? What do you think?
It's a regular procedure before the.
Why do you think he has been arrested like this?
It's a political drama. It's definitely a political drama based on the by-election. That's all.
It's a by-election drama, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think the government is, there is a kind of a partisan view. There is there's not giving the equal treatment.
Definitely. Definitely.
Okay, so that is PC George's son, Sean George, speaking to Republic, stating that this is a political move because of the upcoming by-elections. Back to you.
Well, many thanks, Ashwin, for joining us there. You keep your eyes on that story. Meanwhile, back in World this morning, UK Premier Boris Johnson accepted his mistake, taking full responsibility for events that occurred in Downing Street in violation of the country's COVID protocols. Take a look at the detailed report.
Hours after United Kingdom civil servant Sue Gray presented her report on the Partygate scandal, Prime Minister Boris Johnson accepted his mistake and took full responsibility for events that occurred in Downing Street during the COVID-19 lockdown.
I am confident with the changes and new structures that are now in place, that we are humbled by the experience and we have learned our lesson. And I want to conclude by saying that I, Mr. Speaker, I am humbled and I have learned a lesson, Mr. Speaker.
Revelations that Johnson and his staff repeatedly flouted restrictions imposed in the country in 2020 and 2021 have fueled outrage in Britain. This led to calls for Johnson to step down. The leader of the Scottish National Party grilled Prime Minister Boris Johnson in Parliament on lockdown breaching UK government parties.
The reports that the Prime Minister in Downing Street's law-breaking have been damning. Empty bottles littering offices, rooms so crowded people were sitting on each other's laps, and security forced to intervene because the parties were so outrageous. At the centre was the Prime Minister orchestrating it, grabbing a glass for himself in order to toast the partygoers.
While Johnson said that he took full responsibility for the breach, he insisted he would not resign. A police investigation resulted in 83 people getting hit with fines, including Johnson. This makes him the first British Prime Minister ever found to have broken the law while in office. United Kingdom civil servant investigated 16 gatherings attended by Johnson and his staff in 2020 and 2021, while people in the UK were barred from socialising. Agency report for Republic TV.
Johnny Depp and his ex Amber Heard are in the midst of a legal battle, and several statements from their testimonies have been making the headlines. Heard earlier took the stand and mentioned Depp's ex, Kate Moss, claiming that some people had told her that Depp was once violent with Moss and had pushed her down the stairs. Take a look at more details in this report.
Johnny Depp's former girlfriend Kate Moss testified at the libel trial. She denied that she had ever been pushed or assaulted by Depp during the course of the relationship. She said that she did once slip down a flight of stairs after a rainstorm at the Jamaican resort and that Depp came to her aid.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
She testified for less than 5 minutes and was not cross-examined. Kate Moss testified as a rebuttal witness in Depp's libel lawsuit against ex-wife Amber Heard. This comes after Heard made a passing reference to Moss and a rumor that Depp had pushed her down the stairs when they dated. Johnny Depp is suing Amber Heard for libel in Fairfax County Circuit Court over a December 2018 op-ed that she wrote in the Washington Post describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. Agency report, Republic TV.
Time now for a short break on World This Morning. Coming up on the other side, Todd Belly-led consortium is set to take over Chelsea Football Club after the UK government gives approval to the sale by owner Roman Abramovich.
सोलह मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है. हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं. सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं. Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live. Breaking news now coming in. The NIA wanted death penalty, but Yasin Malik has been sentenced to life. Story broken on Republic TV. When it's legal or anything courts related, it's first on Republic. Yasin Malik will spend the rest of his life in jail. Found guilty of 7 UAPA charges. The charges will run concurrently.
big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears
We spotted a man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's two-day visit to Dhaka and Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Welcome back. You're watching World This Morning on Republic TV. And in other news, the UK royal family has reunited with Prince Harry and his wife Meghan, at least in wax. Madame Tussauds has given the royal figures a makeover for the Queen's upcoming Platinum Jubilee, marking 70 years on the throne.
The UK royal family has reunited with Prince Harry and his wife Meghan, at least in wax. Madame Tussauds has given the royal figures a makeover for the Queen's upcoming Platinum Jubilee, marking 70 years on the throne. The figure of the Duchess of Cambridge, Kate Middleton, is dressed in an emerald Jenny Packham gown worn by the Duchess twice to royal functions. A state visit to Pakistan in 2019 and the Royal Variety Show in 2021. Meghan Markle's figure is dressed in the red caped Safiya gown worn on one of her last royal engagements at the Mountbatten Festival of Music at Royal Albert Hall in London in March 2020. The Queen's figure is the 23rd of 24th created of the monarch by Madame Tussauds London throughout her 70-year reign. The waxwork is dressed in the recreation of the white and silver lace dress worn in the official Diamond Jubilee portrait photography and covered in 53,000 Swarovski elements with a blue silk sash and the Queen's Garter badge. A replica of the diamond and pearl George IV state diadem completes the look. The royal figures are on show at Madame Tussauds for 2 weeks from 27th May as part of the attraction's Platinum Jubilee celebrations. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex are returning to the UK to take part in real-life celebrations. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Neymar Jr. attended the final of a mini 5-5 tournament held under his name. He delighted the fans as well as the winners, who happened to be Brazilians, at a tournament that took place ahead of the FIFA World Cup later in the year. Take a look.
Neymar recently gave a fascinating show to his fans at the finals of the tournament bearing his name ahead of the FIFA World Cup.
Estou muito empolgado, muito feliz, me preparando cada vez mais para jogar a Copa. Então, acho que não só eu, como a minha equipe inteira, a gente está nos preparando ainda mais para chegar na Copa do Mundo bem, feliz e empolgado e conseguir o nosso objetivo, nosso sonho.
The footballer showcased his full range of flicks, tricks and goal-scoring skills while playing against the two winning teams at the Neymar Jr.'s 5 World Final event in Doha. The night was seen as a celebration of Brazilian football, as the winners of the mixed and women's categories of the tournament were Brazilians.
Foi muito gostoso, foi muito feliz jogar com as meninas, com os meninos, com todos os campeões, todos os finalistas. Me diverti bastante e foi gostoso.
Neymar is seen as an idol by many in Brazil, making the play after the wins an added bonus. The footballer did not disappoint, scoring 2 goals against Consagrados before also finding the net against Portal Balls. Agency report, Republic TV.
And coming up next, Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Coming up in the Morning Express with Samisha. Also, trouble mounts for Karthi. CBI set to quiz him in the visa scam case today.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक? एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Just for their vote bank, that they are giving statements which are pro to the Pakistani stooges, and they are the least one to condemn any act of terror by the Pakistan and its proxies in the Kashmir Valley.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
At 8 a.m., union ministers to interact with scheme beneficiaries and gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew shot by terrorists. Hours after Kerala court cancelled bail, police arrest senior politician PC George in a hate speech case. Trouble mounts for Karthi. CBI set to quiz Karthi Chidambaram in the visa scam case today. Section 144 imposed in Andhra's Kona Seema after violent protests break out over the renaming of the district. thanks for tuning in. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. Lots lined up for you with the next 1 hour, starting with a top story coming from Kerala. Hours after the Kerala court cancelled bail, the police has arrested senior politician PC George in a hate speech case. PC George, we are told, has been brought to the district hospital ahead of being presented before the court. So shortly, PC George will be produced before the court. And that's the latest we are learning. PC George, who has been arrested in connection to a hate speech case. And she has also been brought to the district hospital ahead of being presented in the court. So PC George, the senior politician, the former Congress MLA, will be presented before the court. In fact, we have the soundbite of PC George's son just a short while back. Let's listen into what he had to say.
We have Sean with us, the son of PC George. Sean, what is the reason? What do you think?
It's a regular procedure before the...
why do you think he has been arrested like this?
It's a political drama. It's definitely a political drama based on the by-election, that's all.
It's a by-election drama is what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you think the government is, there is a kind of a partisan view, there is not giving the equal treatment?
Definitely. Definitely.
Okay, so that is PC George's son, Sean George, speaking to Republic, stating that this is a political move because of the upcoming by-elections. ഒന്നും തന്നെ ഇല്ല. അദ്ദേഹം അത് വ്യക്തമാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നു. പരിശോധന ചെയ്യണം. ആരുടെ പ്രശ്നമൊന്നുമില്ല. ഒരു പ്രശ്നമില്ല. കോൺഗ്രസും കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റും അല്ല, പിണറായി സതീശനും തമ്മിലുള്ള കൂട്ടുകെട്ടാണ്. എന്നിട്ട് പിണറായി വിജയനും ബി ഡി സംഘത്തിലുള്ള കൂട്ടുകച്ചവടമാണ്, ഈ ഗൂഢാലോചനയാണ് തനിക്ക് ആരോപണമാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ. ഒന്നും തന്നെ ഇല്ല. അദ്ദേഹം അത് വ്യക്തമാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നു. പരിശോധന ചെയ്യണം. ആരുടെ പ്രശ്നമൊന്നുമില്ല. ഒരു പ്രശ്നമില്ല.
And Ashwin is joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Ashwin, PC George will be produced before the court very shortly. Give us all the latest.
Samiksha, good morning. PC George is right outside. Now he has gone inside the court. He has gone to the magistrate chamber where after that, whether we'll also get to know whether PC George will be the ex-MLA, will be taken into remand. But what is also important is that at 12 o'clock today in the Kerala High Court in Kochi, there's a hearing for his challenging, there's a plea that has been put by PC George, challenging this arrest that has been made. So that also is very crucial because 12 o'clock the High Court will also decide whether he can again be given bail. Now there are two reasons, two cases which has been registered against PC George. There's one alleged hate speech at the Hindu Sammelan in Thiruvananthapuram, the second one at Vennala in Kochi. Now he has been taken into arrest before the hate speech which he had given in Thiruvananthapuram. Earlier he had secured a bail, but now yesterday the government had approached the magistrate stating that he has violated the bail conditions, and he spoke to the media. He again went to speak on public platform, and that is the reason why his bail was cancelled. And what is important is the fact in the way, the manner in which PC George has been taken, because what we saw was extremely dramatic. 3:30 yesterday, 3:30 p.m. magistrate cancels the bail plea. Suddenly the police officials rush from Thiruvananthapuram rushed to Kochi, where in the second hate speech, George was supposed to appear at the Palarivattam police station in Kochi. And from there he was taken out and then brought in at around 1 a.m. to the AR camp in Thiruvananthapuram. And after which they were even planning to take him to the magistrate early in the morning at 1:30 as well. But that was later postponed because he was feeling unwell. He had skipped his BP medicine is what his son Sean had told us. And now at 7 o'clock he was brought in again before the magistrate right now. And we are waiting further what is going to happen. But it is very likely that PC George's arrest will be done. And we also got from information that he will be likely to be in Pujapura jail. Samiksha.
Yes. Ashwin, thanks for the moment. Keep tracking the story. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that. breaking news coming in as forces intensify on terror crackdown. 3 terrorists, we are told, have been gunned in Kupwara. So that's the latest what we are learning. The anti-terror operations that took place in Kupwara, in which 3 terrorists have been gunned down. And we'll go across to Zeenat as well to give us more information. But that's the latest coming in. Remember, terrorists were also gunned down in Baramulla yesterday. And the latest what we are told is that 3 terrorists have been gunned down in Kupwara in anti-terror operations. And those are the first visuals we are getting to you from Kupwara, where the anti-terror operations took place. And we will go across to Zeenat as well, but those are the first visuals we are getting to you from Kupwara, where the anti-terror operations took place. The encounter between the terrorists and the security forces, in which 3 terrorists were gunned down earlier today, this morning, and that's the latest visual on your screens as well. You can see the security personnel in Kupwara region. And remember, this comes just a day after the terrorists were also gunned down in Baramulla, and now we have another anti-terror crackdown in which 3 terrorists have been gunned down. So another infiltration bid by the terrorists has been foiled, this time in the Kupwara region. And Zeenat, my colleague, is tracking all the latest from Kupwara. We will go across to her to give us more information, but remember, that's the latest what we are learning, because just yesterday in Baramulla as well, there was an anti-terror operation in which terrorists were gunned down. And now another, as forces continue to crack down on terror, this is another infiltration bid that has been foiled in Kupwara region, in which 3 terrorists have been gunned down. We are told these are Lashkar-LET terrorists that have been gunned down. We'll get more details from Zeenat, but as of now, those are the latest visuals we are getting to you from Kupwara, where the encounter took place. And 3 terrorists, we are told, have been gunned down after they were intercepted by the security forces, where the encounter also broke out between the security forces and the terrorists, in which 3 terrorists, we are told, have been gunned down. And a statement that is now coming in from the IGP Kashmir, who has confirmed that 3 terrorists have been eliminated in Kupwara operations. And on to another story then. What we are told is that more breaking news coming in. Karti Chidambaram has reached the CBI headquarters in connection with the with the visa scam gate, and that's the latest what we are learning. P. Chidambaram's son, Karti Chidambaram, has reached at the CBI headquarters. He will be quizzed very shortly in connection with the scam case, and that's the latest what we are learning. So all eyes on the interrogation that will take place of Karti Chidambaram with respect to the visa scam gate case. And those visuals as well that we are getting to you right now of Karti Chidambaram, who is arriving at the CBI headquarters. Remember, just a few days back, the CBI carried out searches as well, multi-city raids that were carried out in connection with the visa scam gate. And now we have Karti Chidambaram, who's been summoned by the CBI. He has reached the CBI headquarters, and he will be quizzed very, very shortly by the agencies in connection with the scam case. And also significant to note the statements that have come in from Karti Chidambaram over the past few days, where he has cried foul and called it a political vendetta. We have Anuj on the phone line tracking the latest. Anuj, what more can you tell us? We can see the visuals of Karti Chidambaram, who has arrived at the CBI headquarters.
Well, exactly. Karti Chidambaram has just arrived at the CBI headquarters. Let me remind you that this is regarding the visa scam. Back in 2011, when this has been stated that Karti Chidambaram facilitated Chinese national, and the visa was reissued to them by the help of Karti Chidambaram. Let me also remind you that S. Bhaskar Raman, the CA of Karti Chidambaram, has been already arrested, and now the dots has been connected. So the court has issued the notice. The court has asked Karti Chidambaram to be present at the CBI headquarters. Now this is going to be the investigation where the CBI will be grilling Karti Chidambaram about the visa scam. Let me remind you that again, let me tell you that S. Bhaskar Raman has been already arrested by the team and CBI, and we have seen the raids which was conducted at the premises of Karti Chidambaram, the societies which belongs to Karti Chidambaram. Around 10 places in total was there, which was raided by the CBI. So now the CBI has is going to ask Karti Chidambaram that what exactly the connections are. Let me also remind you what we have been told when 263 Chinese national was facilitated by a visa by Karti Chidambaram. After that, what we have been told that 50 lakh is the amount which was given as a bribe to Karti Chidambaram. So the dots has been already connected. We have seen how the investigation has been done, how the raids were conducted at around 10 places. Let me also give you the sense from right outside the CBI headquarters in the national capital, where Karti Chidambaram has just reached. These are the supporters of Karti Chidambaram, where I am standing right now, right outside the CBI headquarters, coming with Karti Chidambaram from his residence, that's 80 Lodi State, in the national capital. And now, when Karti Chidambaram has just entered in the premises, he is going to be questioned by the CBI about the visa scam. On the other hand, we also talked to Karti Chidambaram, and there he was stating the same line. He was taking the same line where he was saying that yes, this is a political vendetta. I have not done anything. Bhaskar Raman has been arrested. I asked a question on the same. But yes, Karti Chidambaram remains with the same line as we have seen the father of Karti Chidambaram, that they are calling it a political vendetta.
Yes.
So we have to see
Anuj, just stay with us. Let's also listen into what Karti Chidambaram had to say just a short while back.
Sir, what? Anything on this move, what exactly is happening?
These are all, every case posted against me is a bogus case. One is bogus, one is more bogus, and this is most bogus.
So this is alleged a visa scam, what we have been told, that you have facilitated.
I have not facilitated a single Chinese national in getting his visa, let alone 250. I have given out a statement. I don't know whether you've read it. Where is Joshua?
But why it is happening, sir, then? Sir, your CA has been arrested.
I know, it's all vindictive. It's all politics of malice, the politics of victimization and politics of harassment.
Sir, do you want to say anything on this move, what exactly is happening?
These are all, every case posted against me is a bogus case. One is bogus, one is more bogus, and this is most bogus.
So this is alleged a visa scam, what we have been told, that you have facilitated.
I have not facilitated a single Chinese national in getting his visa, let alone 250. I have given out a statement. I don't know whether you've read it. Where is Joshua?
But why it is happening, sir, then? Sir, your CA has been arrested.
I know, it's all vindictive. It's all politics of malice, the politics of victimization and politics of harassment.
Sir.
And we have our senior editor Shravan also joining us. Shravan, we just heard the soundbite of Karti Chidambaram calling it the most bogus case, calling it a witch hunt and politics of harassment.
Well, that's the position that Karti Chidambaram has taken from the time this case has been registered. In fact, he's called the allegations that have been leveled by the Central Bureau of Investigation as completely ludicrous. This is on the ground that, number one, the very person, the accused in this particular case, one of the accused in this particular case is already dead. And the fact here is that he's also raising this question that if this was an information that the agencies had much earlier, why is it that they did not act upon it? Let's not forget, we're talking about a case which dates back to 2011. Also the fact that we are talking about a transaction that has taken place back in 2011. And many were essentially suggesting that this was a lead that the agencies had got while they were probing a matter like the INX deal. It was then that they had come across a lead like this, but despite that, they did not register any case. Now, that has also been countered by the Central Bureau of Investigation as well as the Enforcement Directorate. They have said that it has taken them some time for them to at least get prima facie evidence against Karti Chidambaram as well as his aide as Bhaskar Raman, who is now already in the custody of the CBI. They are also saying that this is not about one visa that was actually reissued. 263 visas that were actually reissued to Chinese nationals who were working in a power plant project in Punjab. And they also suspected that the number could also very well go up. So it is not only about just 50 lakh rupees, but also the fact that the number of visas that were actually issued could be much higher than what they are seeing at this point of time. And they are also saying that all of this would not have been possible had it not been of Karti Chidambaram and his position and his proximity with his father, who was then the Union Home Minister.
Yes. Shaman, just stay with us. Let's also once again listen into that soundbite of Karti Chidambaram.
Sir, do you want to say anything on this move, what exactly is happening?
Hey, these are all, every case posted against me is a bogus case. One is bogus, one is more bogus, and this is most bogus.
So this is alleged a visa scam, what we have been told, that you have facilitated.
I have not facilitated a single Chinese national in getting his visa, let alone 250. I have given out a statement, I don't know whether you've read it. Where is Joshua?
But why it is happening, sir, then? Sir, your CA has been arrested.
I know, it's all vindictive, it's all politics of malice, the politics of victimization and politics of harassment.
Going back to Anuj, who's also tracking the story very closely. Anuj, we just heard the soundbite of Karti Chidambaram. We understand that Karti's CA has already been arrested. Give us more details. Anuj, if you can hear us, give us details of the development in the case so far. Yes, please continue.
Yes, as we are reporting from the CBI headquarters, and 5 minutes back, this was Karti Chidambaram who just reached at the CBI headquarters. This is going to be the questioning now in the alleged visa scam. As we are telling it to our viewers, we also had word with Karti Chidambaram where exactly the same line which was taken earlier is again taken today, where they are calling it the political vendetta, the witch hunt. So these are the line which was taken by the father, P. Chidambaram also, and the same is the statement of Karti Chidambaram. Let me give you the sense from right outside the CBI headquarters in the national capital where Karti Chidambaram has just reached. So this exactly is the gate from where Karti Chidambaram has entered. We are talking about the alleged visa scam in which 263 Chinese national was facilitated by Karti Chidambaram back in 2011, and the then Home Minister can also come in radar. That is something what we have been told, because the then Home Minister was none other but the father of Karti Chidambaram, that's P. Chidambaram. So at this point in time, when we are talking, the questioning is going on, and this is all going to be looked up, that what exactly has happened back in 2011, how the national the Chinese nationals was facilitated by Karti Chidambaram. On the other hand, let me also remind you that S. Bhaskar Raman, the important lead in this very case, has been already arrested, and 5 people are named there in the FIR which has been lodged by the CBI. So this was under the direction of the court, when now Karti Chidambaram was asked to be here at the CBI headquarters in the national capital so that the further investigation can be taken ahead. So now what exactly is going to happen? This is going to be the connections of the dot that what exactly happened in 2011, and what we have been told, what has been alleged is that 50 lakh is the amount as in bribe which was taken by Karti Chidambaram. So this is to see what exactly will be coming out from the CBI and what exactly is going to happen in the today's investigation. I do remember when this was almost around 10 locations across the country which was raided, the premises which was raided by the CBI team, in which they were looking for the documents, in which they were connecting the dots, that what exactly are the connections. If we talk about 2011 incident, if we talk about this particular scam in which this had been clearly alleged that this was around 263 Chinese national who were facilitated, the visas help was given, rather this was the reissuance of the visa which was the help given by Karti Chidambaram, and how S. Bhaskar Raman was also connected in the very case. So that is something what we are waiting from the CBI to come. But at this point in time, when we are talking, Karti is inside and CBI is going to take the investigation further.
All right, Anuj, thank you so much. Keep tracking the latest. We'll keep coming back to you. So Anuj, they're reporting live from outside the CBI headquarters. Moving on then, after BJP leader Balachandran was brutally slain in broad daylight in Chennai, the BJP state wing president Annamalai arrived at his funeral yesterday, met his grief-stricken family and ensured speedy proceedings in the case. He also condemned the state police and government. Take a look at this report from Chennai.
Day after BJP's Central Chennai SCST wing president Balachandran was hacked to death, his mortal remains were consigned to flames on Wednesday.
The Tamil Nadu BJP's SC/ST leader named Balakrishnan had been allegedly attacked by 3 miscreants here at Chintadripet Market. We are standing here at the center of Chintadripet Market where the alleged attack had taken place. Balakrishnan had been attacked by 3 miscreants. That is what onlookers are stating. Tamil Nadu BJP's chief K. Annamalai, who has arrived here and met with the family as well. While speaking with the family, he has also ensured that the BJP Tamil Nadu and BJP will be taking all measures to ensure that the family, Balachandar, who has been survived by his wife and child, will be taken care of. Not only that, he also condemns this incident that had taken place.
Sir, we have to understand 2 things, sir. More than a murder in this case, Balachandar was threatened 3 days back by an accused who came from jail the same evening. The same night, Balachandar has gone to a police station and given a complaint. Same night. 3 days, the local police did not take any action. Yesterday evening, which is the end of 3rd day, he was brutally hacked to death in the middle of Chennai city. This is not the first case in Chennai city. Last 19 days, 21 cases. At least 4-5 cases of brutal murders. 6-7 people coming in 2-wheeler, stopping somebody in the middle of a road, attacking them like cinema, showing their face to public. After that, showing their face to CCTV, challenging the police to take action. This has become a new normal in Chennai.
Speaking to the media, BJP State President Annamalai lambasted the Tamil Nadu government and the state police.
This is strictly condemnable. It only shows the pathetic failure of the police department. More than that, it shows the same police department in different regime, now under DMK regime. Utter failure because the political interference is at its highest. The local DMK functionaries want to take control of the police station. They are running the police station like a settlement houses, not like places where people's grievance would be heard. And we feel very, very bad. Yesterday we have spoken to the commissioner. Our leaders have met the Chennai City Commissioner. The commissioner has requested for some time. That is the reason we are keeping quiet. We don't want to interfere in the police investigation. We want to be absolutely civil here.
The Chennai Commissioner of Police confirmed that the murder case involved an angle of previous enmity.
Yeah, there is a case of murder, and when one of the functionaries of BJP has been murdered because of previous enmity by some suspects. So in this case, the eyewitnesses have spoken about the incident, and we have formed special teams to see that these accused are arrested, as well as the maintenance of public order is maintained. In specifically, I have come here now to have an inspection and to see if there was any lapse of any sort. If it be there, then we will be taking action against the concerned as well.
The family alleges that there had been animosity, after which Balakrishnan had received threats from local gundas here, and that he had also attempted to file a complaint with the local police. Balakrishnan is survived by his wife and child. The family also refusing to retrieve back the body of Balakrishnan until the perpetrators, they say, have been arrested. With video journalist Prasad, Apurva Jayachandran for Republic.
Tracking the big story this hour, Karthi Chidambaram has reached the CBI headquarters. He will be grilled by the CBI very, very shortly in connection with the visa scam case. Remember, just a short while back, speaking to Republic, Karthi again cried foul, said it's the most bogus case ever against him, and also going on to add that it's a witch hunt and harassment politics that is at play here. The live visuals we are getting to you from the CBI office. Karthi Chidambaram is inside the CBI headquarters, as was being told by Anuj. He will be quizzed very shortly in connection with the visa scam case. Those are the exclusive visuals that are coming in right now of Karthi Chidambaram, who is at the CBI headquarters to be quizzed in connection with the visa scam case. And speaking to Republic, Karthi cried foul again, called it a witch hunt against him. We will get you all the latest on that. On the other side, Republic reporting live from outside the CBI headquarters as Karthi being quizzed in the visa scam case.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, Visit amity.edu/2degrees.
इतने मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Avigna Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flames.
Question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action.
Tracking the latest on with respect to PC George, who was arrested in connection with a hate speech case. The latest, what we are told that PC George has been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody in an alleged hate speech case. So the district court has sent the former MLA PC George to 14 days of judicial custody in an alleged hate speech case. We will be going across to Ashwin as well to give us all the latest on that. But those are the live visuals we are getting to you of PC George, who has now been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody in an alleged hate speech case. Remember, PC George was arrested in connection with a hate speech case by the Kerala police, after which he was taken to the hospital and then brought to the court, where the district court has now remanded PC George to 14 days of judicial custody in connection with the hate speech case. And the visuals on your screens as well of PC George, the former Congress MLA, who has been remanded now to custody in connection with the hate speech case. And no relief there for PC George, who has now been remanded in custody or judicial custody for 14 days with respect to a alleged hate speech that the former Congress MLA had made earlier. We will go across to Ashwin as well, who's tracking the story very closely. But the latest that is coming in right now, PC George, who has now been remanded to 14 days of judicial custody. Moving on to more news break that is coming in. The latest, what we're told is that the ED is carrying out searches at 7 locations in Maharashtra. The premises connected to Shiv Sena senior leader Anil Parab is also being searched. This after a PMLA case was registered by the Enforcement Directorate. We have Shravan joining us to give us more details. Shravan, what more can you tell us? ED carrying out raids across 7 locations in Maharashtra.
We're now getting some specific details, Samiksha, that these searches are being carried out at Dapoli as well as 6 other locations, a total of 7 locations in Maharashtra where these searches are being carried out. This is connected to an investigation related to a Maharashtra minister and senior Shiva Sena leader Anil Parab. In the Dapoli resort is what we're being told by these searches that are being carried out. Now, what we have been told is that this is a PMLA case that has been registered against the minister, and this is a fresh case that has been registered following some questioning that was actually taking place in Mumbai of one of the minister's private secretaries, is what we are being told, and thereafter the Enforcement Directorate has decided to go ahead and file an ECI, which is an FIR equivalent in the Enforcement Directorate. Samiksha, right now, very sketchy details really coming in from the agency at this stage, since the raids are basically underway as we speak. It's just begun about an hour ago is what we are being told, but the focus right now is at the Dapoli resort, which is perhaps connected to the minister itself. Apart from that, what we are also picking up is that the minister has been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate in another related case in the Enforcement Directorate, in which some of his aides were actually called in for questioning. And finally, after prima facie evidence that was basically gathered, we have been told that the ECIR has already been registered against the minister.
Shravan, if you could give us more details, because as you pointed out, these are sketchy details, but if we just put it all together, this is of course not the first time that a Maharashtra minister has come under the lens of the Enforcement Directorate. So if you could give us more details in connection with the raids which are currently on.
Well, Samiksha, as I was telling you, the very sketchy details have basically come in, and perhaps we're the first network to get details of the searches that are being carried out right now. All that we can confirm for our viewers is that these are massive searches that are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate across various places in Maharashtra. As of now, we are being told that 7 locations where these searches are being carried out, connected to Maharashtra Minister, Senior Leader of Shiva Sena, Anil Parab, is what we are being told. ECIR has already been registered in this particular matter. It's a PMLA case, a case of money laundering that has been registered by the Enforcement Directorate against the minister. In fact, the minister has also been named as an accused in this particular case. Important to point out, this is with regards to a case that has been earlier probed by the Enforcement Directorate following Anil Deshmukh's matter that was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate pertaining to bribery, as well as some corruption charges that were basically leveled against another minister of the Maharashtra government, that is Anil Deshmukh. Thereafter, we are also, what we are picking up is that some of the close aides of Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab was actually called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Prima facie evidence that has also been gathered by the agency, and only after that an ECI was registered and the searches were basically carried out. Now, what's really important to point out here is that this has led to a massive war of words also in Maharashtra. Let's not forget that Maharashtra, the Mahavikas Aghadi government, has basically leveled direct allegations against the centre. So indeed, these are baseless allegations that have been leveled by the central agencies, and the central agencies are working at the behest of the centre. It's now become more of a political war between the centre and Mahavikas Aghadi government, given the fact that we have seen several of Mahavikas Aghadi government ministers who have come under the scanner, starting from Anil Deshmukh himself, who is currently in judicial custody in Mumbai, and he has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Thereafter, you've had another senior minister of the Mahavikas Aghadi government, that is Rambabu Pragnanda, who's also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and some very serious charges were actually leveled against Nawab Malik. That is with regards to the links with the T-Gang. Now, if you're talking about Anil Parab, who's come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, let's not forget he's one of the tallest leaders of the Shiva Sena. He's considered to be someone who is close to some of the senior leadership of the Shiva Sena, and largely concerned as the go-to man as far as the Shiva Sena is concerned. So when the Enforcement Directorate is actually carrying out certain searches in this entire matter, it becomes extremely crucial because these are some very serious allegations that have been leveled. Perhaps we'll also have to wait for a reaction to come in from the Shiva Sena in a short while from now, given the fact that the searches are already underway. And also, let's not forget that we've had in another case where Sanjay Raut has also made it very clear that these are allegations that will not stand the scrutiny of the court. That has been the position that the Shiva Sena has taken in the past. But there has also been an open dare by the Shiva Sena saying that rather than fighting it through the central agencies, why doesn't the BJP really come on the ground and fight it with the Shiva Sena, which Shiva Sena feels that they are in a position to perhaps counter with the BJP when it comes to electorally, rather than using the central agencies. Now, the central agencies have certainly come under that kind of war of words between both sides.
And Shravan, like you were pointing out that some close aides of Anil Parab have also been called in for questioning. If you could give us some more details on that.
Well, as far as the close aides of Anil Parab is concerned, we are being told that while the Enforcement Directorate actually was investigating the matter connected to Anil Deshmukh, let's not forget that was a case about bribery. That was a case where allegations were leveled that Anil Deshmukh was receiving bribes for postings within the Mumbai police and the Maharashtra police. As far as Anil Parab goes, remember at that period, some of the close aides of Anil Parab who were part of the transport department, they were basically called in for questioning by the Enforcement Director. Now, Commissioner, we are not very sure about the fact that whether at all it is in the same case where these searches are being carried out, but what we have picked up so far is that in this TSLA case, Anil Parab has been named as an accused. So that would automatically reflect the fact that this is a fresh case or a fresh case that has been registered against him.
Okay. Thank you so much, Shravan. Keep tracking the latest. We'll keep coming back to you for all the details. Moving on then, massive protests have broken out in the city of Rameswaram in Tamil Nadu after the body of a 45-year-old woman was found in a half-burned state after she was allegedly gang-raped by 6 migrant workers. The protesters are now demanding strict action against the perpetrators and a compensation as well for the family of the rape victim.
A case of gang rape has been reported from Rameswaram in Tamil Nadu, and the details emerging are horrific. According to the initial details that have come in, a middle-aged woman aged anywhere between 45 to 50 was gang raped, and she was reportedly gang raped by about 3 men. 6 people have been arrested. Now, after she was raped, she was allegedly murdered and half her body burnt by these alleged rapists. Now, the police has arrested 6 people, but protests have broken out in Rameswaram over this case of gang rape and murder.
இந்த கோரிக்கையை அந்த தீவிரவாதிகளை குற்றவாளியாக்கி தூக்கு தண்டனை முதல் நாங்கள் கேட்டுக்கிறோம். அடுத்து இந்த குடும்பத்திற்கு கவர்மெண்ட் 1 கோடி ரூபாய்க்கு மேல் நிவாரணம் கொடுக்கணும். 3 பெண்கள் இருந்ததுக்கு அவங்களுக்கு தகுந்த நிவாரணம் கொடுக்கணும்.
We are hearing that the 6 people arrested by the police are from Odisha. They were migrants who were working in Rameswaram, and that to cover up the crime, they burnt half the body, including the face of this victim, a 45-year-old woman.
இறந்த பெண்மணி வந்து வடமாநில நபர்களால் கற்பழிக்கப்பட்டு இருந்ததாக எங்களுக்கு தகவல் தெரியுது. அப்படி ஏற்படுற பட்சத்தில் அவங்களுக்கு கவர்மெண்ட் அதிகபட்ச தண்டனை அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கணும். இது போக இது போல அடுத்த சம்பவங்கள் ராமேஸ்வரம் தீவு பகுதியில் நடக்காத வண்ணம் வடமாநில தொழிலாளர்கள் ராமேஸ்வரம் நகர்பகுதியிலிருந்து அவங்களுக்குலாம் வெளியேற்றணுங்கிறத நாங்கள் கேட்டுக்கிறோம்.
We are also hearing that there were attempts to hide the identity, and 3 of them were involved in the act of gang rape itself, and they roped in a few others. Now, after this incident was reported, there were protests and people took law into their own hands and attacked these 6 people reportedly who are from the state of Odisha and working in a prawn farm as per the details. Tracking the story closely on Republic TV all of today, Thursday.
Now, an Indian Navy guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, reaffirming the mantra of a crew hit first, hit hard. That's the word coming in. That's a statement by the Indian Navy. As you can see on the screens as well, the Indian Navy's guided missile anti-submarine successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, reaffirming the mantra of a crew hit first, hit hard. So, Indian defense might on display there. Successful missile anti-submarine that is engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system. And that's the Indian Navy's guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate that was successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, which only reaffirms the mantra of a crew, which is hit first, hit hard.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Breaking news now coming in. The NIA wanted death penalty.
Welcome back. Now, Neymar Jr. attended the final of mini 5-5 tournament held under his name. He delighted his fans as well as the winners, who happened to be Brazilians, at a tournament that took place ahead of the FIFA World Cup later in the year.
Neymar recently gave a fascinating show to his fans at the finals of the tournament bearing his name ahead of the FIFA World Cup.
Estou muito empolgado, muito feliz, me preparando cada vez mais para jogar a Copa. Então acho que não só eu como a minha equipe inteira, a gente está nos preparando ainda mais para chegar na Copa do Mundo bem, feliz e empolgado e conseguir o nosso objetivo, nosso sonho.
The footballer showcased his full range of flicks, tricks and goal-scoring skills while playing against the two winning teams at the Neymar Juniors 5 World Final event in Doha. The night was seen as a celebration of Brazilian football, as the winners of the mixed and women's categories of the tournament were Brazilians.
Foi muito gostoso, foi muito feliz jogar com as meninas, com os meninos, com todos os campeões, todos os finalistas. Me diverti bastante e foi gostoso.
Neymar is seen as an idol by many in Brazil, making the play after the wins an added bonus. The footballer did not disappoint, scoring 2 goals against Consagrados before also finding the net against Portal balls. Agency report, Republic TV.
Today, our government celebrates its 8 years in power. The Modi government's years in power are self-reflective in every aspect of development of the country.
The Modi government took office on this day 8 years ago. Since then, the government has been on a roll of ushering in systematic reforms. And it started with the revolutionary Swachh Bharat Abhiyan.
Swachh Bharat ka irada kar liya humne desh se apni ye wada kar liya humne.
The Modi government criminalized triple talaq in July 2019. Then Union Minister Arun Jaitley had hailed the Supreme Court's 2017 verdict, making the practice unconstitutional.
Pronouncing the instant triple talaq to be unconstitutional and void is a great victory for all those who've always believed that personal laws in India must also be progressive and must be compliant with the constitutional guarantees.
With a focus on reforms to uplift women, the Modi government has now sought to raise the minimum age of marriage for women to 21. Apart from social reforms, the Modi government worked to digitize India. Launched in 2015, the program aimed to increase internet penetration across India. The Digital India initiative has now been coupled with the Gati Shakti Infrastructural Development Plan. The Gati Shakti Infrastructure Plan envisages integrating the development of infrastructural works in the country to a never-achieved level by entwining the cooperation of all concerned departments. Another reform has been that of financial inclusivity, sought to be achieved by the 2014 Jan Dhan Yojana. As of December 2021, over 44.23 crore Jan Dhan Yojana accounts hold rupees 1,50,939.36 crores. The PM Awas Yojana, which the Modi government has launched to provide affordable housing, has so far seen the completion of over 6 million houses. In 2019, the Modi government launched the Har Ghar Nal Se Jal Yojana to provide potable tap water to every doorstep in the country by 2024, including 192 million rural households. PM Modi's leadership has been hailed as transformative. In 8 years, the Modi government delivered on a much-awaited overhaul.
The Modi government took office today 8 years ago. At the center of Prime Minister Modi's development model was ushering in systemic reforms. It started with the very successful Swachh Bharat campaign, which found a lot of resonance among the public, became very successful in Tier 2 cities also. Not just that, back in 2019, social reforms were also brought in, criminalizing of a triple talaq, and thereafter increasing the marriage age of women to 21. Keeping all of this while, Prime Minister Modi with every passing year has essentially focused in bringing in key reforms that would essentially benefit all classes of the society.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations.
पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक? एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Just for their vote bank, that they are giving statements which are pro to the Pakistani stooges, and they are the least one to condemn any act of terror by the Pakistan and its proxies in the Kashmir Valley.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
मई 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉनहोमी है, ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है. हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम
Getting in exclusive visuals of the steel bullets that have been recovered from the Pakistani terrorists. The steel bullets have been recovered from the foreign terrorists who have been killed, neutralized in a shootout with the security forces in the Kariri area of North Kashmir's Baramulla. So the visuals on your screens of the steel bullets that have been recovered from the Pakistani terrorists. And a lot of steel bullets, we are told, have been recovered, seized from these Pakistani terrorists from the shootout site. Also, we are told damage to the army vehicles was done due to the steel bullets. However, the vehicles were bulletproof, which is why not much damage was done. But the visuals on your screens of the steel bullets that were recovered from the Pakistani terrorists in a joint anti-terror operation that took place in Kashmir's Baramulla area. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on Karti Chidambaram, who plays the victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
As terrorist Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment, terror group now seeks for justice, calls terrorists in Kashmir to block Amarnath Yatra, says pro-Khalistani supporters will help in blocking Amarnath Yatra. So, fresh threat by the SFJ after convict Yasin Malik was given life imprisonment by the Delhi court, and now terror group seeks for justice has called for terrorists in Kashmir to block the Amarnath Yatra, saying that pro-Khalistani supporters will help in blocking the Amarnath Yatra. So that's a fresh threat coming by the SFJ, the Khalistani terror group, saying that the terror group will be blocking the Amarnath Yatra. And this a day after Yasin Malik was given life imprisonment by the Delhi court. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Delhi, from the outside the CBI headquarters, as Karti Chidambaram, Plea's victim, says did not facilitate visas from Chinese nationals.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flames.
The question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've I've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you were using? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids across 7 locations. Congress leader's son Karti Chidambaram grilled by CBI in mega Chinese visa scam. But Karti Chidambaram plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Kerala hate speech case probe gets bigger. PC George remanded to 14 days custody. And critical day in Gyanvapi hearing case today. Justice for Amreen clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew are shot by terrorists. India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully fired. Union ministers to interact with scheme beneficiaries and gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Welcome to this edition of Live and Breaking, in which we bring you the top stories making headlines at this hour. And BJP State President Bandi Sanjay has said that several temples were demolished and mosques were built over them by Muslim rulers in Telangana too in the past. If these mosques are dug up now, there is the possibility of unearthing Shivlingams. Further adding that the BJP would get the state rid of the evil forces and establish Ram Rajya if it comes to power.
దేవాలయాలను ధ్వంసం చేసి మసీదులు కట్టినటువంటి దేశంలో భారతదేశం అంత దీన స్థితిలో హిందూ సమాజం ఉంది. ఎక్కడైనా ఏ మసీదు తవ్వినా కూడా శివలింగాలు వెళ్తున్నాయి, హిందూ దేవుళ్ళ ఆనవాళ్ళు వెళ్తున్నాయి. ఏడవైనా కాశీలో నిన్నగాక కాశీలో ఇలా మసీదులో శివలింగం వెళ్ళిన విషయాన్ని ఒక్కసారి గుర్తుంచుకోండి. ఏ హిందూ దేవాలయాన్ని కూల్స్తే ఇలా ముస్లిం మసీదు ఆనవాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ అసలు? నేను సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా, ఓవైసీకి సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా, కుహనా సెక్యులర్ వాళ్ళ నేను సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా. నా సవాలు మీకు దమ్ముంటే స్వీకరించండి. ఈ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో
Breaking news now, a 35-year-old woman was killed and her 10-year-old nephew was injured after they were fired upon by terrorists in the Chadura area of central Kashmir's Budgam district on Wednesday, injuring the nephew in the attack. India now demands justice for Amreen.
सर रोल सर।
आपका नाम?
जुबैर अहमद।
जुबैर साहब बताइए क्या हुआ कल?
मैं एक्चुअली नमाज़ पढ़ने के लिए गया था तो 2 बंदे आए थे। मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी। तो अंदर से वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो 2 बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि 2 बंदे आए। उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गांव में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकले उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज ख़त्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके।
तो ये क्यों निकले उनके साथ जब उन्होंने बोला अनजान लड़के थे?
नहीं, ये तो दूरदर्शन में काम करते हैं, आते हैं जाते हैं दूरदर्शन के साथ। मैंने कहा शूटिंग है, इतना ही कहा उन्होंने, उन लड़कों ने। फिर से उन्होंने गोली मारी।
तो आपको लगता है ये गलत हुआ है? धोखा
है ना, गलत है। क्या बिगाड़ा था इस मौसम में? क्या बिगाड़ा? किसी के साथ इससे पहले कोई जाति नहीं थी, किसी के साथ दुश्मनी नहीं थी, क्या बिगाड़ा था? आप अपने दूरदर्शन वालों से पूछो, आप भी जानते होंगे उन्होंने इसको कौन सा बना किया।
Arawat joining us now for the latest on this story. Arawat, when we talk about the Justice for Amreen campaign, well, what we are seeing here is our terrorists attacking innocent people who have a great influence on the lives of many others, whether they are family members or otherwise. Amreen Bhatt, a very popular actress there, and a little boy also shot at after we saw that attack on Saifullah Qadri and his daughter.
या एग्जैक्टली आप इससे देख सकते हैं किस तरह से पाकिस्तानी आतंकियों की बौखलाहट इस तरह से, जो कि कश्मीर की एक इन्फ्लुएंसर थी, एक्ट्रेस थी अमरीन भट्ट, जो कि कल रात चाडोरा बडगाम के अंदर मिलिटेंटों ने अपनी आतंकी गतिविधि में उसको मार दिया और 10 साल का नेफ्यू भी इस आतंकी अटैक में इंजर्ड हुआ। मैं आपको बताता चलूँ, ये कश्मीर में एक नई सोच लेके थी, एक नया कश्मीर का विजन लेके आगे बढ़ रही थी, अपनी रील्स बना रही थी, यूट्यूबर थी, काफी ज्यादा फैन फॉलोइंग कश्मीर घाटी में इनकी थी, लेकिन मिलिटेंटों को ये रास नहीं आया और इसको कल रात चाडोरा बडगाम के अंदर घर में जाके मिलिटेंटों ने इसकी हत्या कर ली। जी
Right, Amreen shot dead last night. Meanwhile, what leads do the police have as far as investigations are concerned? The family now demanding justice. Also give us a sense of who Amreen leaves behind and the condition of her nephew as well.
जो इसका नेफ्यू था उसकी कंडीशन अभी स्टेबल है, उसको कल देर रात तक हॉस्पिटल में ही ट्रीटमेंट के लिए रखा गया था। उसके बाद उसको घर जाने की इजाजत दी गई, डॉक्टर्स ने उनको प्रॉपर्ली ट्रीटमेंट किया और घर जाने के लिए कहा। हमारी पुलिस अधिकारी से भी बात हुई तो उनका यही कहना है कि हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है 3 मिलिटेंट्स थे जिन्होंने इस आतंकी गतिविधि को अंजाम दिया है, जो कि इसके घर में आ गए। पहले ही इसके घर जाके उन्हें फ्रिस्किंग की किस तरह से, जो कि इसका नेफ्यू था उसको कहा गया है मिलिटेंटों के द्वारा कि अपनी मासी को बाहर बुलाओ। जैसे ही वो बाहर आ गई है उसके बाद मिलिटेंटों ने उस पर गोलियां चलाई और उसके डिफरेंट और मल्टीपल बुलेट शॉट्स किए। जैसे ही उसको हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाया गया तो वहां पे उसकी मौत हुई। अब इसकी फैमिली यही डिमांड कर रही है कि उनका कहना है कि आखिर कब तक यही कश्मीर घाटी में चलता रहेगा, आखिर कब तक इनोसेंट किलिंग्स को ऐसा ही मरना पड़ेगा। उनका यही कहना है कि हम जस्टिस चाहते हैं। जी
Meanwhile, political reactions, as far as political reactions are concerned, has anyone spoken out?
उसकी बात करें, उमर अफजल ने कल ऐसे ही इसको मर्डर कहा, लेकिन वो भी प्रॉपर वर्ड्स में क्लियर ये तैयार मानने के लिए नहीं है कि ये आतंकी गतिविधि थी, लेकिन वो घुमा फिरा के लिख रहे हैं कि कंडम कर रहे, जस्ट वो एज अ रूटीन उन्होंने बनाया कुछ पॉलिटिशियंस ने कि इस तरह से। लेकिन दूसरी जानब बीजेपी के कुछ लीडर्स ने भी कंडम किया, उन्होंने कहा कि कब तक ये ब्लड बाथ वगैरह चलता रहेगा, ये रुकना चाहिए, जो बिजनेस है पाकिस्तान स्पॉन्सर्ड टेररिज्म का ये कश्मीर घाटी में रुकना चाहिए। लेकिन उसकी जानिब अगर हम महबूबा मुफ्ती की बात करें या और कुछ कश्मीर बेस्ड पॉलिटिशियंस की बात करें, उनकी जानिब से अभी कोई कंडम वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं किया गया है। जस्ट वो बस ट्विटर पे अपनी बयानबाजी कर रही है। इनकी फैमिलीज के साथ साथ कुछ रिलेटिव्स का भी कहना है, वो जस्ट कह रहे हैं, वो जस्ट ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, वो अपने घरों से बाहर नहीं आ रहे। उनका बस यही ज्यादा से ज्यादा वो बयानबाजी करते हैं और ग्राउंड लेवल पे वो कहीं दिखते नहीं है। हम ऐसा भी कह सकते हैं कि ग्राउंड लेवल पे काफी ज्यादा लोगों में गुस्सा है, क्योंकि जो कश्मीर के पॉलिटिशियंस है वो ग्राउंड लेवल पे इसको कंडम नहीं करते हैं। जी।
एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट जी उनके फैमिली के बारे में अगर बात किया जाए, सोशल एक्टिविस्ट के बारे में, इफ यू टॉक अबाउट सोशल एक्टिविस्ट इन द एरिया, इज देयर व्हाट आर दे सेइंग, उनका रिएक्शंस क्या है? और व्हाट अबाउट लोकल पीपल, उनका क्या कहना है? टेररिस्ट टारगेटिंग एवरीबॉडी, नोबॉडी इज सेफ इन द वैली।
एग्जैक्टली जैसे अगर हम बात करें लास्ट टाइम अगर राहुल भट्ट जो कि बडगाम के अंदर गए, उसकी बात ही जो काफी कश्मीर के सोशल एक्टिविस्ट से या यूथ लीडर से वो भी काफी सहमत हुए हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद भी अगर हम नॉर्थ कश्मीर टंगडार की बात करें, कल वहां पे भी एक उनको श्रद्धांजलि दी गई, सोशल एक्ट द्वारा एक प्रोटेस्ट वहां पे किया गया। वो उस प्रोटेस्ट में उनका यही मकसद था कि ये ब्लड बात जो बह रहा है कश्मीर में ये बंद होना चाहिए। जी।
Right, Arawat, and today, well, we could see the last rites of Amreen being performed. What are her family? What is the reaction of her family members? How do they see themselves moving forward? Are they intending to raise their voice, demanding justice for their daughter who was taken away from them so cruelly? What about other people, her neighbors, other people in the area?
क्योंकि उनकी नेबर्स से भी हमारी कहीं कुछ लोगों से बात हुई तो उनका ये कहना है ये हमारी जो घर में लड़कियां हैं उनके लिए एक इंस्पिरेशन थी, क्योंकि हमारे घर में कुछ लड़कियां ऐसी थी जो कॉपी कर रही थी सेम अमरीन भट्ट के लिए, वो भी एक रोल मॉडल उनके लिए बनी थी, लेकिन आखिर उसको टारगेट किया गया। हमारे घर में कुछ उनका नेबर्स का कहना है कि हमारे घर में कुछ छोटे बच्चे हैं जो कि इसकी रील्स देखते थे, या कश्मीर घाटी में और भी कुछ लोग हैं जो कि इसकी काफी बड़ी फैन फॉलोइंग थी, वो कल से सहमाए हुए हैं और वो चाहते हैं आज इसके साथ हुआ कल किसी और के साथ भी हुआ तो ये इसके जस्ट मिलना चाहिए। जो आतंकी इसमें इन्वॉल्व थे उनको जल्द से जल्द पकड़ा जाना चाहिए या उनको किसी मुठभेड़ में जल्द से जल्द मार देना चाहिए। फिलहाल यही डिमांड है वहाँ की नेबर्स की और उनके घर वालों की। जी।
Well, Arawat, stay with us. We'll be back with you shortly. Let's listen in to some reactions coming in on the brutal killing of Amreen Bhatt.
देखिए ये जो कायर है इनमें हिम्मत नहीं है कि हमारी सेना हमारे सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस से लड़ सकें। ये भाग रहे हैं, ये भगौड़े हैं, लेकिन पाकिस्तान से जब भी प्रेशर आता है तो जो उनके पिट्ठों की तरह ये एक्ट करते हैं और मारे भी जाते हैं। और आज इतनी जो है एक इतने घटिया इन्होंने हरकत की है कायरों की कि एक लड़की अफरीन जो आर्टिस्ट थी उसको तो मार दिया और उसके साथ छोटे बच्चे को जो है ज़ख्मी कर दिया। इसी तरीके से 2 दिन पहले एक पुलिस वाले अफसर को मारा और उसके बच्चे को ज़ख्मी कर दिया। और वो लोग हैं जो जिनके लिए ये क्लेम करते हैं कि हम उनके लिए काम कर रहे हैं, कश्मीरियों के लिए, कश्मीर मुस्लिम्स के लिए, और उन्हीं को मार रहे हैं। ये इनकी डेस्परेशन है, इनकी फ्रस्ट्रेशन है। और आप देखेंगे कि अल्टीमेटली ये लोग जो जिन्होंने किया है उनको पकड़ा जाएगा और उनको उनके इंजाम तक पहुंचाया जाएगा, उनको इस धरती से जो है विदा किया जाएगा, ये बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है।
And going back once again to our correspondent Arawat, who's covering this story, even as Well, heartrending scenes coming in live from Amreen Bhatt's family home. Her funeral will be performed today. Arawat, tell us about the kind of atmosphere, even as, well, this is the latest in a series of targeted killings. We saw how Rahul Bhatt was targeted and killed in his office. We saw how a police officer returning home for the holidays was killed, his daughter also shot at. And now we are seeing Amreen Bhatt. Well, what is happening? No one is safe in the valley.
या एग्जैक्टली कश्मीर घाटी में भी हर एक चाहे भी सोशल एक्टिविस्ट की बात करें या कोई भी लाइक इवन कुछ मेरी यूट्यूबर्स से भी बात करी, वो भी कल से सेफ फील नहीं कर रहे हैं क्योंकि वो भी बौखलाए हुए हैं। जो कि इनका कहना है कि मिलिटेंट संगठन जो कि कश्मीर घाटी में लगातार घुसपैठ करना चाहते हैं और यहाँ पे वो आप देख रहे हो जैसे कल बारामूला के अंदर पाकिस्तानी आतंकी एक गाड़ी में ट्रैवल कर रहे थे और वो भी श्रीनगर सिटी की तरफ आना चाहते थे और कश्मीर घाटी के श्रीनगर सिटी या और किसी डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वो खून खराबा चाहते थे। एक्चुअली इनको डायरेक्शंस मिल पाई है पाकिस्तान से कि कश्मीर घाटी में अगर कुछ शांत अभी चल रहा है, इवन अमरनाथ यात्रा भी आने वाली है, उसके बावजूद लगातार कश्मीर घाटी में मिलिटेंट्स, हम ऐसा कह सकते हैं कि बौखलाई हुए हैं, तभी कश्मीर घाटी में सिविलियन किलिंग्स की जाती है और लाइक कश्मीरी पंडित्स को लगातार थ्रेट किया जाता है। जी।
Also, Rawat, coming so soon after, well, coming on the exact day, in fact, when Yasin Malik received his quantum of sentence, that is also, well, cannot be brushed off as not being a coincidence. Many thanks, Rawat, for joining us there. And moving on now to other breaking news, Republic TV has accessed the letter of the Kerala Council of Churches, appealing to Kerala Chief Minister for appropriate action after the PFI rally. The church body has said that the Kerala government must be prepared to curb growing terrorist activities in Kerala society, condemning inaction against certain groups who have made hate speeches against the Christian community. The church questioned the police's indifference towards taking action. The letter further stated that despite using a child to raise slogans, going across to our correspondent Ashwin now. Ashwin, Kerala churches now speaking out, appealing to the Chief Minister to take action. Will he act now? What are your sources telling you about this latest development?
The KCC, known as Kerala's, the Kerala Council of Churches, is a body which comprises of nearly 40% of the population of Christians. Now, which includes the Malankara Orthodox Syrian Christian, the Jacobite Syrian Christian, the Malankara Marthoma Syrian Christian, and the CSI. Now, this an organization which has started in 1940, has a huge following among the Christian, that is the 40% of Christians in Kerala. They have written a letter to Chief Minister on 25th of May stating that they are worried about the affairs of the state. They're saying that a child had raised an open call to killing, and this is threatening the Christian community, number one. They've also stated that if the government is partisan, because they have categorically stated in the letter, when a Christian priest talks to their own people in a private manner, there are a lot of cases that are registered against him, and that goes viral, and that strict action is taken. But when a child has done something so shocking, despite that the action seems to be partisan. This is the word that
and Prakash, Ashwin, we have Prakash Thomas with us joining. He is the General Secretary of the KCC. Well, many thanks, Mr. Prakash, for speaking with Republic TV. When we talk about the appeal that the KCC has put forward, we'd like you to elaborate more on the KCC's stand over the entire issue, and also what are you appealing for? Mr. Thomas. Mr. Prakash Thomas, General Secretary of the Kerala Church Committee, joining us on Republic TV. Mr. Thomas, in the Kerala hate speech case, the church body accounting for nearly 40% of people in Kerala, of the public in Kerala, appealing for action against hate speeches. Mr. Thomas, over to you to present your point of view through Republic. Ashwin, coming back to you once again, we were just trying to connect, we are still trying to connect to KCC General Secretary, Mr. Prakash Thomas. But when we talk, well, Mr. Prakash Thomas, quickly coming back to you once again before we lose that connection, your thoughts, even as the KCC is appealing for action on the part of the Chief Minister.
Yes, we want equal justice. We never want any special consideration for us. What we need is equality before law and equal protection of law as envisaged in the Constitution. If someone mentions anything regarding a community, cases are charged. But when people from that community openly attacks others, and even threatening slogans are raised on the street by a small child, we know that it is not a spontaneous slogan. It was a trained slogan by a group of people. And it is easy for the police to identify those people who involved in that procession. But government is taking some action when central agencies demanded them to take action. And there is indifference and delay on the part of the police force when people belonging to one community does anything. There are a lot of instances in Kerala when the religious leaders of one community attack all other communities. What we want in Kerala or in India is a peaceful existence. And for that purpose, government should be ready to prevent all atrocities or all threatening statements like this. And there is a mass movement from someone. When a person says something, there will be processions in the street. Such threatening things should not happen in this street because we all are Indian citizens. Hello?
Mr. Prakash Thomas, you also mentioned in the letter that Mr. Prakash Thomas, if you can hear me, you had also mentioned in the letter that the state must monitor the government-aided schools. Are you mentioning about any kind of madrasas? Is it about what is the reason that the Church Council has asked the government to monitor some of the government-aided schools? What could you please elaborate the reason?
If government gives money, it is the money of the entire people of this nation. So in such institutions, what happens should be transparent. So government should be ready to monitor any institution funded by government, supported by government. It may be madrasas, it may be any aided schools or any other institution, but there should be proper monitoring. Otherwise, what happening there may hinder the growth of the nation, the integrity of the nation.
Well, Prakash Thomas ji, many thanks for speaking with Republic TV. And also, okay, Ashwin, well, you keep your eyes on that story as the Kerala hate speech probe case gets bigger. Many thanks to both Mr. Thomas as well as Ashwin. And time now for a short break. Coming up next, Kerala hate speech case probe gets bigger. PC George remanded to 14 days custody. Batter Assam as the state continues to reel under heavy rains and floodwaters.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troop. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling.
And breaking news coming in at this hour. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches at 7 locations in Maharashtra. Premises connected to Shiv Sena senior leader Anil Parab. A PMLA case has been registered. And Alisha joins us with the latest update on the ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Alisha, when we talk about the raids, what is the ED saying? It's a PMLA case, and in how deep trouble is Mr. Parab?
Well, we have to wait and watch what is the further course of action, because all we know that the Enforcement Directorate that has been conducting searches at 7 locations of Maharashtra Shiv Sena Minister Anil Parab, and this is in connection with a money laundering case that was registered against Anil Parab under PMLA Act. So, importantly, the 7 premises which the locations include in Pune and Mumbai, and importantly, we have the visuals which we can see that the ED has been conducting searches at his official bungalow, that is C5 bungalow right opposite to the Mantralaya. Also, there are ED officials who have been conducting searches in Kothurud and in Pune and in his Bandra residence as well. So we have to see, we have to wait and watch what are the recovery that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate. But yes, what we are getting is the information that there are the 7 locations that has been under the radar of Enforcement Directorate, and 7 locations has been searched by Enforcement Directorate. And what are the recovery that has been made, we have to watch, because it has been also said that this topic is going to be discussed in the cabinet meeting as well, because today where the cabinet meeting is being scheduled at 12 p.m. and this will be discussed, but importantly we have to check what are the recovery that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate in further course of time. But yes, the searches are underway at 7 locations in connection with the money laundering case that has been registered against Anil Parab.
But Karthi Chidambaram coming up next, playing the victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2degrees.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
मई 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है.
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए. जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है. हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं. सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं. Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं रैपिड एक्शन.
Top headlines at 9:30. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations. Congress leader's son Karti Chidambaram grilled by CBI in mega Chinese visa scam. But Karti Chidambaram plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Kerala hate speech probe gets bigger. PC George remanded to 14-day judicial custody. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew shot at by terrorists. India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully fired. Union ministers to interact with scheme beneficiaries and gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Tuning in straight away, starting with some breaking news coming in from Karnataka, where the BHP top brass has now demanded survey of the Jama Masjid in Mangaluru that must be done under judicial supervision. So that's the demand of the VHP. The public should know the facts is what the VHP is now claiming. So the VHP top brass is demanding a survey of the Jama Masjid in Mangaluru and saying that the survey must be done under the judicial supervision. Remember, the Mandir Masjid Rao has now reached Mangaluru. It's a Gyanvapi-like controversy that has now erupted in Mangaluru. The VHP top brass now demanding survey at the Jama Masjid in Mangaluru. We have the soundbite as well of the VHP Chief Surinder Kumar. Let's take a look.
कर्नाटक के मंगलुरु में जामा मस्जिद की मरम्मत के दौरान इस बात के सबूत मिले हैं कि वो मस्जिद मंदिर को तोड़कर बनाई थी. वहां मंदिर के अवशेष मिले हैं. ये बात इतिहास की पुस्तकों में तो दर्ज थी ही, और अब सबूत भी सामने आ रहे हैं. वहां का हिंदू समाज इतना चाहता है और यही कोर्ट में उनकी प्रे भी है. सर्वे होना चाहिए, सच्चाई दुनिया के सामने आनी चाहिए. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कितने ही मंदिरों को तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाया गया. मुझे लगता है कि इससे पहले और किरकिरी हो अब सद्भावना को बनाने का मामला, यह दायित्व अब मुस्लिम समाज का है। उन्हें आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, मुस्लिम आक्रमणकारियों से नाता तोड़ना चाहिए। जिसको बार बार गंगा जमुनी तहजीब की कही जाती है, अब उस तहजीब को सिद्ध करने का अवसर उनका है। आगे बढ़ें और कहें, हाँ वहां मंदिर है, उसको तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई थी, हम वो मंदिर हिंदू समाज के हवाले करते हैं। मुझे लगता है इससे सद्भावना की एक ऐसी पहल होगी जो पूरे देश ही नहीं संपूर्ण विश्व में एक उदाहरण बन सकती है, एक मिसाल बन सकती है।
And Sagai is also joining us live from Mangaluru. Sagai, that's another controversy there that has erupted in Mangaluru. The VHP now demanding the survey of the Jama Masjid in Mangaluru. Tell us more.
Absolutely. The chief of Vishwa Hindu Parishad, Surendra Kumar Jain, who had released a video on social media, has requested a similar kind of survey should be done, which has happened in Gyanvapi, where there should be competent authority which should do a survey of the entire mosque in Malali area. Remember, when the renovation started in Madhuri Juma Masjid in Malali in Mangalore, they had found Hindu kind of structure, pillars and many other architecture in the mosque. And subsequently, now there was a puja which was conducted yesterday of Tambula Puja, Tambula Prashne, and they found out that there was a divine power in that particular locality. And even yesterday, Vishwa Hindu Parishad Secretary Sharan Pompella, as well as the local MLA, also demanded that there should be a survey should be done. And now the VHP chief echoed the same voice.
Well, thank you, Sagai, for the moment. We'll keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on that story. Getting the inside track of the ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. The latest what we are told is that the Maharashtra cabinet is slated to hold a meeting at 12 p.m. today. Discussion is likely about the raids of ED being held at Anil Parab's linked premises. Remember, this comes against a backdrop of ED carrying out searches at 7 locations in Maharashtra, which also includes a resort linked to Anil Parab. The premises are connected to Shiv Sena senior leader Anil Parab. And remember, a PMLA case has also been registered against the Shiv Sena leader Anil Parab. So the inside track that we are getting to you, and those are the visuals also of the raids being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate at premises linked to Shiv Sena leader. These are the live visuals on your screens right now of the ED raids which are underway at 7 locations in Maharashtra linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. We have our senior editor Shavan also joining us. Shavan, give us the latest information as far as the raids that are concerned that are linked to the Maharashtra Minister. Well, Shavan, if you can hear us, if you could give us the latest on the ED raids being carried out linked to the Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Well, we'll try and connect with Shavan again, but we have a soundbite of Kirat Sumaya as well, who's reacted to the ED raids. Let's take a look.
अनिल परब पर ईडी की कार्रवाई का प्रारंभ हो चुका है। अनिल देशमुख जेल में, नवाब मलिक जेल में, अब अनिल परब ने अपना बोरिया बिस्तर बांधकर तैयारी। अनिल परब पर ईडी की कार्रवाई का प्रारंभ हो चुका है। अनिल देशमुख जेल में, नवाब मलिक जेल में, अब अनिल परब ने अपना बोरिया बिस्तर बांधकर तैयारी शुरू करना चाहिए।
That you're picking up on the ED raids being carried out. Well, we'll try and connect with Shavan again, but those are the live visuals we are getting to you right now of the ED raids which are currently on in 7 locations linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. The raids are being carried out in 7 locations, which also includes a resort. Now, this is in connection to a PMLA case that has also been registered against the Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. The latest, what we are told, is that the Maharashtra cabinet is slated to meet at 12 p.m. today, and this is in most likely connected to the ED raids that are currently underway at 7 locations in Maharashtra. And more breaking news coming in. The Haryana police will be handing over all case papers in Karnal case to the NIA, which will now probe the IED seizure case at Karnal, which happened on 5th of May. So the latest, what we are told, is that the NIA has taken over the Karnal case after the seizure of the IED seizure, which happened in Karnal, Haryana's Karnal, on 5th of May. So the NIA officially taking over the investigation in connection with the Karnal IED recovery case. We will go across to our reporters as well to give us all the latest on that, but the latest that is coming in right now is that the NIA has taken over the case. We have Amandeep, who's tracking the story closely. Amandeep, over to you. What is the latest you can tell us?
Well, Samiksha, now the NIA has taken over the entire case that IED was recovered in Karnal on 5th of May, just because it is having the cross-border terror link. So Khalistani activists are very much indulged into this case. So that is the reason now National Investigating Agency will probe further. Just because initially 4 people have been arrested with the recovery of 7.5 kg of the IED from Karnal, and in fact it was being supplied to Telangana. And at the midway, Karnal police have interrupted the car and recovered this IED. And during the course of investigation, Karnal police have learned that this is a very much case of cross-border terror link. So Khalistani activists who are sitting in the Pakistan, basically they are supplying these explosives to Punjab and the different parts of country. So that is the reason now NIA has completely taken over the case and even further probe that who all are involved, what is the network of the pro-Khalistani activists in Punjab, Haryana and the other parts of the country, and what are their planning also. Just because this is not the first case that pro-Khalistani activists are supplying the drugs and the explosives in Punjab and different parts of the country. Just because during the preliminary investigation, Haryana police have learned that this IED was dropped through the drone in Punjab in the Rajasthan district and later on will be supplied to the Telangana. And a clear-cut terror plot is there, and that is the reason now NIA will conduct a thorough probe. And Karnal police have arrested 4 persons into this case. Initially, NIA officials have visited the Karnal police station and they have also questioned the accused also. And from there, it has been established that cross-border terror link is very much in this case. And that is the reason now NIA has completely taken over the case for the further investigation to break down the chain of the pro-Khalistani activists in Punjab.
Well, absolutely. Yes. Thank you so much, Amandeep, for taking us through all those latest details. And tracking all the latest that is coming in from JNK after Imran Bhatt was shot dead last night. A 35-year-old woman was killed and her 10-year-old nephew was injured after they were fired upon by terrorists in the Chandura area of central Kashmir's Budgam district last night, injuring the nephew also in this attack. India is now demanding justice for Imran. We have Zeenat joining us live as well. We will go across to Zeenat as well, just a short while, but the visuals on your screens of the grieving family there of Imran, who was shot dead last night by the terrorists, the TV artist. And we have Zeenat back with us. Zeenat, what is the situation right now? We can see those visuals of the grieving family, the chorus only growing stronger for action as far as this particular incident is concerned.
See, as far as the Budgam incident is concerned, and this has happened in the Chadora of Budgam, where a terrorist, 3 in number, the LET terrorists barged into the residence of the Imran. She was asked to come out because the nephew was standing outside the gate of the residence. First, the terrorists tried to approach this 9-year-old boy and asked him to tell the Masi, his aunt, to come out. Some guests have come to see her. When she came out, and she she was, the bullets were pumped into her chest. In fact, she died on the spot, but for the formality, she was taken to the hospital where she was declared brought dead. Meanwhile, we also are witnessing that a 9-year-old boy has received the bullet injuries and also a fracture in his arm, and he has been shifted to the Bone and Joint Hospital in Srinagar. Police is investigating the case, and meanwhile, the 3 local terrorists, also 1 foreign terrorist is involved in the terror crime that has happened in Budgam. If you look at the picture in the last 13 to 14 days, we are seeing the 2 killings in the Budgam district in the same way. First was the killing of the Rahul Bhatt, a Kashmiri Pundit who lost his life in a terror attack in his office when elite terrorists barged into his office and killed him there. Simultaneously, the same pattern was used by these terrorists also when they went inside the residence of the Ambreen and killed her there just because she was an artist. She was earning her livelihood and she was targeted for that. Otherwise, what's her crime? Was she a spy? Was she a source of some security wing? Or no, she was just an artist and she was earning her livelihood. But despite all this, we are seeing the terrorists are carrying these kind of gruesome attacks, because if we look at the picture for the last 2 days in Soura attack and then the Budgam attack, in both the incidents now the minors are being targeted apart from the adults. In Soura, the police cop was killed when he was accompanied by the daughter, who is 7-8-year-old Safa Qadri. She is still at the hospital where she is being treated, although the condition is stable. Then yesterday, in less than 24 hours, another minor was targeted by the terrorists. How long the killings will continue like this? We are seeing that the Jammu Kashmir police and the other security forces are trying their best to neutralize the terrorists, whether it was the anti-terror operation carried by them in Baramulla, where yesterday 3 Pakistani terrorists were neutralized, or we talk about today's encounter in Jumgad village of Kupwara, where the terrorists who tried to infiltrate were neutralized. Although the interception was received, these inputs were received by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and they along with Indian Army swung into action and neutralized the 3 terrorists. Arms and ammunitions have been recovered. But what about the families, those who are suffering in these terror attacks, the kids who are turning orphans now, the women who are losing their husbands, so the mothers who is losing the daughter? There are so many questions that one needs to answer, because the kind of killings that are going on in Srinagar or in the adjoining areas or in Budgam, that also needs to be answered by the agencies that are working, because there is a complete outrage as far as yesterday. You see the visuals coming from the home where the women are wailing, the sister is wailing for her younger sister, the nephew is battling for the life. How long is this going to continue? We are seeing that after the cop killing in Soura, that many youngsters were picked up by the police. They have been questioned and their dots have been connected. Yesterday, while speaking to Republic, IGP Kashmir said that his team has identified the killers behind cop killing in Soura. Safila Qadri, the terrorists are from the LAT and they are from the Ganderbal. So there are the things that we see on ground. At the meantime, we are seeing that the Amarnath Yatra going to be a very big challenge for the security forces, because the way the killings are taking place, neutralizing a terrorist is a better and a successful thing for the security forces. But at the same time, we are seeing now the civilians being targeted. And yesterday also the police chief said that the entire society should come forward and condemn the kind of attacks that the terrorists carry. And the terrorist family need to understand that their boys are killing the younger ones. They are targeting minors.
Well, absolutely, Zina. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us all those details. India now praying for justice for Ambreen after she was killed by terrorists shot at yesterday. And moving on then, the Modi government today is celebrating its 8 years in power. The Modi government's years in power are self-reflective in every aspect of development in this country.
From the first time that the Prime Minister took over in 2014 to when the Modi government recreated the magic in 2019 to today, when the government celebrates its 8 years in power, the Modi government's 8 years have been self-reflective in every aspect of development of the country. Be it the implementation of Aadhaar, enabling the ground for growth of India as the third largest hub for unicorns in the world, or leading India to the #1 spot in digital India payments. The government has pushed India to realize its potential. In the last 8 years, India was witness to a government which put nation first, whether in the form of abrogation of Article 370 or tightening of the UAPA.
सदन अनुच्छेद 370(3) के अंतर्गत भारत के राष्ट्रपति द्वारा जारी की जाने वाली निम्नलिखित अधिसूचनाओं की सिफारिश करता है कि यह दिनांक जिस दिन भारत के राष्ट्रपति द्वारा इस घोषणा पर हस्ताक्षर किए जाएंगे और इसे सरकारी गैजेट में प्रकाशित किया जाएगा, उस दिन से अनुच्छेद 370 के सभी खंड लागू नहीं होंगे, सिवाय खंड 1 के नामक तदनुसार पढ़ा जाएगा। स्वर्णिम अक्षरों के साथ अंकित।
The government never shied away from taking bold steps like criminalizing triple talaq or demonetization for a full-scale corruption crackdown. Numerous measures for corporate India saw the BSE rallying 33,000% since May 2014. As the party marks 8 years by organizing public gatherings to educate people about the achievements of welfare schemes for the poor and weaker sections, Prime Minister Modi has already set an ambitious target for the party. And it is clear, Modi government's vision for reform and development is seeing no halting.
Now take a look at Indian Navy's guided missile anti-submarine successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, reaffirming the mantra of its crew, hit first, hit hard. Other side, ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab, massive raids on across 7 locations.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flame.
Question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक? एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Just for their vote bank, that they are giving statements which are pro to the Pakistani stooges, and they are the least one to condemn any act of terror by the Pakistan and its proxies in the Kashmir Valley.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi.
Key document that has surfaced amidst the row over Rahul's UK visit. The question being, did Rahul Gandhi need MEA approval to travel abroad? So that's a question that has emerged. We've accessed the document that shows exactly the kind of approval that was needed before Rahul embarked to his UK visit. The document that accessed says that if any invitation from any foreign source, namely government of any country, foreign organizations, etc., is received directly by a member, a copy of such invitation letter giving full details of such purposes of visits and the hospitality to be accessed should be sent to. This is the key document that's been accessed that claims that an approval was needed. The Ministry of External Affairs for political clearance, the Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs for accepting any foreign hospitality being offered during the visit abroad. So the key document that's been accessed claims that there are certain clearances that are needed to travel abroad by any members in connection of members of the parliament for their visit abroad. The document further goes on to mention, on receipt of political clearance from the Ministry of External Affairs and FCRA permission from the Ministry of Home Affairs, the member concerned shall keep the Honourable Speaker Lok Sabha informed of the purpose of this visit and the hospitality proposed to be received. So several questions now being raised whether Rahul Gandhi sought a proper clearance when he embarked on his UK visit. Remember, he made several controversial remarks as well, anti-India remarks that were made by UK in his speech. And the document accessed also mentions that it may kindly be ensured that none of their activities during those visits give an unintended impression that members are on an official visit on behalf of the Parliament. Before accepting the hospitality, the members should satisfy themselves about the credentials of the organization, institution extending the hospitality. Kind cooperation of members is solicited. So that's the document that's been accessed. We have BJP's Gaurav Bhatia also joining us on the phone line. Sir, if I can get your reaction on this key document that we've accessed, the question being, did Rahul Gandhi really seek that clearance that is needed when a member of the parliament embarks on an official visit?
This is a very important revelation, and it reveals that not just the action of Rahul Gandhi were against our country, even the intention wasn't right. And he travels abroad on a diplomatic passport. Why is it that he did not seek prior permission when other members who were accompanying him from other political parties had taken the clearance as per media reports? Then he goes there. He meets Jeremy Corbyn. He rants against our country and, spreads lies. I think this needs to be nailed, and people of the country condemn his irresponsible and hateful behavior in strongest possible terms.
Well, absolutely, sir. Thanks for giving us your response to this. So the question that is now being raised over whether Rahul sought proper clearance when he embarked on his UK visit. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew were shot at by terrorists.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties, and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice.
इतने मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की
कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have.
The headlines at this hour: ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids across 7 locations. Congress leader's son Karti Chidambaram grilled by CBI in mega Chinese visa scam. But Karti Chidambaram plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Kerala hate speech case. Probe gets bigger. PC George remanded to 14 days custody. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Amreen clamour rose after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew are shot at by terrorists. India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully fired. Union ministers to interact with scheme beneficiaries and gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit. Key document surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? And bringing you the top stories of the hour. Starting off with the update on the BJP cadre hacked to death case probe. 4 have been arrested. In the probe related to the Chennai BJP leader's murder, 4 arrests have been made. We go across to our correspondent Apurva for this latest development. Apurva, what can you tell us about the 4 who have been arrested? It's a major breakthrough.
Well, the Edapadi police of the Salem district have picked up 4 of them who have been named by the family. 4 people, including that of Sanjay, as well as 2 other people who are main accused, have been picked up, who are said to be main accused, have been picked up by the Edapadi police as well. In fact, the Chennai police, since the accident, have been conducting an inquiry and looking into all possible links and searches with respect to this case that is ongoing. which Balachandar, who was the BJP's SC/ST being cadre leader, in fact, he had been hacked to death in a horrible manner day before yesterday night at the Chintadripet market, following which not only have there been a great uproar by the family demanding justice, but also the family earlier yesterday had stated that they will not be taking back the body of Balachandar unless the culprits have been caught. In fact, the family also had gone on to state name 4 of them who the police have also picked up now from Salem district as well, and they are being brought back for investigation and inquiry. The 4 of them have been arrested by the Edapadi police with the help of Chennai police, and now they are being brought back for investigation and further inquiry.
Well, Apurva, earlier the police had said that there is an old enmity angle to the killing. What are they saying now? Have any further details emerged as to why he was hacked to death?
Well, what we are learning is that initially Balachandar had belonged to another political party, and during that time as well, what we are learning, sources say, is that he also had prior accusations against him, and that he was also one of he was also a person who was creating menace in the local area. And recently, ever since he joined BJP, Balachandar had been a member of the party as well. And now what we are learning is that these 4 people, they had come to one of the relatives' shop of Balachandar's, and they had demanded for the clothes. 2 of them who have been just released from jail, they had come there to the shop and had created ruckus, demanding extortion of money as well as demanding clothes as well, to which Balachandar and his relatives had refused. Following that, we are also learning that after the accused had given threats to Balachandar, they had gone and tried to file a complaint with the local police. And with this altercation that had taken place between Balachandar and these 4 people, that is why the family alleges that the hacking and the killing had taken place late day before yesterday night.
Many thanks, Apurva, for joining us there. Moving on to other breaking news. A 35-year-old woman was killed and her 10-year-old nephew was injured when they were fired upon by terrorists in the Chadura area of central Kashmir's Budgam district on Wednesday. The nephew was injured in the attack. His condition is now said to be stable. India now demands justice for Imran. Joining us is our correspondent Zeenat, who's covering this story. Zeenat, when we talk about targeted killings in the valley, Imran is only the latest victim in a series of such targeted killings as terrorists unleash a fresh spate of terror in the valley.
See, when we see the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, it is difficult for the police or the security forces to provide protection to everyone, because terrorist, where he is, what he is doing, it is difficult to track each and every moment because in the huge number of population. But we are seeing that in the way in terror operations are being carried, the blow is being given to the terror outfits, whether whosoever the terror outfit is carrying the attacks, whether the terrorist is neutralized in few days or in months, the terrorists are getting neutralized. We cannot deny the fact. But giving in security or securing the lives of each and every citizen, it is not possible in the Kashmir Valley, where the terrorism is for more than 3 decades. But the kind of pattern that is we are seeing now, the terrorists are trying to harm unarmed civilians who have nothing to do with the security forces. They are not source of any security agency. They are just doing their work. They are earning their livelihood, because such is the case of Rahul Pandit, who was here doing his job under Prime Minister's package, earning his livelihood. Similarly, if we talk about the incident in Chadora, what was the fault of Imran? She was just an artist, TV artist, a drama artist, earning her livelihood, supporting her family. As far as this, what we are now beaming are the visuals of the nephew of Farhan Zubair, who is a 9-year-old boy. What was his fault? Why has he been injured? Although we are seeing that condemnation pouring from all corners, the political parties, but why the terrorists are targeting the minors? What is their fault? See, the 9-year-old boy has received a firearm injury. His arm is fractured. He's being treated at the hospital. Similarly, Safa Qadri, who was just accompanying her father, she too got a firearm injury. She is still at the hospital. So such terrorists definitely need to be neutralized who are carrying these kind of gruesome attacks, and they are targeting the minors now. When the fault is nothing, that they have been accompanying either their family or they were just outside. So such type of killings needs condemnation in a huge manner. Particularly the security forces, when we talk, are working. We have been seeing in the last 24 hours 2 anti-terror operations being carried by Jammu and Kashmir police, whether it was in Baramulla where the Pakistani 3 terrorists were neutralized, or we talk about today morning encounter in Kupwara where again 3 terrorists were neutralized of the LET. We are yet to find out who the terrorists are, because police is yet to issue a statement as far as the identification is concerned. But yes, such kind of killings need to be condemned in a huge manner. There shouldn't be a support to the terror organization, because ultimately their activities are generally a dent to the society. Imran, a TV artist, lost his life in a terror attack at her residence when 3 terrorists asked her whereabouts, and she was called outside, and then the bullets were pumped into her chest. She was declared dead by the doctors, but she died on spot. So what was the fault? That they are earning their livelihood, they are supporting the family. We are seeing the terrorists targeting the unarmed civilians in the Kashmir Valley.
Terrorists continue to target unarmed civilians, now targeting minors as well. Zeenat, stay with us. Let's listen in to some reactions coming in on the killing of Amreen Bhatt.
जो एक कलाकार थी कश्मीर की, उसकी हत्या की गई है, वो उसके साथ उसके भतीजे की। इस प्रकार की घटनाएं लगातार कायरता का परिचय दे रही हैं। महिलाओं पर वार करना अपने आप में बड़ा शर्मनाक बात है, और ये फ्रस्ट्रेशन में कुछ लोग इस तरह की वारदातों को अंजाम देते हैं। आखिर वो चाहते क्या है? सुरक्षा बल अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, शांति काफ़ी देर से वापस लौट रही है, लेकिन जब इस प्रकार की घटनाएं होती हैं तो स्वाभाविक बात है कि एक डर खौफ का माहौल पैदा होता है। केंद्र सरकार इस पर सख्त कदम भी उठा रही है, और माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने कहा है कि इस मुहिम को तेज किया जाएगा। उम्मीद करनी चाहिए, लेकिन उसके जो लॉस है उसको बुलाया नहीं जा सकता। मैं उनके परिवार के प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ, और कोई डिज़ाइन मिलिटेंट्स से निपटने का चेंज करना होगा, नहीं तो ये इस प्रकार के जो इन्फॉर्मर्स हैं उनको ढूंढ कर बाहर निकालना पड़ेगा, जो आज भी इस प्रकार की वारदातों को अंजाम दे रहे हैं।
Kavinder Gupta there speaking on the Amreen Bhatt terrorist killing case, and terrorists had gunned her down. Going back again to our correspondent Zeenat. Zeenat, it's a very sad day for.
कमरे में उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो, यहाँ निकालो बाहर। हमरे ने आया बाहर, उधर उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूटिंग पर। मैं शूटिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस वो बड़गाम के साइड में, उसने बोला हम उधर आज नहीं आऊँगा, मैं 5-6 दिन रेस्ट करूँगा। बस इसने पिस्टल निकाला तो फिर मारा फायरिंग, मारा गोली यहाँ बच्चे को आए यहाँ। फिर उसने हमने उठाया, ये तो ले आया चाडोर से हरा फिर गया, ऐसे में वो गुजर गया। फिर लाया गया वापस घर।
तो कुछ बताया उन्होंने इसकी गलती क्या थी?
ना कुछ नहीं, ना कोई बात नहीं। क्या गलती है कि काम करता है या न करना, ना कोई नहीं। फकत यही बोला शूटिंग पर आना 2-3 दिन, तो उन्हें बोला नहीं आज नहीं आऊँगा।
तो इससे पहले कभी बोला गया इसको कि आप कुछ?
ना इसको 10-15 साल हो गया उधर, मगर कोई नहीं ना आया, कोई न गया कोई।
तो आपको लगता है कि ये गलत हुआ?
फिर क्या गलत हो गया, फिर क्या हो गया? ये मेरा बेटा भी यही है, ये मेरा बेटा नहीं, बेटा यही है मेरा कमाला वाला यही है।
It's a day of mourning, definitely. We're getting you those visuals from the home of Amreen Bhatt, the TV artist who was gunned down by terrorists, going back, becoming the latest victim in a series of such targeted attacks by terrorists in the Kashmir Valley. Amreen Bhatt was gunned down in Chadura area. Zinat to tell us more. Well, Zinat, it's a day of great mourning, not just for Amreen Bhatt's immediate family, but for all in the area, for all, so many fans she must have had, all the people who knew her, an independent, rising young woman in Chadura area. Only the latest victim, can we say, in a series of such deadly attacks targeted by the terrorists. Zinat, we are trying to get back in connection with her. Meanwhile, those are visuals from Amreen Bhatt's family home, where her last rites are to be performed. Family demanding justice, questioning what her mistake was. And moving on to other breaking news in Jharkhand, news coming in now. The CBI is conducting raids at residences of former Jharkhand minister and Congress leader Bandhu Tirke in connection with the 34th National Games scam. This comes after in April, Tirke was disqualified as a member of the Legislative Assembly after being convicted in a disproportionate assets case. So trouble mounts for Bandhu Tirke. Our correspondent Prakash joins us with the latest on this development. Prakash, when we talk about the CBI, Bandhu Tirke under the scanner once again after being disqualified in the earlier case of disproportionate assets.
Raids are being conducted at several premises of Bandhu Tirke, a former Congress MLA and minister in Jharkhand, pertaining to his involvement in the scam that relates to the 34th National Games that was held in Ranchi, and the huge infrastructure was created in Ranchi, on the outskirts of Ranchi, for the National Games. And then there we had reported several issues of corruption cases and the way financial embezzlement was done regarding the tenders of the construction of building as well as the purchase of various equipments for the National Games, whether be it the housing of the players, sportsmen for the National Games. So then also the case was registered by the CBI as well as the income tax authorities. Had also questioned several people, and including Bandhu Tirke. And recently, in April, Bandhu Tirke was also disqualified as a member of the Legislative Assembly on charges of money laundering and disproportionate asset case. So now that the CBI is conducting raid, fresh trouble mounting on Bandhu Tirke, and we'll wait and watch what kind of documents or any evidences that the CBI is able to gather pertaining to the 34th National Games. Back to you.
So if you're clear, Prakash, well, is this a fresh case against, could a fresh case emerge now when we talk about the disproportionate assets case or, the 34th National Games scam? Well, we'll be coming back to you, Prakash, but now there's more breaking news, this time coming in with regard to Om Prakash Chautala, former Haryana Chief Minister. He has reached Delhi's Patiala House Court. Today, the court will be hearing arguments on the sentence against Chautala in a disproportionate assets case. So, former Haryana Chief Minister Om Prakash Chautala at Patiala House Court in Delhi. In the disproportionate assets case, court likely to pronounce quantum of punishment. So, Om Prakash Chautala, former Chief Minister of Haryana, at Patiala Court today for the pronouncement of a sentence in the disproportionate assets case against him. The high-profile case had made headlines when it broke, and the court likely to pronounce quantum of punishment today. And when we're talking about the former Haryana Chief Minister, the case against him is one of disproportionate assets, and the court will deliver the quantum of punishment today. And let's listen in to more details about the case.
The Modi government took office on this day 8 years ago. Since then, the government has been on a roll of ushering in systematic reforms. And it started with the revolutionary Swachh Bharat Abhiyan.
Swachh Bharat ka irada kar liya humne desh se apni ye wada kar liya humne.
The Modi government criminalized triple talaq in July 2019. Then Union Minister Arun Jaitley had hailed the Supreme Court's 2017 verdict, making the practice unconstitutional.
Pronouncing the instant triple talaq to be unconstitutional and void is a great victory for all those who've always believed that personal laws in India must also be progressive and must be compliant with the constitutional guarantees.
With a focus on reforms to uplift women, the Modi government has now sought to raise the minimum age of marriage for women to 21. Apart from social reforms, the Modi government worked to digitize India. Launched in 2015, the program aimed to increase internet penetration across India. The Digital India initiative has now been coupled with the Gati Shakti Infrastructural Development Plan. The Gati Shakti Infrastructure Plan envisages integrating the development of infrastructural works in the country to a never achieved level by entwining the cooperation of all concerned departments. Another reform has been that of financial inclusivity, sought to be achieved by the 2014 Jan Dhan Yojana. As of December 2021, over 44.23 crore Jan Dhan Yojana accounts hold rupees 1,50,939.36 crores. The PM Awas Yojana, which the Modi government has launched to provide affordable housing, has so far seen the completion of over 6 million houses. In 2019, the Modi government launched the Har Ghar Nal Se Jal Yojana to provide portable tap water to every doorstep in the country by 2024, including 192 million rural households. PM Modi's leadership has been hailed as transformative. In 8 years, the Modi government delivered on a much-awaited overhaul.
The Modi government took to office today 8 years ago. At the center of Prime Minister Modi's development model was ushering in systemic reforms. It started with the very successful Swachh Bharat campaign, which found a lot of resonance among the public, became very successful in tier 2 cities also. Not just that, back in 2019, social reforms were also brought in, criminalizing of a triple talaq, and thereafter increasing the marriage age of women to 21. Keeping all of this in mind, Prime Minister Modi with every passing year has essentially focused in bringing in key reforms that would essentially benefit all classes of the society.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Coming up next, India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully fired. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key document surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad?
16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital.
नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉनहोमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। CISF की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Breaking news now coming in. The NIA wanted death penalty, but Yasin Malik has been sentenced to life. Story broken on Republic TV. When it's legal or anything courts related, it's first on Republic. Yasin Malik will spend the rest of his life in jail. Found guilty of 7 UAPA charges. The charges will run concurrently.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
An all-party meeting will be chaired by Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar next week to discuss the modalities for conducting a state-level census of castes. A missive to the effect has been sent to all political parties to send their representatives for the meeting scheduled for the 1st of June. Vinay Kumar Saxena to take oath as Lieutenant Governor of Delhi at ceremony at Raj Niwas, which is expected to be attended by hundreds of guests, including union ministers. Invitations for the ceremony have been sent to more than 500 dignitaries, including Delhi CM, Arvind Kejriwal and his cabinet colleagues, High Court judges, union ministers, MPs and MLAs. Union ministers from the BJP to visit more than 140 parliamentary constituencies across the country to interact with party workers and beneficiaries of various welfare schemes as part of party's plan outreach exercise to mark 8 years of the Narendra Modi-led central government. And coming up next, ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids across 7 locations. Karti Chidambaram plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals.
He heard the question this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक? एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Just for their vote bank, that they are giving statements which are pro to the Pakistani stooges, and they are the least one to condemn any act of terror by the Pakistan and its proxies in the Kashmir Valley.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है। Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
सोलह 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
Top headlines this morning: ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations. Congress leader's son Karti Chidambaram grilled by CBI in mega Chinese visa scam. But Karti Chidambaram plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Kerala hate speech case probe gets bigger as PC George remanded to 14-day judicial custody. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Amreen clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew shot at by terrorists. India's military might on display, guided missile anti-submarine successfully fired. Union ministers interact with scheme beneficiaries and gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key document services. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? Viewers, thanks for tuning in. Lots lined up for you in this edition of our broadcast, starting with news coming in from Telangana, where the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay has said that several temples were demolished and mosques were built over them by Muslim rulers in Telangana too in the past. So that's a remark that's been made by Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay, saying that several temples were demolished and mosques were built over them by Muslim rulers in Telangana too in the past. He goes on to say that if these mosques are dug up now, there is a high possibility of unearthing Shiv Lingams, further adding that the BJP would get the state rid of evil forces and establish Ram Rajya if it comes to power.
ఏమైందన్న 36,000 దేవాలయాలను ధ్వంసం చేసి 36,000 దేవాలయాలను ధ్వంసం చేసి మసీదులు కట్టినటువంటి దేశంలో భారతదేశం అంత దీన స్థితిలో హిందూ సమాజం ఉంది. ఎక్కడైనా ఏ మసీదు తవ్వినా కూడా శివలింగాలు వెళ్తున్నాయి, హిందూ దేవుళ్ళ ఆనవాళ్ళు వెళ్తున్నాయి. ఏడవైనా కాశీలో నిన్నగాక కాశీలో ఇలా మసీదులో శివలింగం వెళ్ళిన విషయాన్ని ఒక్కసారి గుర్తుంచుకోండి. ఏ హిందూ దేవాలయాన్ని కూలిస్తే ఇలా ముస్లిం మసీదు ఆనవాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ అసలు? నేను సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా, ఓవైసీకి సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా, కుహనా సెక్యులర్ వాళ్ళ నేను సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా. నా సవాలు మీకు దమ్ముంటే స్వీకరించండి. ఈ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో చలో మసీదులను తవ్వి చూస్తే
And we have Aneri also joining us live to give us all the details on this story. Aneri, that's an open dare by Bandi Sanjay to Owaisi saying that if the mosques are dug up, we will find remains of temple ruins. Give us more details. Well, there seems to be a network problem there. We will connect with Aneri again, but that's the remark that's been made by Telangana BJP chief, an open dare by Bandi Sanjay to Owaisi saying that if the mosques were to be dug up, we will find ruins, temple ruins, if the mosques are dug up. So that's an open challenge by the BJP state president Bandi Sanjay saying that several temples were demolished and mosques were built over them by Muslim rulers in Telangana too in the past. If these mosques are dug up now, there is a possibility of unearthing Shivlingams, further adding that BJP would get the state rid of the evil forces and establish Ram Rajya if it comes to power. We have Aneri back with us. Aneri, give us the latest, what you can tell us as far as this open challenge by Bandi Sanjay to Owaisi is concerned.
Well, that's right, Samiksha. We see that amid the ongoing issue of Gyanvapi, well, now we see that the Telangana BJP chief has made a comment stating that we will dig up all the mosques in the state of Telangana, and if they are skeletons, then that will be yours. But if there is a shivling found under that, then we'll have to, we will be taking over that temple. But now this has been the ongoing issue as we see that the Gyanvapi temple is mosque issue which has been going on. Well, now we see that this has also erupted in the state of Telangana, where Bandi Sanjay has thrown a challenge to the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, and stating that if any sibling is found and when we dig up the mosque, if the siblings are found, then we will take over that temple. But we also see that Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay has stated that there are near about 36,000 such temples and mosques, and if we dig up them, there would be something unearthing of sibling sort of. So we'll have to see how this goes forward as it has.
And Aneri, just stay with us. We are being joined by AIMIM's Saeed Asim Bakar. If I can get your reaction, sir, the open challenge by Bandi Sanjay to Owaisi is saying that if the mosques were to be dug up, we will find temple ruins there.
किसने कहा है जरा ये बताइए बीजेपी के?
It's Bandi Sanjay, sir, Telangana BJP chief, who has said this.
अच्छा, देखिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अगर बस चल जाए तो पूरे भारत में चारों तरफ सिर्फ लिंग ही लिंग निकाल दे, मतलब शिवलिंग ही निकाल दे, किसी अदर वे में ना लीजिएगा भाई। भारत में बहुत से काम है करने के लिए, बहुत ज्यादा काम, और इसके ऊपर जो उन्होंने बोला है ये बीजेपी नेता है, जरा एक बार प्रधानमंत्री से एक्शन लीजिए इसके बारे में, उनसे पूछिए कि वो कह रहे हैं कि वहां भी शिवलिंग है वहां भी लिंग है, उनसे पूछिए प्रधानमंत्री जी तो बताएंगे। और ऐसे लोगों के ऊपर अगर आप लोग बहस करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है अगर उनका पास चल जाए तो वो आपके यहाँ ऑफिस में भी निकाल दें। अगर आपसे थोड़ा नाराज हो जाए तो आपके ऑफिस में भी निकाल देंगे। तो ज्यादा ध्यान मत दीजिए, काम कीजिए, लोगों को भी काम करने दीजिए, देश को भी काम करने दीजिए, क्योंकि उनका सहयोग मत कीजिए। आप लोग भी उनका सहयोग कर रहे हैं कि सब निकाल दो?
No, sir, we are not trying to support anyone here. We are just, we wanted your reaction, your response to the statement there being made. We are not rendering any support here, just your response.
नहीं, दे दिया रिएक्शन, दे दिया मैडम। इससे ज्यादा बेहतर क्या रिएक्शन लीजिएगा आप?
Okay. All right, so that was AIMIM's Syed Asim Wakar giving his response to the statement, the open dare that's been given by the Telangana BJP chief Pandi Sanjay to OVC, saying that if mosques were to be dug up, we would find temple ruins there. Getting in more breaking news right now. Samajwadi Party has cleared the air amid the speculation with respect to Jayant Chaudhary, saying that Jayant Chaudhary will be the joint secretary, a candidate of Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party and Rashtriya Lok Dal. So that's a confirmation that is coming in by the Samajwadi Party, clearing the air over the speculation, saying that Jayant Chaudhary will be a joint candidate and that he will be a joint candidate of the Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal. So that's a Republic political scoop that we are getting right now, that Samajwadi Party has cleared the air amid the speculation over Jayant Chaudhary, saying that Jayant Chaudhary will be a joint candidate and Jayant Chaudhary would be a joint candidate of the Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal. We'll try and go across to our reporters as well to get us more information, but that's a big Republic scoop. Samajwadi Party there clearing the speculations, clearing the air on with respect to Jayant Chaudhary and with respect to the RLD president, saying that Jayant Chaudhary will be a joint candidate from the Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal. And that's a tweet as well that's on your screens right now, a confirmation by the Samajwadi Party saying that Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji will be the joint candidate of Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party and the Lok Dal. Moving on then to more story, a 35-year-old woman, remember Imran, was shot dead and her 10-year-old nephew sustained injuries after they were fired upon by terrorists in the Chandura area of central Kashmir's Budgam district on Wednesday, injuring her nephew in this attack. India is now demanding justice for Imran. We have Zeenat as well, who continues to be with us, will get us live updates from Srinagar. But as you can see on your screens, the wailing family of Imran demanding justice. Just a short while back, Imran's father also spoke to the media, saying that questioning there that what wrong did Imran do that this incident happened and she was shot at. Family also there narrating the ordeal, shocking details that are now emerging with respect to this particular case. Remember, Imran was shot at by terrorists and she succumbed to the injuries, while her nephew also sustained injuries in this particular terror attack. So Imran there was a victim of the targeted killing. In fact, we have some reactions as well. Let's listen in.
लेकर गया था तो दो बंदे आए थे। मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थे। तो अंदर से वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो दो बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि दो बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गांव में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकले उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर दो के मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज ख़त्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके।
तो ये क्यों निकले उनके साथ जब उन्होंने बोला अनजान लड़के थे?
नहीं, ये तो दूरदर्शन में काम करते हैं, आते हैं जाते हैं दूरदर्शन के साथ। हमने कहा शूटिंग है, इतना ही कहा उन्होंने, उन लड़कों ने। फिर से उन्होंने गोली मारी।
तो आपको लगता है ये गलत हुआ है? धोखा
है ना, गलत है। क्या बिगाड़ा था इस मौसम में? क्या बिगाड़ा? किसी के साथ इससे पहले कोई जाति नहीं थी, किसी के साथ दुश्मनी नहीं, क्या बिगाड़ा था? आप अपने दूरदर्शन वालों से पूछो, आप भी जानते होंगे उन्होंने इसको कौन सा बना किया।
And Zeenat is joining us live from Srinagar, getting us all those visuals and the scenes that are emerging now from Amreen's family. Zeenat, if I can come to you, get us the details as to what is happening right now. We understand, we can see the visuals of the wailing family demanding justice. Just a short while back, Amreen's father was also speaking to the media, questioning what wrong did Amreen do that she deserved such a thing to be shot at by terrorists.
See, these are the questions that everybody asks, not only the father. What was her fault? That she was only earning the livelihood being a TV artist. She was performing in dramas and other plays, but now the terrorists barged into her residence and they killed her. It was a cold-blooded murder. In fact, the minor has also been targeted in this killing. Rather, 2 minors in the 2 attacks in Srinagar and Budgam have been targeted in the last 48 hours, and still the killers are roaming freely. Although we are picking from the police department that many people, many OGWs have been arrested by the police as far as the connection of Soura Cop killing is concerned. And also since yesterday evening after Amreen's killing, multiple raids were conducted by the police at many locations. And if we talk about the anti-terror operations in the valley, we are seeing in 2 days time some 6 terrorists have been neutralized in North Kashmir alone. Police is doing its big, intelligence agencies are working, but the killers are also moving freely. That is not a hidden fact, because the kind of killings that are taking place in the Kashmir Valley for some time now, the target killings, most of the killings had taken by the pistol-borne terrorists. They have carried these kind of attacks. So if we see the recoveries being done, made by the police in multiple raids recently in one of the Scorpios in the Chandpur area of Srinagar, 15 pistols were all recovered from one vehicle along with magazines and the rounds. So where from the ammunition is coming? Because if we see today at the line of control in Jumgud village of Kupwara, again the Pakistan pushing terrorists as far as the infiltration bid in a way was foiled, and 3 terrorists were neutralized. The arms and ammunitions have been recovered from there as well. So we see that the desperation to send more terrorists, desperation to send arms and ammunition, because nowadays the arms and ammunitions they try to drop using the drone service. So all these angles have to be taken into consideration for the reason of such kind of killing, because when a person or a terrorist carrying a pistol in his pocket, it is difficult to frisk him at every location. We see the multiple Naka points, frisking point deployments have been increased, but a person carrying a pistol in a crowd is also difficult for the police and the security forces to identify.
Well, absolutely. Zeenat, stay with us. Let's once again take a look at these emotional scenes that are coming to light from Amreen's house. The family there crying and mourning. Absolutely gut-wrenching visuals there, you know, that would send chills down the spine for anyone who would see these visuals. Because the question being asked is, there was nothing wrong that Amreen did, still she was a target of the terrorists. Zeenat, if you can hear us, tell us more about what you know about the probe so far. We can see those visuals of the family mourning and wailing over the death of Amreen, because she was at the end of the day a victim of targeted killing.
Wailing her, she was buried in late hours after she was declared dead.
After she was declared dead, although she died on the spot, but for formalities and other things, she was taken to the hospital where doctors declared her dead. We have seen a police press release where they're mentioning that the 3 terrorists have managed to sneak into her residence, and there she was. The bullets were pumped in her body. Cordon search operations were launched. Senior officers reached to the spot. Investigation as far as the case is concerned, investigation regarding the case is concerned, investigations are on. But now the father and the brother-in-law of Amreen is coming very openly against the terrorists, saying what was her fault. What she did was only she was earning their livelihood, she was supporting her family, and she was not having any links with the agencies, the security forces. She was not a source. She has nothing to do with all these things. But why was she targeted? Just because she was an artist, she was performing her art, and she was targeted. And along with her, her minor nephew also was targeted, who received a firearm injury. He is still being treated at the hospital. So what is the fault of the kids who are being attacked and becomes a collateral damage rather in
Zeenat, I'll have to interrupt you there. We are getting some more breaking news right now. Navjot Singh Sidhu is on a clerical job in Patiala jail. The jail authorities have assigned Sidhu clerical work inside the jail. Sidhu's movement will be restricted to his barrack only due to security reasons. So the latest what we're told is that Sidhu has been given a clerical job while he is lodged in Patiala jail. Sidhu would be reading the judgments or doing other clerical work of the Patiala jail, though no official record of jail will not be shared with Sidhu during his clerical job. So that's the latest coming in. Remember, Sidhu has been sentenced for a 1-year jail term with respect to the road rage case, and the latest what you're told is that Navjot Singh Sidhu has been given a clerical job in the Patiala jail. We have Amandeep also reporting live on the story. Amandeep, what more can you tell us? A clerical job for Navjot Singh Sidhu?
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. And in fact, after a special diet plan, this is the new decision that has been taken by the jail authorities for Navjot Singh Sidhu. He has been appointed the clerical work inside the jail, and even his movement is very much restricted to his barrack, that is number 10. Just because the jail authorities have taken the security point of view of Navjot Singh Sidhu, and he has been allotted the clerical work. As Navjot Singh Sidhu's rival politician Bikram Singh Majithia is also lodged in the same jail, and Bikram Singh Majithia is in barrack number 11, in a very few meter distance from barrack number 10. So that is the reason. And beyond this, jail authorities has also analyzed that Navjot Singh Sidhu always remain outspoken against the several criminals and drug lords, and in fact those drug lords are also lodged in a similar jail. So anytime Navjot Singh Sidhu's security can be compromised. So that is the reason Navjot Singh Sidhu has allotted the clerical work, and his movement is restricted to his barrack only. And meanwhile, jail authorities has also decided that no official record will be shared by Navjot Singh Sidhu. It is all he has to translate the orders, or he will be having a limited access to the files that is beneficial for the jail department. Just because all the prisoners inside the jail, they are allotted some kind of work according to their capability, and this is the rule of the jail manual of Punjab prisons as well. That is the reason. So now Navjot Singh Sidhu is on clerical job inside the Patiala jail.
Right.
Yes, Samiksha.
All right, Amandeep, thanks for getting us all those details. So from a CM aspirant to now a clerical job in Patiala jail for Navjot Singh Sidhu. Now the Indian missile anti-submarine was successfully engaged a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, reaffirming the mantra of its crew: hit first, hit hard. The visuals on your screens of India's defense might, which is on display after the Indian Navy's guided missile anti-submarine was successfully fired and was successful in engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on Karti Chidambaram, who is now in the CBI office to be quizzed in visa scam. And Kerala hate speech case probe gets bigger. PC George remanded to 14 days of judicial custody.
इतने मोटे-मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक-एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yassin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
The question this time very clearly, no one.
Now, a statement has been released by head of Ajmer Dargah with respect to Yassin Malik, saying that Yassin Malik snatched books from Kashmiris and forced guns in their hands to become terrorists. This is a great beginning and Pakistan stands exposed. So that's a statement by the Ajmer Dargah after Yassin Malik has been sent to life imprisonment. And the latest, of course, being the Ajmer Dargah hailing the decision and saying that, lambasting the Pakistan sympathizers also, and saying this is a great beginning and that Pakistan has been exposed. So the statement released by the Ajmer Dargah says that Yassin Malik is being punished for his crimes after going through complete judicial process. The judicial system of India once again proved its wisdom, independence and transparent images, which is hailed by the entire world. A very short break. On the other side, ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations.
Breaking news now coming in. The NIA wanted death penalty, but Yassin Malik has been sentenced to life. Story broken on Republic TV. When it's legal or anything courts related, it's first on Republic. Yassin Malik will spend the rest of his life in jail. Found guilty of 7 UAPA charges. The charges will run concurrently.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops.
Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain.
Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
face. He's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues. The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav. The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir. We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Mandir Masjid Rao gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to Owaisi. Ajmer Dargah lambas Pakistan sympathizers, says Yasin Malik verdict has exposed Pakistan. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids across 7 locations. Karti Chidambaram appears before CBI. Plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Amreen clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew are shot at by terrorists. India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully fired. Union ministers to interact with scheme beneficiaries, gather feedback as Modi government marks 8 years today. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit. Key documents services. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? And getting you an exclusive. More details on the ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Income Tax had carried out a search operation on the 3rd of March, on March 8th this year, on a cable operator in Mumbai, a transport department employee, and the businesses related to him. Searches were carried out at 26 locations covering Mumbai, Pune, Sangli, and Ratnagiri. During the search, it was found that a parcel of land at Dapoli was allegedly purchased by Anil Parab in 2017 for 1 crore rupees. The property was registered in 2019. This land was subsequently sold to one of the persons covered in the search action in 2020 for a consideration of 1 crore 10 lakh rupees. During this period, a resort was built on the same land between 2017 to 2020. By the time the parcel of land was registered in the name of Anil Parab, a large part of the construction of the resort was complete. Later, the resort was almost complete when the property was sold by the politician to the cable operator in 2020. The construction of the resort was not informed to the registration authorities. Evidence found during the search reveals the construction of the resort began in 2017 and more than 6 crore rupees was spent in cash on its construction. Cost of construction of the same has not been accounted for either by the cable operator or Parab in their books of account. So inside details, Shavan, emerging and accessed by Republic TV. It's over to you to explain the implications.
Well, in fact, senior leader of the Shiva Sena, Anil Parab, has now come under the scatter of the Enforcement Directorate. This is after a preliminary inquiry that was actually done by the Enforcement Directorate, an ECIR. That's an FIR equivalent that has been registered against Anil Parab. In fact, we are given to understand that he's already been named in that particular case as an accused. Now, what's the case all about? We've got inside details of that one particular resort in Dapoli, in which where the searches are basically being carried out. Now, this parcel of land was actually bought by Anil Parab. In fact, it was in 2017. The registration was done back in 2019. So the registration department was not actually informed for several years put together. Even though when the registration department was actually not informed about this very land, construction was actually taking place, and this construction was regarding a resort. This land, which was actually bought for about 1 crore rupees, was later on sold to a cable operator based out of Mumbai. This cable operator also happens to be a state government employee, someone who's known to Anil Parab, and this property was actually then sold off to the cable operator for about 1.10 crores. That's the amount that we're being told. Now, what is happening is that during this entire period, the registration department was never actually informed. Now, that's the allegation, or that's what the Enforcement Directorate suspects. They had never informed the registration department. In fact, Income Tax Department had also carried out the searches, and these searches were carried out at this very resort, the Dapoli resort, where we are given to understand even the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches. So it's important to point out here is that this is a separate case altogether. The ECIR has been registered, Anil Parab has already been named, and whether at all these searches are going to intensify, or it's going to perhaps the number of locations may just increase. As of now, we are being told 7. Earlier, when the Income Tax Department had carried out searches, these searches were carried out in Mumbai, it was carried out in Pune, as well as Sangli and Ratnagiri. These are the places where these searches were carried out with regards to this very resort, which came under the scan of the Income Tax Department. Now, based on that also, we are being told that the resort is the center of this entire investigation that is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. It rather would not be right to say that it's just purely based on the investigation that's been carried out by the Income Tax Department. The Enforcement Directorate, they've essentially indicated that at the center of this entire investigation happens to be this very resort in Dapoli, which is connected to Anil Parab, which currently it appears is no longer in the name of Anil Parab. But there was a period of time when this parcel of land in Dapoli was in the name of Anil Parab.
Well, when we look at these raids now, clearly trouble mounting for Anil Parab. He is already under the scanner for various other cases as far as paying bribes are concerned, paying bribes to government officials and so on. But when we talk about this particular case, where do you see it headed from now on? Because when it comes to, he's definitely under the scanner for its money laundering, its misuse of funds and so on. So could you explain that angle for us?
Well, it certainly means more trouble for Anil Parab, who's already been summoned in the past by the Enforcement Directorate. But that was pertaining to the case that was being handled by the Enforcement Directorate connected to the former Home Minister of Maharashtra, Anil Deshmukh. And the state government employee that we are talking about, the cable operator in Mumbai, who actually now owns the resort. He's already been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in the past. What is a little surprising at this stage is that a new FIR has altogether been registered, which essentially indicates that there is far more evidence than what we know at this stage, what is out in the public domain. This is what we are being told is by way of our sources within the Income Tax Department as well as the Enforcement Directorate, to try and understand where this investigation actually is headed, or perhaps where did it all start. Because what we were initially told is that this evidence that they had gathered was while they had already questioned the state government employee, the cable operator, who's key to this entire investigation. Secondly, as far as this resort is concerned, important to point out here is that this resort in Dapoli was owned by Anil Parab at some point in time. And secondly, when the parcel of land was actually bought, it should have been registered, which did not happen back in 2017 and then in 2019 when the registration actually takes place. After the registration has taken place, it turns out that the income tax department, when they were carrying out their searches, they found out that while the registration did not take place, the construction had already begun. In fact, the amount of money that was actually spent in building that resort was over about 6 crore rupees. And all of this while the land was never registered. Now that's purely the allegation that has been leveled by the agencies at this point in time. Remains to be seen how exactly Anil Parab would be responding, because let's not forget, we're talking about a senior minister in the Maha Vikas Aghadi who's come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. You've already seen the kind of responses that have come in from Sanjay Raut, who've time and again basically indicated that this is nothing but a political witch hunt that is being carried out. The fact of the matter is that this has now become a political war also. You've seen several of the senior leaders of the Maha Vikas Aghadi who've come under the scan of the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation, starting from Anil Deshmukh himself and then of course Nawab Malik. And against Nawab Malik also we have seen some very serious charges that have been leveled, and those charges were the links with the D gang. That's as far as Nawab Malik is concerned. Now with Anil Parab, who's also concerned, who's rather seen as the go-to person as far as the Shiva Sena is concerned, the crisis manager of Shiva Sena, he's now basically come under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate. So there's bound to be some sort of political repercussions back in Maharashtra also.
Well, political repercussions even as the trouble mounts for Anil Parab, who the crisis manager of the Maha Vikas Aghadi in Maharashtra. Our senior editor Shavan there reporting from the CBI headquarters as the central agency conducts raids across 7 locations in relation to Anil Parab. Moving on now to more breaking news. Chandigarh police have handed over the case to NIA as Khalistani terror angle is established. NIA has registered FIR under sections of UAPA and Explosives Act and further investigating the case. Pro-Khalistani activist Jaswinder Singh Multani's name has cropped up during investigations, and Multani is a close associate of SFJ member Pannu. Since cross-border terror link has been established in the case, NIA has taken over the case and registered an FIR. A tiffin bomb was recovered near the jail wall of Burial Jail in Chandigarh on April 23rd and later defused by the NSG. So the case pertains to the discovery of the tiffin bomb near the premises of Burial Jail in Chandigarh on the 23rd of April. The case now transferred to the NIA. Amandeep, our correspondent, joining us. Amandeep, a Khalistani angle emerging in the tiffin bomb case as far as Burial Jail in Chandigarh is concerned. More details. Over to you.
Well, absolutely. The point is, on 23rd of April, a tiffin bomb was recovered from the jail wall of Budel Jail in Chandigarh. And in fact, during the course of investigation launched by the Chandigarh police, it has came to fore that Jaswinder Singh Multani, a pro-Khalistani activist and a close associate of Gurpatpant Singh Pannu, who is the active member of Sikh for Justice, he is directly involved into this bomb plotting in Chandigarh jail. And even the police has also recovered the poly bags with the print fits of Khalistan Action Force, from where it has been clear-cut indication that role of Khalistani activists is very much into this. And even the police has also recovered a mobile phone, which was even another piece of evidence related to the Khalistan terror outfit regarding this entire case. That is the reason. Now the NIA has registered an FIR for the further investigation, just because this is the cross-border link and Chandigarh police has no jurisdiction to investigate this entire matter beyond the borders. So that is the reason. The case has been handed over to NIA, and even the NIA has registered an FIR under several sections of UAPA and Explosive Act, and the further investigation is on. Just because the NIA has all record and the history of all these pro-Khalistani elements who are actively working in Punjab and different parts of the country, and that is the reason. And even a deputy SP has been appointed as an investigation officer into this entire case, and he will be further taking this investigation to the conclusion. Just because Jaswinder Singh Multani is sitting abroad and even he is operating from there, and he has his sleeper cells who has been which actually activated by these pro-Khalistani activists through or either in the Pakistan or in Canada, US or UK. They all are sitting in the different countries and they are trying to create the law and order situation in Punjab and different parts of the country. And even now NIA is going to launch the investigation just because FIR has been registered. Further investigation is on. A deputy SP has been appointed as an investigation officer. Cross-border link has been emerged. Clear-cut indication that Khalistan role is in behind this tiffin bomb. One detonator, tiffin bomb, IED explosive has been recovered from the spot on 23rd of April. And in fact, NSG was brought in to defuse the entire situation and to de-escalate the panic nearby the Chandigarh jail wall. But yes, now NIA has taken over the entire case and registered the FIR into this matter. Yes.
Well, Amandeep, many thanks there for joining us. And moving on now to more top stories from across India and the world. ED raids Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab premises in fresh money laundering case. ED is currently raiding 7 locations across the state of Maharashtra. Raids underway in Pune and Ratnagiri districts. And more breaking news coming in now. ED has filed a fresh charge sheet against Karnataka Congress leader DK Shivkumar in a money laundering case. The charge sheet has been filed before special CBI judge Vikas Dhul. ED has named Shivkumar and certain others accused in this charge sheet. Shivkumar was arrested in 2019 in the case. He was later given bail by the Delhi High Court. This is the first charge sheet in the case and is being filed after 2.5 years. It's over to Shavan for the latest developments in this case and more details. Shavan, if you can hear me. The ED filing fresh charge sheet against DK Shivkumar. What does it mean?
Well, in fact, the Enforcement Directorate has now filed the charge sheet against Congress leader DK Shivkumar. Remember, DK Shivkumar was in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate for several months put together. The case that was registered against DK Shivkumar was regarding a money laundering matter in which the Income Tax Department had also done a thorough investigation. Parts of it which was basically shared with the Enforcement Directorate, and the fact that there were allegations that were essentially leveled about companies that have been linked to DK Shivkumar, which were essentially used as front companies for laundering money. That was the basic charge that has been leveled against the Congress leader. What we are being told right now is that the Enforcement Directorate has just filed the charge sheet a short while back in a court here in the national capital.
Well, Shavan, it really doesn't look good, not just for DK Shivkumar, but also for the Congress party as a whole. DK Shivkumar reputed to be very close to the top brass there of the party.
Well, and as far as DK Shivkumar is concerned, not to forget that a tall leader from Karnataka, someone who's largely seen as the face of the Congress party in Karnataka, a state which is going into polls. But having said that, he has brazened this out in the past too. following the arrest that actually took place. If you remember, DK Shiv Kumar had categorically pointed out that these are baseless charges that were leveled against him, and not just that, he had also contended on the fact that this is not going to stand the scrutiny of the court. This was basically based out of the fact that the income tax department's case against DK Shiv Kumar, and the very fact that there were certain companies that have been linked to DK Shiv Kumar, which they essentially said were not actually his own company. But DK Shiv Kumar, on the other hand, made it very clear that the basic premise of the investigation was completely flawed. And secondly, he had also contended that essentially the money that they are talking about was accounted for. It was in the book of accounts, and there is no reason why the allegation of money laundering should have been leveled against him. Remains to be seen what exactly the enforcement directorate has put out in the first charge sheet that has been filed against DK Shiv Kumar. Remember, this has just been filed, so we'll have to perhaps wait for a while before we get some more details, the inside details of the charge sheet that has been filed against DK Shiv Kumar.
Right. And trying to do exactly that, we go across to Ananya first, who's here in New Delhi. Ananya, well, the ED filing a fresh charge sheet against DK Shiv Kumar. Very interesting to know what exactly the charge sheet is. Charge sheet details are. Any information on that?
Well, yes, Rukma, this is the Rausavini court where the charge sheet has been filed. The fresh charge sheet against DK Shiv Kumar and certain other accused person has been filed before special CBI judge Vikas Dhul. I remember that the charge sheet was though filed yesterday, but there was some documentation errors that had to be completed, and the same would be completed now, and we'll have to wait and watch whether the court takes the cognizance of the charge sheet today itself, or would it be taking it tomorrow. But what is very, very crucial to notice, this charge sheet comes 2.5 years after this case was registered, and in fact after DK Shiv Kumar was arrested into this whole case, he was given out bail by the Delhi High Court. And what is important to note is that not only Mr. DK Shiv Kumar but his family members were also being questioned by the enforcement director, whether it's his wife, whether it's his mother. Both were summoned, and in fact they had challenged these summons before the Delhi High Court as well. It is a case which involves Mr. DK Shiv Kumar, his family members too. It was a case that was registered by the enforcement directorate on the basis of a predicate offence of the income tax department. Income tax evasions was the case that was the premise of the whole ED FIR into this, the ED ECIR into this whole case. And later on today, after almost 2.5 years, remember he was arrested in September 2019, and now in fact May 2022, this charge sheet has come in, though not much has been divulged from the end of the enforcement directorate about this charge sheet, but the charge sheet certainly names Mr. DK Shiv Kumar as certain other accused person into this whole case. But remember, that is not only Mr. Shiv Kumar but his family members too who were quizzed by the enforcement directorate into this whole case. There were also allegations that he had transferred some money to his mother and to his in fact wife's bank's account to divulge the money trail, and also there were certain allegations that he had also divulged money to certain other people. The ED had arrested him in order to justify the money trail, to find out who were the real beneficiaries into this case. And now the ED's charge sheet has come in, but we'll have to wait and watch when the court takes cognizance of the same and what the ED says when it comes to argue for cognizance. Studios.
And going across now to Sagai Raj, who is in Karnataka. Well, Sagai, when we talk about DK Shiv Kumar, as Shavan said, a very tall leader of the Congress, he has faced these kind of charges before, and he's always managed to brazen it out. But now you're telling, Ananya was telling us how it's a case against his charges have been filed against his family members as well. How do you see this going down now, this time around?
So definitely it will be a major setback for DK Shiv Kumar ahead of 2023 election, where he wants to portray himself as the next chief minister candidate from Congress in the state of Karnataka. Remember, as Ananya was pointing out, that the charge sheet was filed against his entire family. And remember, they were also summoned by the local IT department, where they have asked his mother as well as his daughter to give some kind of explanation on on these kind of money laundering cases. And remember, there are properties in the name of his daughter as well. So even she was being summoned. And definitely DK Shivakumar will be looking forward to come out clean in all these cases and ensure that when he wants to put his name in as a front runner for the next Chief Minister candidate, everything has been clear. Remember, this might also be one of the things which might be raised from the opposition camp when it comes to Chief Minister candidate phase. Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, is also in the race of Chief Minister candidate, and definitely even his camp will try to escalate this issue. Back to studio.
Well, many thanks, Agairaj, Shavan, as well as Ananya. And Ananya and Sagiraj, keep your eyes on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. And we're covering here DK Shivakumar in the dock again. ED files a fresh charge sheet, and this time the charges are not just against the Congress leader but against his family members as well. Time now for a short break. Coming up after that, mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key document surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? Also, justice for Amreen clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew are shot at by terrorists.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
पाकिस्तान में एक आदमी को लिंच किया गया, वहाँ उन्होंने 6 आदमियों को फांसी दी और 1 दर्जन लोगों को उम्र कैद की सजा दी। यहाँ कितने इखलाक लिंच हो गए अभी तक? एक को क्या, बल्कि उनको तो हार पहनाए जाते हैं। यही फर्क है उस जुडिशरी और इस जुडिशरी।
Just for their vote bank, that they are giving statements which are pro to the Pakistani stooges, and they are the least one to condemn any act of terror by the Pakistan and its proxies in the Kashmir Valley.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
And in live and breaking, more news from across India. ED raids Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab's premises in fresh money laundering case. ED is currently raiding 7 locations across the state of Maharashtra. Raids underway in Pune and Ratnagiri districts. Karti Chidambaram at CBI headquarters in New Delhi for questioning by the CBI in Chinese visa scam case. Before entering the CBI headquarters, Karti Chidambaram claimed he did not facilitate any Chinese visa. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Varanasi Court to hear Muslim side's plea seeking to reject civil suit of Hindu petitioners. And coming up in a short while, Mandir Masjid Rao gets bigger. BJP issues open dare to Owaisi. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids across 7 locations.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow cross down the flames.
Cases which has been registered against PC George. There's one, the alleged hate speech at the Hindu Sammelan in Thiruvananthapuram, the second one at Vennala in Kochi. Now, he has been taken into arrest for the hate speech which he had given in Thiruvananthapuram. 12 o'clock today in the Kerala High Court in Kochi, there's a hearing for his plea that has been put by PC George, challenging this arrest that has been made.
Top headlines at 11:30. Mandir Masjid row gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to OAC. Trouble mounts for DK Shivakumar. ED files fresh case against Congress leader in money laundering case. Ajmer Dargah lambasts Pakistan sympathizer, says Yasin Malik verdict has exposed Pakistan. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations. Karti Chidambaram appears before CBI. Plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew shot at by terrorists. India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine successfully fired. Justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew shot by terrorists. Starting with the breaking news coming in, close aid of Azam Khan has been booked under Gangster Act. Gangster case, what we are told, has been registered against 6, including SP leader Yusuf Malik. Now, the case was registered on the complaint of the additional municipal commissioner, and it is alleged that the accused intimidated people by forming a gang. A case was thereby registered in Muradabad's civil line and Kadghar police station. So the visuals on your screens as well, a close aid of Azam Khan, who's been booked under Gangster Act. A gangster case has been registered against 6, including SP leader Yusuf Malik. We'll go across to Vivek also, who's reporting live from Lucknow. But those are the visuals on your screens of Azam Khan's close aid, who has now been booked under the Gangster Act. Case has also been registered against 6, including SP leader Yusuf Malik. Now remember, the case was registered on the complaint of additional municipal commissioner, and it's alleged that the accused intimidated people by forming a gang. So the SP leader, who's now been booked under Gangster Act. We'll go across to Vivek as well, who's reporting live from Lucknow. But those are the first visuals that are coming in right now of close aid of Azam Khan, who's now been arrested, and has been booked under the Gangster Act. And this comes after the case was registered on complaint of additional municipal commissioner, and it is alleged that the accused intimidated people by forming a gang. A case was registered in Muradabad's civil line and Kadghar police station. So the visuals on your screens as well of the SP leader who's now been booked under the Gangster Act. The first visuals coming in of Azam Khan, the SP leader's aide, who's been arrested. We have Anuj also joining us. Anuj, what more details can you share with us? SP leader has now been booked under Gangster Act. Well, we will connect with Anuj again, but as you can see, those are the visuals of Azam Khan's close aide and SP leader who's been booked. Now, a 35-year-old TV artist was killed and her nephew, 10-year-old, injured after they were fired upon by terrorists in the Chadura area of central Kashmir's Badgam district on Wednesday, injuring her nephew as well in this attack, who is battling for her life now. India demands justice for Imran is the chorus that is now growing. So remember, this is Imran was also a victim of targeted killing which happened where the terrorists shot her dead in Badgam district, and now as you can see those visuals of the family of Imran who is mourning the death of Imran and questioning as to what wrong did Imran do that she was a target of the terrorists.
सर रोल सर आपका नाम
जुबैर अहमद।
जुबैर साहब बताइए क्या हुआ कल?
मैं एक्चुअली नमाज़ पढ़ने के लिए गया था तो दो बंदे आए थे। मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध देने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थी। तो अंदर से वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो दो बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि दो बंदे आए, उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गाम में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकले उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर दो तीन मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज़ ख़त्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
तो ये क्यों निकले उनके साथ जब उन्होंने बोला अनजान लड़के थे?
नहीं, ये तो दूरदर्शन में काम करते थे, आते हैं जाते हैं दूरदर्शन के साथ। उन्होंने कहा शूटिंग है, इतना ही कहा उन्होंने, उन लड़कों ने। फिर से उन्होंने गोली मारी।
तो आपको लगता है ये गलत हुआ है, धोखा हुआ
है ना? गलत है। क्या बिगाड़ा था इस मौसम में? क्या बिगाड़ा? किसी के साथ इससे पहले कोई ज़ाती नहीं थी, किसी के साथ दुश्मनी नहीं थी, क्या बिगाड़ा था? आप अपने दूरदर्शन वालों से पूछो, आप भी जानते होंगे उन्होंने इसको कौन से बना किया।
आपका नाम बताइए, क्या हुआ कल रात?
कल रात 8:15 बजे दो बंदे आए, अमरीना मेरा छोटा भाई बोला अमरीना कहाँ है? बोला वो अंदर है कमरे में। उसने बोला उसको आवाज़ मारो, यहाँ निकालो बाहर। अमरीना आया बाहर उधर, उसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे सारा शूटिंग मैं शूटिंग वो बड़गाम के साइड में। उसने बोला हम पूरे आज बजे आऊँगा और 5 शूटिंग जैसे करूँगा। बस उसने पिस्टल निकाला, मारा गोली वैसे तो आया नहीं। उसने उठाया, हमने उठाया, ये तो मेरा चौड़े रखा
तो कुछ बताया उन्होंने इसकी गलती क्या थी?
ना कुछ नहीं, ना कोई बात नहीं, क्या गलती है।
Pakistani terrorists have once again targeted a TV actress in Kashmir Valley. We have seen yesterday evening they barged inside her home, they killed her, and even a minor nephew of her is also critically injured. How do you see this?
The coward Pakistani terrorists murdered an innocent Kashmiri woman, a Kashmiri TV artist, Imran Bhatt ji, was brutally murdered by the coward Pakistanis in this terror attack. Her nephew is critically injured. He is admitted in the hospital. Few days back, these coward Pakistanis targeted Mr. Qadri, a brave Jawan of Jammu and Kashmir police. His daughter is badly injured and still undergoing the treatment in an hospital. Pakistan and Pakistani terrorists are the murderer of innocent people of Kashmir. Pakistan wants Kashmir to be turned into graveyards. Pakistan is the enemy of Kashmiris. Pakistan is the biggest enemy of the Muslims. Pakistan and the terrorists are the murderer of humanity, the law of the land will definitely punish these criminals for their sins. Even the Almighty God will not spare these criminals, these murderers for their sins.
Yet we have seen some of the voices in the Kashmiri coming out for Yasin Malik. No word of condemnation for Pakistan, but a serious question on the government of India.
There are few elements. You can count them on fingers. A very few. Those are still having the sympathies for the anti-national forces. They will be dealt with iron hands. It exposes even the designs of some political leaders. Those are showing their sympathies with Yasin Malik, with Pakistani elements, with terrorists. Those killed the innocent Kashmiris. And they didn't utter a single word in condemning the brutal murder of Kashmiri Muslim TV actress Amreen Bhatt and police Jawan Qadri Sahab. This is a dual standard of some of the politicians. The sister of Mehbooba Mufti was kidnapped by Yasin Malik. And see, instead of standing with her sister, Rubia Sayyed, Mehbooba Mufti stood with Yasin Malik, one who kidnapped Rubia Sayyed, her sister. This is shocking. This is bad part of the politics. I think this is not the politics. One should call a spade, and such kind of patronage and sympathies towards the anti-national.
And that was J&K BJP chief hitting out at Mehbooba Mufti over a recent remarks over Yasin Malik, saying that instead of standing for her sister, she stood with Yasin Malik. So J&K BJP chief coming down heavily on Mehbooba Mufti. More news breaks coming in. The Srinagar police we've been told, have said that they've arrested at least 10 people for anti-national sloganeering and stone pelting outside the home of Yasin Malik prior to his sentencing yesterday. So that's the latest coming in. The police statement says that at least 10 people have been arrested for anti-national sloganeering, which happened, and stone pelting that also was seen outside the home of Yasin Malik before he was sentenced to life imprisonment. There were tensions outside the house of Yasin Malik, where we also saw there were drones deployed. There was heavy security deployment as well. But even then, we had some people who tried to disrupt the peace. They have been now held for anti-national sloganeering and stone pelting outside the house of Yasin Malik. So that's the latest coming in. 10 people have been arrested for stone pelting outside Yasin Malik's residence. The youth told not to indulge in unlawful activities, but even then they were seen resorting to stone pelting and anti-national sloganeering. And all those 10 have now been arrested. We have Zeenath also joining us on the line. We'll go across to Zeenath in just a bit. We have Sayyid Nasruddin Chishti, chairman of Ajmer Dargah. Sir, I wanted to get your reaction on the statement that has been issued by Ajmer Dargah with respect to the sentencing that has been given to Yasin Malik.
Yes, we have issued a statement on Yasin Malik's sentence. First, I'm going to condemn the stone pelting which is taking place in the Srinagar and Kashmir, different areas. We should respect the judiciary. Whatever verdict has been come from the judiciary is after completion of the whole process. And this is the uniqueness of the Indian judiciary. और हमें इसका सम्मान करना चाहिए. और यासिन मलिक को जो सजा मिली है वो उसके कर्मों की मिली है. जिस तरीके से पाकिस्तान की हुकूमत हमारे इंडिया के अंदर आतंकवाद को फैलाने के लिए फंडिंग करती है और यासिन मलिक जैसे लोगों का सहारा लेती है और कश्मीर के नौजवान बच्चों को जिस तरीके से गुमराह किया गया, ये सब चीजें जुडिशरी का जो जजमेंट आया है उससे ये सब चीजें साबित हुई हैं और इसको हम जुडिशरी के जो भी ऑर्डर उसको वेलकम करते हैं. और कश्मीर के अवाम से मैं अपील करता हूँ कि वो लोग समझें, इन लोगों के इरादों को समझें। जिस तरीके से इन्होंने हमारे नौजवान बच्चों के मुस्तकबिल को खराब किया है और उनके हाथ से किताबें और पेन छीन करके उनको आतंकवाद की तरफ ढकेला है, उससे क्या मिला उनको इतने सालों के अंदर। इसलिए हमें डीसी का जो जजमेंट आया है वो यासीन मलिक के कर्मों की सजा उसको दी गई है, इसको एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए और कश्मीर के की तरफ चले, क्योंकि कश्मीर एक नया कश्मीर बनने जा रहा है। जब से कश्मीर में 70 को हटाया गया है, इसके बाद से वहाँ डेवलपमेंट के जो काम किए जा रहे हैं हुकूमत के जरिए, उसकी जितनी तारीफ की जाए कम है। मैं समझता हूँ कि नौजवान बच्चों को, वहाँ के कश्मीर के लोगों को मेन स्ट्रीम में आकर के मुल्क के साथ जुड़ना चाहिए, मुल्क में तरक्की में अपना योगदान देना चाहिए और खुद की तरक्की भी करनी चाहिए, खुद के खित्ते की तरक्की भी करनी चाहिए।
Okay. Thank you so much, Syed Nasiruddin Chishti there, chairman of the Ajmer Dargah, speaking to us and saying that there should be stringent action when it comes to anti-national sloganeering that has been taking place. That was also seen yesterday outside Yasin Malik's residence while he was being sentenced to life imprisonment. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest on Karti Chidambaram, who has now cried foul. He's currently being interrogated in connection with the Chinese visa scam. And District Court of Varanasi to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today.
से निरंतर रहूंगा।
You can come over here for signing the paper.
Big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में, और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michel, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president, alongside Prime Minister Modi, are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium.
There are two cases which has been registered against PC George. There's one alleged hate speech at the Hindu Sammelan in Tiruvantapura and the second one at Vennala in Kochi. Now, he has been taken into arrest for the hate speech which he had given in Tiruvantapura. 12 o'clock today in the Kerala High Court in Kochi, there's a hearing for his plea that has been put by PC George, challenging this arrest that has been made.
Now, Getting in a news break from Telangana, TRS spokesperson Krishant Mane has slammed Telangana BJP chief Bandi Sanjay, saying that such comments made by BJP MP is not right and that he should be thrown out of the parliament. And also TRS demanded BJP should apologize for making such statements. Remember, Bandi Sanjay stoked the row by saying that if the mosques are dug up, one would find ruins of temple there. And that's a statement that was made by Bandi Sanjay, replying to which the TRS has slammed the Telangana BJP chiefs, seeking his apology as well, and going on to add that Bandi Sanjay should be thrown out of the parliament and should also apologize for making such comments. So TRS now coming all guns blazing at the Telangana BJP chief over his comments, where he said that the mosques in Telangana should be dug up, and if they were to be dug up, one would find ruins of temples there. And we will go across to Aneri as well to get us all the latest on that. But we have some reactions as well coming in. Let's listen into those first.
BJP State President and Lok Sabha MP Bandi Sanjay's remarks against Urdu language, stating that if Bharatiya Janata Party comes into power in Telangana, Urdu will be banned, is absolutely against the Constitution of India, because Urdu is placed in Schedule 8 of Constitution of India, and Bandi Sanjay, just trying to provoke the sentiments, is against the Constitution of India. Simultaneously, he also stated that Bharatiya Janata Party will demolish all the mosques in Telangana. Such a challenge was given by the Bharatiya Janata Party MP. He has no right to continue to be as a parliamentarian and should be thrown out of the parliament by the August House of Parliament.
దేవాలయాలను ధ్వంసం చేసి 36,000 దేవాలయాలను ధ్వంసం చేసి మసీదులు కట్టినటువంటి దేశంలో భారతదేశం అంత దీన స్థితిలో హిందూ సమాజం ఉంది. ఎక్కడైనా ఏ మసీదు తవ్వినా కూడా శివలింగాలు వెళ్తున్నాయి, హిందూ దేవుళ్ళ ఆనవాళ్ళు వెళ్తున్నాయి. ఏడవైనా కాశీలో, నిన్నగాక కాశీలో ఇలా మసీదులో శివలింగం వెళ్ళిన విషయాన్ని ఒక్కసారి గుర్తుంచుకోండి. ఏ హిందూ దేవాలయాన్ని కూల్స్తే ఇలా ముస్లిం మసీదు ఆనవాళ్ళు ఎక్కడ అసలు? నేను సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా, ఓవైసీకి సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా, కుహనా సెక్యులర్ వాళ్ళ నేను సవాల్ చేస్తున్నా. నా సవాలు మీకు దమ్ముంటే స్వీకరించండి. ఈ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో చలో మసీదులను తవ్వి చూద్దాం. మసీదులను తవ్వి చూస్తే ఆడ శవాలు వెళ్తే మీరు తీసుకోండి, శివం వెళ్తే మాకు అప్పగించండి. దీనికి కుహనా సెక్యులర్ వారు సిద్ధమా? శవాలంతా మీకు, శివం వెళ్తే మాకు. దేశంలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా నా శివుడు వెళ్తుండ్రా.
And getting you news in brief, ED raids Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab premises in a fresh money laundering case. ED is currently raiding 7 locations across the state of Maharashtra. Raids underway in Pune and Ratnagiri districts as well. Karti Chidambaram is at CBI headquarters in the national capital for questioning in connection with the Chinese visa scam case. Before entering the CBI headquarters, Karti Chidambaram claimed that he did not facilitate any Chinese visa. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Varanasi Court to hear Muslim side's plea seeking to reject civil suit of Hindu petitioners. Kerala hate speech case probe gets bigger. Former Kerala MLA PC George remanded to 14 days judicial custody in connection with anti-Muslim hate speech. Kerala PFI rally row gets bigger after child sloganeering calling for deaths of Christians. Kerala Council of Churches have now written a letter to Kerala Chief Minister claiming threat to the Christian community and questioning inaction against the hate mongers. The Jammu and Kashmir police thwarted yet another infiltration bid by neutralizing 3 terrorists in Kupwara. The terrorists belonging to Pakistan-based terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba were gunned down in an encounter with security forces. Now, the Prime Minister will visit Hyderabad and Chennai today, where he will be attending a series of events. The Prime Minister would be present to mark the completion of 20 years, of ISB Hyderabad, and would launch multiple infrastructure projects later in the day. The critical one being the Chennai-Bengaluru Expressway project that would also be inaugurated by the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to embark on a visit to the states of Telangana and Tamil Nadu today as his government completes 8 years in office. The Prime Minister would first head to Hyderabad, where he would participate in an event to mark the completion of 20 years of ISB Hyderabad and address the graduation ceremony of the postgraduate program class of 2022. Republic has learnt that the Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, will give the Prime Minister's event a miss.
The reason is Honorable Chief Minister KCRG has pre-scheduled programs. He's supposed to visit Karnataka, meet Honorable former Prime Minister Devegowda ji and even Kumaraswamy ji. And there are a series of political meetings. It has been pre-scheduled since a week ago only. So for that reason, and the last time when Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji visited Hyderabad, during the Bharat Biotech visit, his PMO has mentioned that no such protocols are needed.
The Prime Minister would then head to Chennai for his first official visit to the state after DMK assumed power in Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister Modi would dedicate to the nation 5 projects worth 2,690 crore rupees and would also lay the foundation stone for 11 projects at a cost of 31,000 crore rupees. Among the projects that would be set into motion by the Prime Minister is a 262-kilometer expressway project at a cost of nearly 15,000 crores that connects 2 of the largest economic centers in the southern region, Chennai and Bengaluru. This critical project is set to reduce the travel time between both cities by 2 to 3 hours. The Prime Minister would set the ball rolling on several such infrastructural projects for the state in a grand event at the Jawaharlal Nehru Stadium in Chennai before he heads back to the national capital. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab are underway in 7 locations across Maharashtra. And Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today.
Behind me is the Eisenhower building next to the White House, where the meeting took place between Prime Minister Modi and Vice President Kamala Harris. ये खालिस्तान प्रोटेस्ट जो है, गुलाम नबी फाई यहाँ पे मौजूद है और हमने इनको एक्सपोज कर दिया है. Situation under control in Jahangirpur area. Prompt police action really averted a situation which could have gone out of hand. This is the biggest stadium in the world. For President Trump, this is going to be the biggest political event.
मई 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है.
Barricades come in.
Kashi prepares to welcome the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I am at the Datashmir Ghat, which is one of the most popular ghats with tourists across Banaras. बुलडोजर मेरे ठीक पीछे और यहाँ पर अतिक्रमण हटाने के लिए कार्रवाई हो रही है शाहीन बाग में. फिर right there at Jahangirpuri, and let me tell my viewers, we were the first on-ground Republic TV crew when there was stone pelting on that procession which was taken out on Hanuman Jayanti. काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर मेरे ठीक पीछे, यहाँ पर काशी विश्वनाथ से सटा हुआ मस्जिद है। तो ये विवाद तो तकरीबन 350 साल पुराना है। Yogi Adityanath has always been the star campaigner for the BJP in any part of the country, from Gorakhpur urban seat.
Top headlines at 12 noon. Mandir Masjid row gets bigger. BJP now issues open air to OAC. Trouble mounts for DK Shivakumar. ED files fresh case against Congress leader in money laundering case. Ajmer Dargah lambast Pakistan sympathizers, says Yasin Malik verdict has exposed Pakistan. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab, massive raids across 7 locations. It's a hijab row now that has broken out in Mangaluru, opposing Muslim girls who came to classrooms wearing hijab. At Mangalore University, the Hindu students held protest demanding to not allow them inside with hijab. So as you can see in those visuals, Hindu students are staging a protest after Muslim girls came to classrooms wearing hijab at Mangalore University. And now the hijab row, which has now resurfaced in Karnataka, this time in Mangaluru, where the visuals on your screens as well coming from the University of Mangaluru, where you can see how the students there staging a protest after some Muslim girls came to the classroom wearing hijab. We have Sagai joining us live for more details. Sagai, what more can you tell us? Hijab row again that seems to have resurfaced in Karnataka.
Absolutely, and if you notice this time the Hindu students have came out of Mangalore University and protested near the compound, demanding that they should, the university authorities should not allow students to wear hijab inside the classrooms. Remember, there was a verdict from Karnataka High Court where they have to follow the set of rules issued by the college or college administration. And this time the students of Mangalore University came out and protested against this, saying that whenever there is a uniform which has been imposed, and definitely they have to follow that uniform code, and students should not be allowed to sit inside the class with hijab. And there are no restrictions for students to wear hijab and go to college, but when they are sitting along with the other students inside the classroom, and there should not be any kind of uniform or any kind of cloth which represents their faith.
Well, absolutely, Sagai, and like you were pointing out, the judiciary has made it clear that hijabs cannot be allowed. Even then, we are seeing the Muslim girls who came to the classroom wearing hijab.
Absolutely, and if you notice, this all applicable to colleges and schools, whichever is following the uniform. And most of the colleges in Karnataka, the uniform is followed till 12th class, and after that, whoever is studying degree, there is no uniform which has been followed. And this Mangalore University college students, if you notice in the visuals, they are wearing a uniform, and that is the reason they had protested, stating that when there is a uniform, everybody have to follow the uniform code.
Well, absolutely. Sagai, thanks for the moment. We will come to you again as you track the latest on that story. Now, the chorus for justice for Amreen is only growing louder now. Remember, a 35-year-old woman, Amreen, was killed and her 10-year-old nephew was also injured after they were fired upon by terrorists in the Chadura area of central Kashmir's Badgam district on Wednesday, injuring her nephew as well in this attack. India is now demanding justice for Amreen.
सर रोल सर आपका नाम जुबैर साहब बताइए क्या हुआ कल।
मैं एक्चुअली नमाज़ पढ़ने के लिए गया था तो दो बंदे आए थे। मेरी बीवी यहाँ पर गाय को दूध लेने गई थी, वो इस साइड में थे। तो अंदर से वो थी मेरी सिस्टर और मेरा बेटा है छोटा। तो दो बंदे आ रहे हैं, वो कह रहा है कि दो बंदे आए। उन्होंने बुलाया उसको, कहा कि हमारे आज बड़गांव में शूटिंग है, इधर देखो। वो तो गेट पे निकले उस दरवाजे पे, तो उन्होंने फायर खोला, वहाँ से फायर 2-3 मारा उनको, इतना ही पता है। फिर मैंने नमाज़ ख़त्म किया, तब तक वो भाग चुके थे।
तो ये क्यों निकली उनके साथ जब उन्होंने बोला अनजान लड़के थे?
नहीं, ये तो दूरदर्शन में काम करते हैं, आते हैं जाते हैं दूरदर्शन के साथ। उन्होंने कहा शूटिंग है, इतना ही कहा उन्होंने, उन लड़कों ने। फिर से उन्होंने गोली मारी।
तो आपको लगता है ये गलत हुआ है, धोखा हुआ
है ना? गलत है। क्या बिगाड़ा था इस मौसम में? क्या बिगाड़ा? किसी के साथ इससे पहले कोई ज़ाती नहीं थी, किसी के साथ दुश्मनी नहीं थी, क्या बिगाड़ा था? आप अपने दूरदर्शन वालों से पूछो, आप भी जानते होंगे उन्होंने।
And Zeenat is also joining us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, once again for our viewers, if you could tell us what really happened yesterday when the terrorists called out and shot at Amreen as well as her nephew.
See, as we are reporting from the residents of Amreen, and mourners have gathered to express their sympathies with the bereaved family. In fact, her father, along with the sister and other are present here, and they are still in shock because it's more like they saw her losing the blood, and then she's come to the injuries before their eyes. So it's still a shock for the family. Still, I'm joined by the father of Amreen, who was very much present when the terrorists barged into their residence. Sir, आप बताइए कि क्या हुआ था exactly?
क्या बोलो ना क्या?
आप कहाँ थे कल उस वक्त जब वो लोग आए थे?
मैं घर में अपने कमरे में 8:15 बजे आया। दो बंदे आया तो उसने दरवाज़ा खोला। उसने मेरा छोटा बेटा है, लड़की का 11 साल का। उसने उसको बोला अमरीन कहाँ? उसने बोला अंदर घर में। उसने बोला तो चलो अंदर, उसको आवाज़ दो, बाहर निकलो। ये गया, उसने बोला उसको आए नहीं। दो बंदे आए यहाँ, ये ढूंढता है तुमको। अमरीन निकला थे उधर बाहर, वो बेटा भी इसी के साथ है। इसने बोला 2-3 दिन हमारे साथ आओ शूट के लिए। हमने नहीं बोला मैं जान पहचान वाला बंदा नहीं हूँ, मैं तुम्हारे साथ नहीं आऊँगा। उसने पिस्टल निकाला यहाँ से, फिर शूट किया। बेटे को आया एक यहाँ, अमरीना को आया यहाँ, फिर गिर गया इधर ही। उसमें हमने उठाया ये चाडोरा हॉस्पिटल, उधर से उसने रेफर किया श्रीनगर से वो डर गया।
आप कह रहे कि 2 लोग अंदर आए थे, क्या खाली 2 ही थे या उससे ज़्यादा?
ना 3 है। एक बेटा सड़क पर स्कूटर है उधर, इसका वो स्कूटर पर है, स्कूटर इसको वो इसी पर बेटा स्कूटर पर 2 यहाँ लाया। वो यहाँ चला गया तो स्कूटर पर चला गया तो वो गया बाहर।
2 इंसिडेंट हुए। परसों सोरा में भी बच्चे को भी लग गई, बेटी उसके साथ थे। आज यहाँ आपका बेटा इसमें उसको लग गई। आप कैसे देखते हो इस तरह के जो टेररिस्ट जो है, जो इस तरह से बच्चों को भी निशाना बना रहे हैं?
हम क्या बताएंगे इसके बारे में, ये अल्लाह जानेगा।
क्या सही हो रहा है?
वो गलत है, सही क्या हो रहा है? बेटी भी जान दिया, 30 साल की बेटी है, उसने भी जान गंवाया। वो भी छोटा बटा, उसको उसने क्या किया? उसको क्या कहा इसका? उसको भी गोली लग गई।
ये टेररिस्ट कहते हैं कि ये आज़ादी ढूंढ रहे हैं, फ्रीडम ढूंढ रहे हैं, क्या?
कुछ नहीं ढूंढ रहे, ये परेशानी है इसको। अगर ये आज़ादी ढूंढ रहे, ये लोगों को मारता है तो ये कौन सा आज़ादी है? ये वो भी मुसलमान है, ये भी मुसलमान है। मुसलमान को मारता है, ये कौन सा आज़ादी? ये आज़ादी है? अगर हिंदू मारेगा मुसलमान तुम देखो, मगर ये मुसलमान मुसलमान को मारते हैं, तो यही आज़ादी है? ये आज़ादी नहीं है।
क्या आप इसको कहेंगे कि ये टेररिज्म हो रहा है?
फिर क्या टेररिज्म, तो फिर क्या है? आज़ादी का कोई ढूंढता है।
इस वक्त आप क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं?
कुछ नहीं, यहाँ आए नहीं कोई एडमिशन,
एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन नहीं आया।
वो कौन आया कल से? कल 8 बजे वो शहीद हो गया, 12 साढ़े 12 कौन आया? एस एच ओ चारों तहसीलदार नहीं, SP नहीं, DC साहब नहीं, कौन आएगा यहाँ? गरीबों को कौन ढूंढता है? बस अल्लाह, गरीबों का अल्लाह है, बस फिर कोई नहीं।
क्या आपको कल जो भी वाकया हुआ, तो क्या आप भी कल यहाँ मस्जिद में शायद थे उस वक्त, तो आपने उसके बाद क्या किया जब आपने अमरीन को देखा खून में लथपथ?
नमाज अदा किया, तो मैंने नमाज अदा की, तो फिर मैंने गोली की आवाज़ सुनी है। उसके बाद मैं घर आया, मैंने देखा तो अमरीन की लाश पड़ी हुई था। मैंने बीवी से बोला क्या बात है? बीवी तो उधर गई 2-4 कदम, वहाँ पर गाय है, दूध देने के लिए गई थी। तो कहा कि उन्होंने मेरे पास 10 साल का बेटा है, उसको कहा कि मासी कहाँ है। फिर उन्होंने मासी को बुलाया, उन 2 बंदों ने कहा कि हमारे साथ शूटिंग पे चलो, बस इतनी सी बात की। फिर उन्होंने उस पर गोले बरसाई, 2 गोलियां लगी उसको, फिर मेरे बेटे को एक इस बाजू पे लिखी। फिर मैंने उठाया उसको, ले जाया चौड़ा, उन्होंने रेफ़र किया SMS हॉस्पिटल, उन्होंने डेड करा दिया। वो
कैसे देखते हैं इस तरह के वाक़यात जो हो रहे हैं, खासकर 2 दिन में लगातार बच्चों को भी टारगेट किया जा रहा है?
नहीं, मैं कुछ नहीं कह रहा, मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूँ, इसको 18 साल 17 साल हो गए। इससे पहले कभी नहीं, न धमकी आई है, न कोई शिकायत आई है। मैं कह रहा हूँ ये सरासर जुल्म है, इस खाना पे बहुत बड़ा जुल्म है, सरासर जुल्म है हमारे पास।
ये सरासर जुल्म है। और क्या कहते हैं ऐसे लोगों को जो इस तरह के वाक़यात अंजाम देते हैं?
ये इंसानियत के बाहर है, ये इंसानियत के बाहर। ये मासूम बच्ची थी, मेरे बेटों को भी पालते, इसका बाप अस्थमा पेशेंट है, मैं भी मजदूरी कर रहा था, मगर ये इंसानियत के बाहर है। इससे पहले 18 साल हो गए उनको, इससे पहले कोई शिकायत नहीं आई। क्या गलती किया, क्या गुनाह किया था इस मासूम बच्ची ने? और मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहता।
This is against humanity. They are just doing terrorism. They are not looking azadi. What kind of azadi is this? These are the voices that are coming from the family of Amreen. They are questioning that she was the bread earner. She used to take care of this kid, the family, and the other people. She has been in the profession for more than 17 years. They have never received a complaint against her. But yesterday, the terrorists barged into the residence, 3 in number, pistol-borne terrorists. In fact, they were the bike-borne terrorists who fired upon Amreen. She was declared dead as SMH's hospital, Srinagar, and the nephew is still being treated at Bone and Joint Hospital.
Well, absolutely, Zeenat. Very, very heartbreaking to see the family, to hear the family, and the family that is still mourning the loss of their child, Amreen, as well as her nephew, who was also shot by the terrorist. In fact, we have Vikram Sharma as well.
Terrorists have started targeting the TV artist. You being a TV artist, what you have to say?
Actually, it's not about the TV artist, but the thing is, for the past few months, rather than a year now, since the abrogation of the Article 370, we have seen selective killings in Kashmir. This is very unfortunate. Using the word unfortunate is very, insignificant, because innocent people are being killed. Either they are artists or they are human beings or people belonging to different clan or profession. They are being selectively being killed by these terrorists. I think that since Narendra Modi has come into the power, these terrorists have been squeezed to the corner, and now they are left with no other option but to select the people and then kill. Government of India needs to keep a very strict vigil on it, and they have to change a strategy for the terrorists in Valley, because cross-border terrorism was a very bad thing for the past many years, but now since there is a check upon that and our security forces are doing very well on that account also, but the killing of the people, selective killing of the people is very unfortunate, and they are being killed just like on the whims and fancies of those terrorists who have lost their ground in the valley, and I think it is not for the artists, it is for the whole community.
Thank you. In the US. Vikramji.
Zeenat continues to be with us, reporting live. She's at the residence of Amreen. Zeenat, once again for our viewers, if you could explain to us what happened yesterday when the terrorists barged inside the house and shot at Amreen as well as her nephew.
See, right now I can show you the visuals from the residence of Amreen, the visuals where the women are mourning the death of their loved daughter. The family is in shock because she is survived by her elder sister, brother-in-law and father and this nephew. The entire family is in shock. Friends, neighbors, well-wishers all have gathered to mourn the loss. This is unfortunate incident where a woman artist have been targeted. As per the family, she's been in the profession for almost 17 years and they have never received any threats, any warning or any complaint against Amreen. She was just doing the job and she was just earning her livelihood and supporting her family. My VJ is showing the visuals of the sister. She's completely shell-shocked to seeing the dead body of her sister who was taking care of the family. As per the father of Amreen, the two terrorists barged into the residence and the third one was just standing outside the home waiting for the two to come out. They were the three terrorists in number who fired upon Amreen. They also injured nephew of Amreen, who's just 9-year-old boy and is being treated once at the hospital in Srinagar. They condemn this kind of killing. They say that this is no azadi, no, they're not looking for freedom. This is against humanity, the gruesome act that they did yesterday by snatching the family member and the loved daughter of this family. An artist, just she was selling her art. She has been a TV drama artist and has been in the profession for almost 17 years. Heartbreaking visuals from the Budgam of central Kashmir. This is the second incident in Budgam. Earlier, Rahul Bhatt, who a Kashmiri Pundit, lost his life in a terror attack while working in office, and now Amreen Bhatt, again a female artist from Kashmir, in the profession for 17 years. She also lost life just because she was earning her livelihood and supporting family. For the last 48 hours, we are seeing the second incident where the terrorists are targeting the minors. They are not sparing minors even now. Minors are receiving the firearm injuries in this terror attack. Earlier, Safa Qadri, daughter of police cop, received firearm injury while accompanying her father while she was on way to the tuition center in Soura. She got firearm injury, and now yesterday when Amreen was home, the nephew called that someone had come to see her, and then it was terrorists who fired upon her from a close range.
Well, thank you so much, Zeenat. We'll keep coming back to you. So Zeenat there reporting live from the residence of Amreen Bhatt. Now, in the aftermath of Amreen's killing, forces have intensified crackdown on terror in the valley, and in an anti-terror operation, 3 Lashkar terrorists hailing from Pakistan have been gunned down in Kupwara.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद है जमगुंड इलाके में। जैसा आप मेरे पीछे विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं, लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल का ये सटा हुआ इलाका है। बिल्कुल इस इलाके में अभी मुठभेड़ जारी है, जो कि सुरक्षा बलों को इनपुट मिला था कि यहाँ पे इस एरिया में लगातार मिलिटेंट तंजीमें जो भी आउटफिट से पाकिस्तान से वो कश्मीर घाटी में घुसने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो लगातार कल से ही यहाँ पे सर्च ऑपरेशन सुरक्षा बलों द्वारा चलाया गया था। वहीं मैं आपको बताता चलूँ, सुबह 5 बजे का समय था जब मिलिटेंटों और सुरक्षा बलों के बीच एक कांटेक्ट हुआ। लगातार ये मुठभेड़ करीबन 4 घंटे तक लगातार चलती रही और सुरक्षा बलों को एक बहुत ही बड़ी सफलता मिली। जहाँ पे मैं अभी मौजूद हूँ, यहाँ से कुछ मीटर्स की दूरी पे वो इलाका है जहाँ पे अभी मुठभेड़ जारी है। फ़िलहाल अभी तक 3 लश्कर तैयबा के मिलिटेंट्स को सुरक्षा बलों ने मार गिरा है, जिनसे काफ़ी गोला बारूद रिकवर हुआ है। सूत्रों के अनुसार ये खबर मिल पा रही है, जो मिलिटेंट्स वहाँ पे आए थे कश्मीर घाटी में, ये इसी पर्पज़ के लिए आए थे। लगातार इससे पहले भी अगर हम कल बारामूला की बात करें, वहाँ पर भी पाकिस्तानी मिलिटेंट्स को मार दिया सुरक्षा बलों ने। वहीं उसके बाद ही नॉर्थ कश्मीर के कुपवाड़ा में भी यहाँ पर भी मिलिटेंट्स को मारा। इससे साफ तौर से यही दिख रहा है किस तरह से पाकिस्तानी जो एजेंसीज़ हैं, लाइक पाकिस्तान टेरर आउटफिट्स से, वो किस तरह से बौखलाए हुए हैं। वो अमरनाथ यात्रा से पहले कश्मीर घाटी में कुछ बड़ा करने का प्लान कर रहे हैं। लेकिन वही दूसरी जानिब अगर हम लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल कुपवाड़ा की बात करें या और भी कुछ सरहदी इलाकों की बात करें, वहाँ पर सुरक्षा बल जो है वो 24/7 लगातार अलर्ट है। इरावत महराज रिपोर्टिंग फ्रॉम लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल, ओडी, कश्मीर।
On to more breaking news coming in. Independent MP Navneet Rana has received a death threat. The Delhi police, we are told, has started the investigation as the FIR has been registered. The threat call mentioned, if you recite Hanuman Chalisa, we will kill you. So that's a death threat to Independent MP from Amravati, Navneet Rana, who has received a death threat, saying that if she recites Hanuman Chalisa, we will kill you. That's a statement, the threat call that was made to MP Navneet Rana. Now, we are also told that the Delhi police has registered an FIR in connection with this and further probe is underway. So Navneet Rana there receiving a death threat. Remember, the Hanuman Chalisa face-off has been a major flashpoint between Navneet Rana as well as her husband and versus the Maharashtra government, the Aghadi government. And now we are seeing that Navneet Rana has received a death threat. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab underway in 7 locations in Maharashtra. And Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow burst down the flame.
The question.
The live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thackeray's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra, and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown, and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other markets. One such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck in this entire stretch.
Political face-off has erupted over the ED raids which are being carried out in 7 locations across Maharashtra in connection to a case for which Anil Parab has been booked. In fact, the latest what you're told is that Sanjay Raut has hit out at the central government, saying that the central government agencies are targeting the opposition and that it is just a conspiracy to defame the Aghadi government. So that's a statement that is being given by Sanjay Raut in wake of the searches that are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate involving Maharashtra Minister and Shiv Sena leader Anil Parab. Remember, 7 locations are currently being raided across Maharashtra, which also includes a resort that is linked to Anil Parab. And now we are seeing a political slugfest that has erupted over the raids that are being carried out. Sanjay Raut hitting out at the centre, saying that central agencies are being used to target the opposition.
विचार काय हवं आहे तुम्हाला
सर अनिल परब यांच्यावर कारवाई
बघा परत तुमचा तोच मुद्दा आहे एकाने प्रश्न विचारा
अनिल परब यांच्यावर कारवाई करण्यात आलेली आहे शिवसेनेचे खूप वरिष्ठ नेते आहेत
बघा अनिल परब हे आमचे सहकारी आहेत कॅबिनेट मंत्री आहेत पक्षाचे शिवसैनिक आहेत कडवट अशा प्रकारच्या कारवाया गेल्या काही दिवसापासून राजकीय सुडबुद्धीने सुरू आहे ज्या प्रकारचे आरोप अनिल परब आणि आमच्या इतर सहकाऱ्यांवर लावले जातात ईडीकडून त्यापेक्षा गंभीर प्रकारचे गुन्हे भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या लोकांवर आहेत पण त्यांना कोणी हात लावत नाही आम्ही सगळे पक्ष आणि सरकार अनिल परब यांच्या पाठीशी ठामपणे उभे आहोत तुम्ही सुडाच्या आणि बदल्याच्या भावनेनं कितीही कारवाया केल्या तरी आमच्यावरती कोणताही दबाव येणार नाही सर्व निवडणुका सुरळीत पार पाडतील सरकार सुरळीत चालेल आणि अशा कारवायामुळे भारतीय जनता पक्ष हा रोज बरं का खड्ड्यात जातोय महाराष्ट्रातल्या राजकारणाला इतकं वाईट वळण गेल्या 55 वर्षात कधी मिळालं नव्हतं तुमच्या हातात केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा आहेत म्हणून आपल्या राज्यातील राजकीय विरोधकांना अशा प्रकारे नामोहरम करावं असं जर कोणाला वाटत असेल तर शिवसेनेचं मनोबल किंबहुना महाविकास आघाडीचं मनोबल अजिबात खच्ची होणार नाही किंबहुना अशा प्रत्येक कारवाईमुळे आमचं मनोबल वाढत जाईल
सर ईडीकडे सबळ पुरावे आहेत आणि त्याच्यानंतर
आमच्याकडे सुद्धा भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा असंख्य लोकांविरुद्ध सबळ पुरावे आहेत कारवाया झालेल्या आहेत जितू नवलानीला कोणी पळवलं याचं उत्तरसुद्धा सबळ पुरावे आहेत असं म्हणणाऱ्यांनी द्यावं
सर आरोप केला जातो की ज्यावेळी तक्रार करण्यात आली अनिल परब यांच्या विरोधात त्याच्यानंतर महाराष्ट्राचे जे पर्यावरण मंत्रालय आहे त्यांनीच ह्या कारवाईसाठी केलं
याच्याविषयी माझ्याकडे तांत्रिक बाबीविषयी माझ्याकडे माहिती नाही पण मी इतकं सांगेन महाराष्ट्रातल्या आणि पश्चिम बंगालमधल्या कारवाया ज्या सुरू आहेत केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणांच्या हा फक्त
A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Varanasi District Court is set to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew shot at by terrorists.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं रिजेक्ट करते हैं दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे ये बड़ा सवाल है The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
What is very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities.
Imran, but a TV artist who lost her life in a terror attack in Budgam. In this terror attack, her nephew, 9-year-old boy, also received firearm injury. As per the police, that the 3 terrorists of LET, this is the second such killing where the minors are being targeted. Police maintaining that the terrorists have been identified and they will be neutralized soon.
Mandir Masjid Row gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to Owaisi. Trouble mounts for DK Shiv Kumar. ED files fresh case against the Congress leader in money laundering case. Ajmer Dargah lambas Pakistan sympathizers, says Yasin Malik verdict has exposed Pakistan. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids across 7 locations. Breaking news coming in now on Republic TV. After the controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit, we're getting you the first response of Union Minister Kaushal Kishore on the key document that has now surfaced in Rahul's UK visit row. And the larger question that remains, did Rahul Gandhi need MEA approval to travel abroad?
ये एक नैतिकता है ये कि एक लोकसभा का सांसद अगर विदेश जा रहा है तो पार्लियामेंट में स्पीकर महोदय को उसको सूचना देना चाहिए ताकि संज्ञान में रहे कि आप विदेश जा रहे हैं। नंबर 1। नंबर 2, बाहर जा कर के आपने जो बयान देना शुरू किया मीडिया के सामने, तो इसको प्राइवेट ट्रिप कैसे माना जाएगा? आप सार्वजनिक तरीके से मीडिया के सामने बयान दे रहे हैं और मोदी जी की बुराई कर रहे हैं, बीजेपी की बुराई कर रहे हैं, वो भी देश के बाहर। आप जब देश के बाहर गए तो आप कांग्रेस पार्टी के मात्र एक मेंबर या पदाधिकारी नहीं रहे, आप भारतीय हो गए। तो भारतीय होने के नाते, हिंदुस्तानी होने के नाते देश की अपनी तारीफ़ करनी चाहिए थी। हमारे देश में जो सरकार चल रही है उसकी नीतियों की तारीफ़ करने के साथ साथ में उनका हम सहयोग कर रहे हैं अपने देश को मजबूत करने का। इस तरीके का एक नैतिक बयान देना चाहिए था, यह मीडिया से बचना चाहिए था। आप विदेश में जा कर के प्राइवेट ट्रिप में सरकार के खिलाफ बोल रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के खिलाफ बोल रहे हैं, तो आपकी प्राइवेट ट्रिप नहीं हो सकती और आपको ज़रूर सूचना दे करके बाहर जाना चाहिए था। मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि राहुल गांधी जी इस मामले में परिपक्व नहीं है और उनकी जो सोच है वो सही सोच नहीं है। वो माननीय मोदी जी के खिलाफ है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ है। वो उनको चारों तरफ घेरे रहती, इसलिए वो जहाँ जाते हैं एक ही बुराई के अलावा दूसरे काम उनके समझ में नहीं आता जी।
And so controversy erupting over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit. All MPs need to inform the Ministry of External Affairs weeks before any foreign trip and seek political clearance, say government sources. So did Rahul Gandhi need clearance for his UK trip recently, in which he is also reputed to have met Jeremy Corbyn of the United Kingdom? The government on its part has said that all MPs need to inform the Ministry of External Affairs 3 weeks at least before any foreign trip and seek political clearance. So key document surfaces that says that perhaps he did not take the requisite clearance. Earlier we had heard him speaking out and criticizing the Indian government. Sources say the Congress MP did not do so. And moving on from the Rahul Gandhi controversy to other breaking news, the Enforcement Directorate is questioning and recording the statement of Maharashtra Transport Minister Anil Parab as raids are underway at his locations in connection with the alleged money laundering case against him. The case relates in particular to a Dapoli resort. The ED now grilling the Maharashtra minister. Shiv Sena leader also described as the party's crisis manager. Anil Parab under the ED scanner, being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate, even as raids are underway in around 7 locations across various areas of Maharashtra. And Anil Parab under the ED scanner once again. Earlier too, he had been in the dock for similar charges. Shavan, well, ED now grilling Anil Parab. What can we expect?
Well, in fact, this is a formal procedure when searches are basically carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Anil Parab's statement would have been recorded by the Enforcement Directorate, but it wouldn't exactly be on the rounds of questioning, given the fact that once the searches are on, there are certain procedures that are to be followed. This undoubtedly means more trouble for Anil Deshmukh because an ECIR, which is an FIR equivalent in the Enforcement Directorate, has been registered against Anil Parab. And the fact that in this ECIR, we're given to understand that Anil Parab has been named. It all begins with one particular resort in Dapoli in Maharashtra, which has been connected to Anil Parab. The property that was actually bought by Anil Parab back in 2017 was finally sold off to a cable operator and also a state government employee at a much higher rate. Now, this particular parcel of land was bought in 2017 and never registered. And while it wasn't registered, a construction of a resort actually took place at the cost of about 6 crore rupees. And into 2019, this particular resort was actually sold off to the cable operator. In fact, this person concerned has already been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate a few months ago. And as far as these searches are concerned, it is based on certain inputs that were received by the Enforcement Directorate and also certain evidences that have been gathered by the agency in terms of the establishment of money laundering.
Well, many thanks, Chavan, for joining us there. And here on Republic, here we get you more updates on the BJP leader in Chennai who was hacked to death in his murder case. 4 have been arrested in the case. So a major breakthrough there. However, BJP party chief Annamalai had questioned law and order. Those are visuals of the 4 accused arrested. So fast track movement there on the part of investigative agencies. Balachandar was hacked to death just a few days back. Apurva joins us with more on this story. Apurva, a major breakthrough. Are these the 4 people responsible for the brutal killing of Balachandar of the BJP?
Well, Balachandar from the BJP functionary had been hacked to death day before yesterday at Partygate market. What we are learning right now, these visuals are of the 4 accused, that is Sanjay, Pradeep, Kalaivanan and Jyoti, who have been brought back to Chennai from Edapadi in Salem district. And in fact, investigation is currently ongoing. Remember, yesterday the family had said that they would not take back the body of Balachandar unless these culprits had been arrested, and now today early morning the culprits had been the culprits had been found at Edapadi by the Edapadi police officer in district there with the help of the Chennai police, and they have been brought back to Chennai for continuous investigation. These four, that is namely Sanjay, Pradeep, Palaivanan and Jyoti, they have been brought back. These are the four that the family had also alleged who had been behind the attack of Balachandra, the BJP SC leader here in Chennai. Following the attack that had taken place, the police have been conducting investigations for almost since day before yesterday night. CCTV footage and several other information from passers-by and onlookers. They are conducting investigation now, and with these four who have been named as accused arrested, investigation continues after they have been brought back to Chennai.
Right, earlier the police had said that there was an old enmity angle to the entire case. But when earlier we had spoken about the suspects and about the arrests that are being made, that are complete right now, as we can see in these live visuals, Apurva, they seem more to be hired killers. There's clearly a political angle to this.
What we are learning from sources is that Balachandra, he had been previously associated with yet another political party here in Tamil Nadu. Not only that, he had also, had also several cases of allegations against him as well, and he had just recently joined the BJP here in Tamil Nadu.
He joined the BJP here in Tamil Nadu, where he had taken the role of an ST leader over here in Chennai as well. And not only that, following his role in the BJP here, after his initiation into the BJP, he has been an active member of the BJP. That is what we are learning. The incident that had taken place took place just 1 week after there had been an altercation between these two people out of the four and Balachandra and his relative there at their shop, following which this attack had taken place.
Well, many thanks, Apurva, for joining us with those details. So Balachandra's killers arrested, the four accused in the case. Balachandra was hacked to death on Tuesday. And now let's take a look at more top stories. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab in fresh money laundering case underway. ED is currently raiding 7 locations across the state. Raids underway in Pune and Ratnagiri districts as well. Karti Chidambaram is at CBI headquarters in New Delhi for questioning by the CBI in Chinese visa scam case. Before entering the headquarters of the CBI, Karti claimed he did not facilitate any Chinese visa. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Varanasi Court to hear Muslim side's plea seeking to reject civil suit of Hindu petitioners. And in Kerala, the hate speech case probe gets bigger. Former Kerala MLA PC George remanded to 14 days judicial custody in connection with anti-Muslim hate speech. Kerala PFI rally row gets bigger after child sloganeering calling for deaths of Christians. Kerala Council of Churches have written a letter to Kerala CM claiming threat to the Christian community and questioning inaction against hate mongers. The Jammu and Kashmir police have thwarted yet another infiltration attempt, neutralizing 3 terrorists in Kupwara. The terrorists belonging to the Pakistan-based terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba were gunned down in an encounter with security forces. And in an exclusive scoop, Republic TV has learned that Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu will do clerical work during his year-long stint in the Patiala Central Jail.
Former President of Punjab Congress Navjot Singh Sidhu has been allotted the clerical job in Patiala jail, and this decision has been taken by the jail authorities, keeping the view of Navjot Singh Sidhu's security inside the jail. And in fact, now Navjot Singh Sidhu will do clerical work inside the jail, and in fact he will be restricted to his barrack only, that is barrack number 10, just because there is a rival politician who is also inside the same jail, Bikram Singh Majithia. And in fact, that is the reason that jail authorities has taken this decision that Navjot Singh Sidhu has been allotted the clerical job inside the jail. It is also mentioned by the jail authorities that no official record will be shared or will be given to Navjot Singh Sidhu. It is all to translate the judgments or other clerical job inside the jail. And even Navjot Singh Sidhu, after convicted in a road rage case, serving sentence.
And coming up in a short while, Mandir Masjid Rao gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to Owaisi. Trouble mounts for DK Shiv Kumar. ED files fresh case against the Congress leader in money laundering case.
सोलह मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्यागपत्र दे दिया है।
Barricades come in, we are just going to move few more steps. Delhi police officials coming here, more and more officials arriving on the spot. This is not only about a blast happening in the national capital. नरेंद्र मोदी खुद पहुंचे, भारत के प्रधानमंत्री स्टेज पे डोनाल्ड ट्रंप को नीचे लाने के लिए। जो बॉन होमी है ये दोनों के बीच में दिख रही है। हम इस समय अंदर गलियों की तरफ अब हम जा रहे हैं। सीआईएसएफ की कंपनी के साथ दिल्ली पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी यहाँ पर लोगों को समझा रहे हैं। Just showing you the cavalcade of the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the tarmac of the Amosi Airport live. आप देख रहे हैं Rapid Action Force has taken a complete command of the situation. More forces are being moved in. Delhi police officials are present here. We are live.
Breaking news, Jayan Chaudhary will be the joint candidate for the Rajya Sabha from the Samajwadi Party and the Rashtriya Lok Dal. Republic has learnt that Jayan Chaudhary will be filing his nomination papers on the 30th of May. So Jayan Chaudhary is to file his nomination papers on the 30th of May. And joining us for more on this is our correspondent Vivek. Vivek, Jayan Chaudhary to be SPRLD Alliance's joint candidate for the Rajya Sabha elections. A big scoop there on the part of Republic. We've come to know he'll be filing his nomination papers for the 30th of May. Vivek, if you can hear me, Jayan Chaudhary nomination papers file करेंगे 30 मई को।
30 तारीख को जयंत चौधरी नॉमिनेशन करेंगे राज्यसभा का, और वो समाजवादी पार्टी और राष्ट्रीय लोकदल के संयुक्त प्रत्याशी के रूप में होंगे। क्योंकि आपको बता दूं कि 11 सीटें उत्तर प्रदेश के इस बार राज्यसभा से जानी है, और जिसमें तकरीबन 7 ऐसे लोग हैं जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से आसानी से जो जा सकते हैं, तो वहीं 3 लोग जो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से आसानी से जा सकते हैं। हालांकि एक सीट फिलहाल फंसेगी, एक सीट किससे कौन समर्थन से जाता है ये फिलहाल देखना होगा। लेकिन जयंत चौधरी को समाजवादी पार्टी और राष्ट्रीय लोकदल का जो कंबाइंड समर्थन है वो दोनों के समर्थन से जयंत चौधरी संसद भवन को जाएंगे, राज्यसभा को जाएंगे, क्योंकि 3 सीटें ऐसी हैं जो समाजवादी पार्टी आसानी से जिस पर भेज सकती है अपने लोगों को, जिसमें जावेद खान एक जो पूर्व सांसद है राज्यसभा के, उनको समाजवादी पार्टी भेज रही है। इसके साथ ही साथ कल हमने देखा कि कपिल सिब्बल का नामांकन हुआ है और अब तीसरा नाम जो है वो जयंत चौधरी को लेकर के है। जयंत चौधरी फिलहाल राज्यसभा जाने वाले हैं समाजवादी पार्टी और राष्ट्रीय लोकदल के ज्वाइंट।
Many thanks, Vivek, for joining us there and for that update. So, Republic Scoop, Jayant Chaudhary has been selected as the third candidate by the SP for the Rajya Sabha. Moving on now to other breaking news stories. Miscreants vandalized an Ambedkar statue and absconded after destroying the statue. Police have complained about the matter. Those are visuals we are getting you there of the Ambedkar statue vandalized by miscreants who are as yet unidentified, but a complaint has been lodged regarding the matter. Vivek again with us. Vivek, kya hai, what is this entire case and where is the statue located? Vivek, if you can hear me, क्या है ये पूरा मामला? So, an Ambedkar statue vandalized, desecrated, as you can see in those visuals. The miscreants have as yet not been identified, but expectations are that. And these are visuals from Makeover in Uttar Pradesh, where a statue of B.R. Ambedkar was vandalized. By unidentified miscreants. And a case has been lodged and expectations are that action will be taken on the case. The incident is from Makeover in Uttar Pradesh, where a statue of B.R. Ambedkar was desecrated. And we're trying to get in touch with our correspondent who's there on the ground.
Captain Abhilasha Barak has scripted history and become country's first woman officer to join Army Aviation Corps as combat aviator after successful completion of the 6-month-long extensive combat Army Aviation course. Ahead of her extensive training, she was awarded the coveted wings along with 36 Army pilots by Director General and Colonel Commandant Army Aviation Lieutenant General A.K. Suri during the valedictory ceremony at Combat Army Aviation Training School, Nasik. Captain Barak hails from Haryana and was commissioned into the Army Air Defence Corps in September 2018. It's been 30 years of wait after India began inducting women as officers in the armed forces. Until now, women officers were assigned only ground duties in Army Aviation. Captain Abhilasha Barak's achievement will be inscripted in the history as one of the turning points for women in the Indian military. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And moving on to other top stories, the ED has filed a fresh charge sheet against Karnataka Congress leader DK Shivkumar in a money laundering case. Shivkumar was arrested in 2019 in the case, was later given bail by the Delhi High Court. This is the first charge sheet in the case, being filed after a gap of 2.5 years. Close aide of Azam Khan booked under Gangster Act, gangster case registered against 6, including SP leader Yusuf Malik. Case registered on complaint of additional municipal commissioner, and it is alleged that the accused intimidated people by forming a gang. A case was registered in Muradabad's civil line. and Katghar police station. Srinagar police say they have arrested at least 10 for anti-national sloganeering and stone pelting outside the home of Yasin Malik prior to his sentencing yesterday. Navjot Singh Sidhu assigned clerical job by jail authorities in Patiala Central Jail. Sidhu's movement to be restricted to his barrack due to security reasons. Jail authorities say former Punjab Congress chief will be reading judgments or do other clerical work in the jail. Telangana BJP chief throws open challenge, stating if they will dig up mosques, if skeletons are found, then Muslims will claim them. If Shivlinga is found, the mosques need to be handed over. Samajwadi Party fields RLD chief Jayant Chaudhary for Rajya Sabha polls. He will be the joint candidate of the SP and RLD for the June 10th Rajya Sabha elections. Even as the spate of targeted killings continue in the valley, Mehbooba is silent on Pakistani terrorists who killed Amreen, but she blames the government of India for the killings. Mehbooba Mufti has tweeted her response to the brutal killing of Amreen Bhatt in Chadura. Amreen Bhatt was an actress, a television actress, and she was shot dead by terrorists in Kashmir. And that's Mehbooba Mufti's tweet, in which she says in Kashmir, mornings have sadly become the norm. And Gursimran joins us on the phone line. Gursimran, we have Mehbooba Mufti's tweet in which although she's saying that mornings have sadly become the norm, she blames the government of India, says nothing about the terrorists, Pakistani terrorists, responsible for this recent spate of killings.
Just to please a handful of people, she has been resorting to this kind of politics, wherein she's totally mum on the Pakistani terrorists. She hasn't named Pakistan or the Pakistani terrorists who were behind the killing of Amreen, the TV artist, or the Jammu and Kashmir police cop, Saifullah Qadri. But she doesn't miss a chance to blame the government of India, and that's why she once again has questioned the government of India. Yesterday, we have also seen that Mehbooba Mufti was all in favor of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is the
favor of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is the same person who abducted her sister. So see what is actually for these kind of politicians, that they are so much hell-bent to go against the Union of India that they have to bat for the terrorists, they have to bat for the Pakistani separatists. And when it comes to directly pointing out the fingers at the Pakistan and the Pakistani stooges in the Kashmir Valley, these people choose to blame the government of India. This is the style of politics, and this is a dangerous trend, not only for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, but for the democracy, where those people who claim that we have been elected publicly, they resort to this kind of politics where they only need to blame the union government, and just for the sake, because they want to do the politics.
Many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us there. So Mehbooba Mufti blames the government of India, tweets, in Kashmir, mornings have sadly become the norm and a daily ritual. And moving on now to other news stories coming up in a short while. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today.
Hot
the question, this time very clearly, no answers from him. Our keys continue to be with his men. We faced intimidation here. What we have to see is what action will really be taken here in this case. We've been trying to get in touch with you and ask you several questions on the land deals that you had along with Priyanka Vadra and Robert Vadra. Why are you trying to avoid the camera, sir? Hanging of the rapist has been confirmed. Court has said all the evidence had already been seen at the trial court, at the high court and the top court of the country. They're not going to go into it again. Once again trying to get in a word with Mr. Vijay Mallya. Persistently been asking you only one question. Mallya, why did you escape in 2015? Do you not think the decorum of the court and the dignity needed to be maintained with the kind of language you use? Republic TV gets you the first words from Khabar Qureshi.
A man in a brown kurta or shirt, and then we realized who is Mr. Fai. Mr. Fai. This is one aspect of Prime Minister's today visit to Dhaka in Bangladesh, the depth of relationship that is there between the two nations. As we bring to you the SCO summit coverage from Bishkek in Kyrgyzstan, people-to-people connect that Kyrgyzstan has with India. The ice-breaking happened, the thaw happened at Hamburg when Prime Minister Modi went that extra mile to shake hands with Xi. And let's address mutuality of concerns that is more important for the future of both the nations. This is Thalaivar M. Karunanidhi on his last journey to Anna Memorial, where he would be buried with full state honors.
Flag marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Sachiral Club. I came to London Foot began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
Top headlines at this hour. The Mandir Masjid row gets bigger. BJP now issues open debt OAC. Trouble bound for DK Shivkumar. ED files fresh case against Congress leader in money laundering case. Ajmer Dargah Lambas Pakistan sympathizer says Yasin Malik verdict has exposed Pakistan. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab and the massive raids are on across 7 locations. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab, massive raids on 7 locations. Karti Chidambaram appears for CBI, plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Varanasi District Court would begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Amreen clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Butt and her nephew shot by terrorists. India's military might on display. Guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully fired.
Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key document surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? Well, some breaking news coming in right now, slamming Akhilesh Yadav for his act yesterday in the Lucknow Assembly. UP Deputy Chief Minister has now hit back, saying that they condemn the act. The big news coming in right now that this is slamming Akhilesh Yadav for his act yesterday in Lucknow Assembly. Now, the UP Deputy Chief Minister has now hit back, saying they condemn the act. This is, in fact, big news coming in right now on Republic TV. Remember, there has been a lot of action in the assembly there in Uttar Pradesh, and right now the big news is that the UP Deputy Chief Minister has hit back, saying they condemn the act. Let's have a look at what was said.
कल जो विधानसभा की कार्रवाई उस दौरान तमाम ऐसी चीजें देखने को मिली जो अभी तक नहीं देखने को मिलती थी, उसको लेकर के जो भाषा का प्रयोग था उसको लेकर क्या
बहुत ही दुखद है। मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूं। समाजवादी पार्टी के जो कुकृत्य हैं वो कल पूरे प्रदेश की जनता ने देखा है और जनता ने अभी इनको हाशिए पर पटका है भी और रसातल की ओर जाने वाले।
कल जो विधानसभा की कार्रवाई उस दौरान तमाम ऐसी चीजें देखने को मिली जो अभी तक नहीं देखने को मिलती थी, उसको लेकर के जो भाषा का प्रयोग था उसको लेकर क्या
बहुत ही दुखद है। मैं इसकी निंदा करता हूं। समाजवादी पार्टी के जो कुकृत्य हैं वो कल पूरे प्रदेश की जनता ने देखा है और जनता ने अभी इनको हाशिए पर पटका है भी और रसातल की ओर जाने वाले।
And in the aftermath of Amreen's killing, forces have intensified crackdown on terror in the valley, and in an anti-terror operation, 3 Lashkar terrorists hailing from Pakistan have been gunned down in Kupwara. Here's more on that.
हमारे साथ कुछ लोग हैं जो कि इस एनकाउंटर साइट के बिल्कुल करीबी कंप्लीटली ये कल रात से इसको वॉच कर रहे हैं। आप मुझे बताइए, आप कहाँ से हैं?
हम आवरा से हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कुपवारा आवरा से।
हाँ, तो कब से आप ये देख रहे हैं, क्या कुछ चल रहा है कल से?
हम कल शाम को यहाँ आए थे, कुछ काम से आए थे, वहाँ रिश्तेदार हैं हमारे जुमागढ़ में। तो कल रात को वहीं स्टे किया, हम वहीं रुके थे। तो रात से हमने देखा कुछ सुबह से हेलीकॉप्टर आ रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, कुछ हालात ख़राब ही है। तो बता नहीं सकते हैं आगे क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं चल रहा है, पर हालात ऐसे हैं कि अभी आने जाने नहीं देते हैं आर्मी वाले, यहाँ किसी को आने जाने नहीं देते हैं, ना यहाँ से आगे छोड़ रहे हैं ना वहाँ से आने देते हैं। तो बस हमने यही कल से यही देखा हमने।
आप मुझे बताइए, आपने क्या ऑब्जर्व किया कल से, क्या कुछ हो रहा है यहाँ पे?
जी, कल शाम को हम आए थे इधर जुम्मागढ़ में, हमारे रिश्तेदार हैं, तो हमने भी देखा। शाम को सुबह हमें पता चला कि इधर कुछ रात को फायरिंग शुरू हुई, तो हेलीकॉप्टर भी आए थे। तो इस वजह से ना फौज आर्मी आने देती है ना जाने देती है किसी को, हमें भी आगे जाने नहीं दिया। तो हम भी उधर से वापस ही आ गए। सुबह हमें घर में थोड़ा काम था तो हमने यही देखा।
कितने हेलीकॉप्टर्स और चॉपर्स आपने सुबह से देखे? जो कि
बहुत सारे देखे सर, बहुत सारे, 5-6 तो हमने देखे थे, रात को भी चल रहे थे। तो सुबह हमें पता चला कि इधर इनकाउंटर चल रहा है आगे, तो फिर हम सुबह
वंदे जय श्री राम नरेंद्र मोदी गारी नायकत्वम नरेंद्र मोदी गारी नायकत्वम नरेंद्र मोदी पवित्र गड्ड मीद
Right now, PM Modi is in Hyderabad.
అందరం కూడా కరతాళంతో ఘనమైన స్వాగతం పలకగలుగుతాం. భారత్ మాతా కీ, భారత్ మాతా కీ. మన ఆదర్శమూర్తి ప్రపంచంలో తల్లి భారత మాతను విశ్వగురు స్థానంలో ప్రతిష్ఠించాలని చెప్పి ఏకైక లక్ష్యంతో, ఒక దృఢ సంకల్పంతో, ఒక విశాల దృక్పథంతో, ఒక శక్తివంతమైన భారతదేశ నిర్మాణం కోసం మహర్షులు కష్టపడి ఇష్టపడి దేశ ప్రజలను కాపాడడం కోసం, పేద ప్రజలను కాపాడడం కోసం నిరంతరం పరిశ్రమిస్తున్న మన ఆదర్శమూర్తి, మన అందరి నాయకుడు ఆ మహానుభావుడు శ్రీ నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారిని మనందరినీ ఉద్దేశించి మార్గదర్శనం చేయాల్సిందిగా మీ అందరికీ ప్రియతమ ప్రధాని మోడీ గారికి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్న అందరు కరతాళాలతో స్వాగతం పలికాలి.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की। पट्टुदल की, पौरुषन की, मारू पैरेन तेलंगाना प्रजలకు नमस्कार मुलो। दृढ़ संकल्प एवं पौरुष के लिए प्रख्यात तेलंगाना की जनता को मेरा आदरपूर्वक नमस्कार। इतनी बड़ी संख्या में आप सब एयरपोर्ट पर आए हैं। आपका ये प्यार, तेलंगाना का ये स्नेह, ये मेरी बहुत बड़ी ताकत है। मैं जब भी तेलंगाना आया मुझे लगता है तेलंगाना के स्नेह का कर्ज मुझ पर हर बार ज्यादा ही चढ़ता चला जा रहा है। मैं आप सबका इस अपनेपन के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं, आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। विशेष रूप से भाजपा कार्यकर्ता के रूप में आप सब जो श्रम कर रहे हैं, आप जिस तरह गर्मी, धूप और मौसम में पसीना बहा रहे हैं, तमाम चुनौतियों के साथ जिस तरह आप अत्याचार और शोषण के खिलाफ जूझ रहे हैं, जंग कर रहे हैं, पूरा हिंदुस्तान आपके इस सामर्थ्य को देख रहा है। साथियों, मैं जानता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं पर राजनीतिक विद्वेष से जुल्म होते रहे हैं। हमारे जिन कार्यकर्ताओं ने तेलंगाना की सेवा और विकास के संकल्प के साथ अपना बलिदान दिया है, मैं आज उन सबको आदरपूर्वक श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल के पद चिन्हों में आस्था रखता है। हमारे लिए भारत की एकता, भारत की अखंडता, ये सर्वोपरि है। सरदार साहब के सपनों को जीना, ये हम सबका संकल्प है। हमारे लिए मां भारती की सेवा सर्वोपरि है। भारत को तोड़ने का मंसूबा रखने वाले जुल्म की बदौलत तेलंगाना पर हुकूमत का सपना देखने वाले आजादी के कालखंड में भी थे, लेकिन वो सोच न तब कामयाब हुई थी न आज कामयाब होगी। भाजपा की लड़ाई इन मंसूबों के खिलाफ है, इन सोच के खिलाफ है। वो लोग तेलंगाना को तुष्टीकरण का हब बनाने में लगे हैं। हम तेलंगाना को टेक्नोलॉजी का हब बनाना चाहते हैं। वे तेलंगाना को परिवारवाद के जरिए चंगुल में फंसा के रखना चाहते हैं। हम 21वीं सदी की सोच के साथ तेलंगाना के युवाओं को साथ लेकर तेलंगाना का विकास चाहते हैं। तेलंगाना को नई ऊंचाई तक ले जाना चाहते हैं। साथियों, दशकों तक चले तेलंगाना आंदोलन में हजारों लोगों ने त्याग की, तपस्या की, बलिदान दिए। ये बलिदान तेलंगाना के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए थे। ये बलिदान तेलंगाना की आन बान शान के लिए था। तेलंगाना आंदोलन इसलिए नहीं चला था कि कोई एक परिवार तेलंगाना के विकास के सपनों को लगातार कुचलता रहे। तेलंगाना आंदोलन इसलिए नहीं चला था कि कोई एक परिवार साम, दाम, दंड, भेद ये रास्ता अपना करके तेलंगाना को तबाह करने में नई नई साजिश करते रहे। साथियों, परिवारवादी पार्टियां भारत की केवल एक सियासी समस्या नहीं है। परिवारवाद और परिवारवादी पार्टियां देश के लोकतंत्र और देश के युवा दोनों की सबसे बड़ी दुश्मन है। देश ने देखा है, तेलंगाना के लोग देख रहे हैं कि एक परिवार को समर्पित पार्टियां जब सत्ता में आती है तो कैसे उस परिवार के सदस्य भ्रष्टाचार उसका सबसे बड़ा चेहरा बन जाते हैं। तेलंगाना के लोग देख रहे हैं कि परिवारवादी पार्टियां किस तरह सिर्फ अपना विकास करती हैं, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों की तिजोरियां भरती हैं। इस परिवारवादी पार्टियों को गरीब के दर्द की, गरीब की तकलीफ की न उनको कोई चिंता होती है, न कोई परवाह होती है। इनकी राजनीति सिर्फ इस बात पर केंद्रित होती है कि एक परिवार लगातार किसी भी तरह सत्ता पर कब्जा करके लूट सके तो लूटता रहे। इसके लिए ये लोग समाज को बांटने की साजिश रखते हैं। जनता का विकास में उनकी कोई रुचि नहीं होती है। पिछड़ेपन, समाज पीछे रहे, उसी में उनका भला देखते हैं। साथियों, परिवारवाद की वजह से देश के युवाओं को, देश की प्रतिभाओं को राजनीति में आने का अवसर भी नहीं मिलता। परिवारवाद उनके हर सपनों को कुचलता है, उनके लिए हर दरवाजे बंद करता है। इसलिए आज 21वीं सदी के भारत के लिए परिवारवाद से मुक्ति, परिवारवादी पार्टियों से मुक्ति एक संकल्प भी है और एक नैतिक आंदोलन भी है। जहां जहां परिवारवादी पार्टियां हटी है, उनका अस्त हुआ है, वहां वहां विकास के रास्ते भी खुले हैं। अब इस अभियान को आगे बढ़ाने की जिम्मेदारी तेलंगाना के मेरे प्यारे भाई और बहनों की है, तेलंगाना की जनता की है। साथियों, एक और भाजपा की लड़ाई तेलंगाना के भविष्य के लिए है, तो दूसरी ओर ये लड़ाई तेलंगाना के सम्मान, स्वाभिमान और पहचान की भी है। यहां एयरपोर्ट से बाहर आते ही तेलंगाना की जो हवा मैं महसूस कर रहा हूं, ये जो मैं दृश्य देख रहा हूं, ये तपती धूप में आप लोगों का उत्साह, उमंग देखता हूं। मैं इसके आधार पर कह सकता हूं कि हमारा संघर्ष रंग ला रहा है। पिछले दिनों अलग अलग चुनावों में भाजपा की जीत इस बात का स्पष्ट संकेत है कि तेलंगाना में अब लोगों ने मन बना लिया है। तेलंगाना में अब बदलाव पक्का है। तेलंगाना में अब भाजपा तय है। साथियों, भाजपा ने पिछले 8 सालों में सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र के साथ देश की निरंतर सेवा की है। गरीब, पिछड़ा, दलित, आदिवासी, हमारी माताएं बहनें, हमारे अंत्योदय के सारे साथी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए उनका उत्कर्ष, ये हमारी आस्था है। देश का सम्मान, देश के गरीब, मजदूर और किसान के सम्मान से जुड़ा है। आज गरीब से गरीब व्यक्ति भी सपने देख सकता है, स्वाभिमान से जीवन जीने का प्रयास कर सकता है। हमने हर गरीब को शौचालय देने का वायदा किया, उसे पूरा किया। हमने गरीब को देश की आर्थिक मुख्य धारा से जोड़ने का संकल्प लिया, जन धन योजना खातों के जरिए उसे पूरा किया। हमने गरीब माताओं बहनों को धुएं से आजादी देने की बात कही, उनके नाम पर उन्हें पक्का घर देने की बात करी। पूरे देश में आज करोड़ों गरीबों का ये सपना साकार हो रहा है। आज किसानों के उनके खातों में, और खास करके मेरे छोटे किसान भाई बहनों को किसान सम्मान निधि मिल करके उनको एक नई ताकत मिल रही है। मुद्रा योजना और स्वनिधि योजना जैसे प्रयासों से लाखों करोड़ों युवाओं के लिए स्वरोजगार के अवसर बन रहे हैं। तेलंगाना के गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी और महिलाओं को भी इन योजनाओं के लाभ का पूरा अधिकार है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से यहां इन योजनाओं के नाम बदलकर इन पर भी सियासत हो रही है। आप सियासत करिए, जनता के दिलों से न नाम हमारा हटा सकते हैं, न हमारा नाम मिटा सकते हैं, क्योंकि हम गरीबों के लिए जीने वाले लोग हैं। जी जान से गरीबों का कल्याण के लिए समर्पित लोगों की हमारी परंपरा है। साथियों, जब योजनाएं प्रचार और परिवार के भ्रष्टाचार का शिकार होने लगे तो उससे सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों का होता है, हमारे दलित, पीड़ित, शोषित, वंचित का होता है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं का दायित्व है इस सच्चाई को तेलंगाना के हर एक नागरिक तक लेकर जाएं। भाई और बहनों, हम सब जानते हैं कि तेलंगाना का सामर्थ्य क्या है, यहां कितनी संभावनाएं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि तेलंगाना तेजी से विकास की रफ्तार पकड़े। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का नया भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मेक इन इंडिया के सपनों को लेकर आगे बढ़ रहा है। हमारे स्टार्टअप्स आज पूरी दुनिया में अपनी छाप छोड़ रहे हैं। आज हम दुनिया के तीसरे सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही भारत का 100वां यूनिकॉर्न हमारे सामने आया है। आज हम एक बार फिर से दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक है। हमारी इस ग्रोथ स्टोरी का सबसे बड़ी भूमिका टेक्नोलॉजी की है। टेक्नोलॉजी का नेतृत्व दे रहे हैं हमारे युवा नौजवान साथी। और बात जब टेक्नोलॉजी की हो और तेलंगाना के युवाओं की क्षमताओं के बिना ये बात कभी पूरी नहीं हो सकती। इस क्षमता के पूरे इस्तेमाल के लिए तेलंगाना को एक प्रोग्रेसिव और ईमानदार सरकार की जरूरत है। ये सरकार केवल भाजपा ही दे सकती है। साथियों, आधुनिक ज्ञान विज्ञान के इस युग में मैं तेलंगाना के लोगों को एक और बात के लिए भी सतर्क करना चाहता हूं। आज के इस युग में अभी भी 21वीं सदी में भी जो लोग अंधविश्वास के गुलाम बने हुए हैं, वो अपने अंधविश्वास में किसी का भी नुकसान कर सकते हैं। ये अंधविश्वासी लोग तेलंगाना के सामर्थ्य के साथ कभी न्याय नहीं कर सकते। साथियों, मुझे याद है जब मैं गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री था तो वहां भी कुछ शहरों की पहचान बना दी गई थी कि उस शहर में कोई मुख्यमंत्री जा नहीं सकता है, अगर वहां जाएगा तो उसकी कुर्सी चली जाएगी। भाइयों बहनों, मैं डंके की चोट पर वहीं पर जाता था, बार बार जाता था। मैं विज्ञान में विश्वास करता हूं, मैं टेक्नोलॉजी में विश्वास करता हूं। भाइयों बहनों, मैं तो आज तेलंगाना की इस धरती से उत्तर प्रदेश के हमारे मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को भी बधाई देता हूं। उनके वो तो संत परंपरा से हैं, सन्यासी परंपरा से हैं। उनके कपड़े और वेशभूषा देख करके कोई भी बात मान लेगा। जब उनके सामने आया कि फलानी जगह पे नहीं जाना चाहिए, ढिकनी जगह पे नहीं जाना चाहिए, योगी जी ने कहा मैं विज्ञान में विश्वास करता हूं, और वो चले गए और दोबारा मुख्यमंत्री भी बन गए। अंधविश्वास को इस प्रकार से तवज्जो देने वाले लोग तेलंगाना को, उसके भविष्य को कभी संवार नहीं सकते हैं। भाइयों बहनों, ऐसे अंधविश्वासी लोगों से हमारे तेलंगाना को हमें बचाना है। मैं आप सभी भाजपा कार्यकर्ताओं से कहूंगा, हमें पूरी मेहनत करनी है। हमें तेलंगाना की जनता की सेवा में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़नी है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भाजपा का हर एक कार्यकर्ता इसी उत्साह और समर्पण के साथ आगे भी काम करता रहेगा। तेलंगाना तेजी से विकास के रास्ते पर चलेगा, तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति से मुक्त होगा, परिवारवादी पार्टी के चंगुल से मुक्त होगा। और भाइयों बहनों, मैं 2013 वो समय भूल नहीं सकता। मैं तो गुजरात का कार्यकर्ता था, पूरा देश न मुझे जानता था, लेकिन हैदराबाद ने एक ऐसा इतिहास रचा था जिसने पूरे हिंदुस्तान की सोच में परिवर्तन लाया था। मैं आपको याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, हिंदुस्तान के सार्वजनिक जीवन में वो पहली घटना थी, और हैदराबाद तेलंगाना के लोगों ने करके दिखाया था। जब मैं हैदराबाद आया तो मेरा भाषण सुनने के लिए टिकट रखी गई थी, पैसे देकर के आइए सुनने के लिए, और मैं देख रहा था तेलंगाना के लोगों ने टिकट खर्च करके इतनी प्रेम वर्षा की थी, इतनी प्रेम वर्षा की थी, और उससे वही एक टर्निंग पॉइंट था कि आज मुझे देश की सेवा करने का मौका मिला है। यही हैदराबाद, यही तेलंगाना हम नया इतिहास बना करके तेलंगाना में झंडा गाड़ने वाला। साथियों, मैं आपके परिश्रम की जितनी तारीफ करूं उतनी कम है। मैं आपके जज्बे की जितनी तारीफ करूं उतनी कम है। लेकिन मुझे पूरा विश्वास है, ना आप झुकने वाले हैं, ना आप थकने वाले हैं। आप जूझने वाले भी हैं, जीतने वाले भी हैं। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्या चढ़ते उसके ऊपर, तुम भी ना कैसे खाना कराते हो।
Headlines at 1:30. Mandir Masjid row gets bigger. BJP now issues open day to OIC. Trouble mounts for DK Shivakumar. ED files fresh case against Congress leader in money laundering case. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations.
Malice, the politics of victimization and politics of harassment.
Karti Chidambaram appears for CBI, plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Imran clamour grows after popular TV artist Imran Bhatt and her nephew shot at by terrorists. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key document surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? And getting in the first visuals of the Sena leaders who are meeting the Maharashtra Chief Minister in the Mantralaya. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of the massive ED raids which are underway at 7 locations in connection with in connection with a case that has been registered against Shiv Sena leader and the Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. So this in the backdrop of the raids being carried out, we have a cabinet meet which is currently being chaired by the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray there in the Mantralaya there. Sena leaders are also present in this particular cabinet meet that is being chaired by the Maharashtra Chief Minister. The visuals on the screens in which you can see Sanjay Raut as well entering this Mantralaya where this key cabinet meet is underway. Remember, this comes in the backdrop of the massive ED raids which are currently being carried out in connection with a case that has been registered against Anil Parab, the Maharashtra Transport Minister. So the Maharashtra Transport Minister, who is now under the ED lens. Remember earlier, just a short while back, a statement was also made by Sanjay Raut where he said that how the central government is using central agencies to target the opposition, and now we have a Maharashtra cabinet meet which is underway. The Maharashtra government in a huddle there in the backdrop of the ED raids on the Maharashtra minister. So as you can see in those visuals, the ED raids which are being carried out on the Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab, who is now under ED lens in connection to a case that has been registered against him. What we understand as of now is that 7 raids at 7 locations are currently underway in connection to a case. We have our senior editor Shravan joining us for the latest. Shravan, what can you tell us? It's a huddle now for the Maharashtra government, a key meeting there in the backdrop of the ED searches which are being carried out. Shravan, if you can hear us, give us the latest details, what you're learning from your sources with regard to the cabinet meet, which is currently underway in the backdrop of the ED raids which are being carried out at 7 locations. Well, we'll try and connect with Shravan again, but the visuals on your screens of the cabinet meet, which is currently underway. The Maharashtra Chief Minister there holding a key cabinet meet in the backdrop of the case that has been registered against the Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab, for which the raids are also being carried out at 7 locations. So we will try and connect with Shravan again, but those are the first visuals on your screens as well of the cabinet meet, which is underway. We can see Sanjay Raut as well in this meet. I guess we have Shravan back with us. Shravan, over to you. Well, we still do not have that connection with Shravan, but we will connect with him again. As you can see in those visuals, that's the cabinet meet which is currently being held, being chaired by the Maharashtra Minister Uddhav Thackeray there in the backdrop of the ED raids, which are currently being carried out at 7 locations, we are told, which also includes a resort which is linked to the Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. So the Shiv Sena government, the Mahagadi government, they're crying foul, saying it's a political vendetta by the central government, and how alleging that the central agencies are being used to target the opposition. Moving on to more breaking news coming in. This one, an update on the Gyanvapi case. Now, petitioner has sought removal of Advocate Madan Mohan. Hindu side's lawyer says that they are not satisfied with lawyer's argument and allege that he's engaged in suspicious activities. The petitioner also says that she's withdrawing Vakat Lama she had filed for appointing him as her lawyer. So that's an update that is coming in on the Gyanvapi case. Remember, the crucial critical hearing will take place in the Varanasi District Court today. We have Ananya as well, who's joining us live, tracking the story very closely. Ananya, what is the latest you can tell us? Because now we are told that now the petitioner has sought removal of Advocate Madan Mohan.
Well, as the petitioner has sought the removal of Advocate Madan Mohan, they have said that the Wakalatnama that has been filed by them for appointing Madan Mohan as their advocate, they have sought the permission of the court to withdraw the same. They say that he's indulged into suspicious activities, and they're not really happy with what in fact Madan Mohan is arguing before the court, and hence they've sought a removal of him. But what is very, very crucial to note, Samiksha, today is that the Gyanvapi case would be heard today at very shortly. And remember that the Order 7 Rule 11 application, which is with regards to the maintainability of the suit filed by the Hindu deities, would be decided by the senior district judge, the district judge of Varanasi, because a very, very crucial hearing. Remember that the Hindu suit has been filed seeking to have a worship at the Ma Shringar Gauri temple and also of the Shivling that has been recovered, while the Muslim side has filed an Order 7 Rule 11 application clearly claiming that the relief sought in the Hindu side suit cannot be granted under the law because the 1991 Places of Worship Act somewhere or the other prohibits the redetermination of religious character of the disputed site, and hence the suit is not maintainable. So the court would be deciding this first as directed by the topmost court of the country, and later on the other applications that have been filed in the case might be considered. But for now, what is very, very important is that the Order 7 Rule 11 application is of utmost importance, because if the maintainability of the suit goes, the whole exercise of the Advocate Commissioner's survey would go futile, and this is exactly what the Hindu side is arguing, that the Order 7 Rule 11 application shall be read in conscience and together with the Advocate Commissioner's report, and then only a decision shall be taken. However, the Muslim side is clearly arguing that the Order 7 Rule 11 application shall be in fact decided independently, because the status quo has to be maintained with the beginning of the suit itself and not after the survey was conducted. So we'll have to wait and watch how the Varanasi court proceeds into this, but here it has made very, very clear that it would be hearing the Order 7 Rule 11 application first and would be deciding on the same. Both the sides will be putting forth their argument, while the Hindu side would argue that the Section 3 of the 1991 Act, that is the Place of Worship Act, does not prohibit the redetermination of a site, as it was also said by Justice Chandrachud when he was hearing the matter before the when the matter was before the Supreme Court, while the Muslim side would clearly argue that the 1991 Act prohibits the redetermination of the religious character of the disputed site. Samiksha.
Well, thank you so much, Ananya. We will keep coming back to you as you track all the latest on the Gyanvapi case. And moving on to more breaking news coming in, getting in inside details on Cordilla cruise drug bust case. The NCB, we are told, will file a final charge sheet in Cordilla cruise drug bust case in the next 2 to 3 days. So the final charge sheet, we are told, will be filed in connection. Final charge sheet will be filed by the NCB in the next 2 to 3 days. We will go across to Alicia as well, who's been tracking the story and all the probe in this case. So far, we have Alicia with us. Alicia, what more can you tell us? NCB to file final charge sheet in the case.
Well, of course, we know that Gyaneshwar Singh is the new investor. He's been looking after. He's the chief of the NCB, and under his leadership, it has been said that in Cordelia cruise drug bust case, where 13 were arrested, including Aryan Khan, but now it has been said that NCB is going to file a final charge sheet in the case in the coming 2 to 3 days. So there will be more revelations, because importantly we know that earlier the charge that was filed against Aryan Khan, Arbaz Merchant, Munmun Damecha and other accused that were involved in this cruise drug case. So there were even many charges that would put front before the court, but this time this is the final charge sheet that is going to be filed in the coming 2 to 3 days by the Narcotic Control Bureau.
All right, Alicia, thanks so much for getting us all those details on this drug bust probe update. A very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest from Srinagar as justice for Amreen clamor grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew were shot at by terrorists. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key documents surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad?
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
मोटे मोटे पत्थर फेंके गए। कल देर शाम किस तरह से हिंसा हुई है दिल्ली में। काला दिवस की कॉल को कश्मीर के लोग इसे सिरे से खारिज करते हैं, रिजेक्ट करते हैं। दिल्ली को न जलने देंगे और न ही सुलगने देंगे। एक एक तस्वीर दिल्ली से। किसान नेताओं किसान आंदोलन को यहाँ पर खत्म करेंगे, ये बड़ा सवाल है। The ongoing debate on the shivling found in Gyanvapi, the Supreme Court has stayed all matters in the lower court here in Varanasi.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to
Getting in more breaking news right now, coming to Rahul Gandhi's defense amid the row over his UK visit. Congress leader Randeep Singh Surjewala has now said that Rahul did not need any clearance. So that's a statement that is coming in by Congress over the row regarding Rahul's visit to UK. Remember, earlier today we broke how a key document that we'd accessed shows how clearance is needed for a member of parliament to travel abroad, and now Congress leader Surjewala coming to Rahul's defense, saying MPs do not need clearance from MEA. In fact, we have the soundbite as well of Surjewala. Let's take a look.
Shri Rahul Gandhi had taken the adequate FCRA permission. Let me say that on record. Shri Rahul Gandhi does not require political clearances. Please understand, and I know all of you are extremely wise and astute sitting here, but please give little bit of gyan to those who are being deliberately ignorant. If you are a minister, if you are holding a public office, if you are a member of a commission, if you are a government servant, and you go for a official function outside India, you need political clearances. But if a member of parliament or a member of legislative assembly or a member of legislative council travels, he or she only needs FCRA clearance and not any political clearance from Prime Minister. We still are a democratic country. We don't live in Stone Age, and hopefully we will not live like that.
And let's go across to Anuj, who's tracking the story closely. Anuj, if you could help us put this into context. We have Rahul Gandhi, who goes to UK, makes anti-India remarks. Then he poses with Jeremy Corbyn, and now we have the Congress leader who's trying to brazen it out.
Well, this is not the first time when Rahul Gandhi's international visit is under the controversies. But now, this time when we are talking about the documentation, Congress party need to understand that they are lacking behind the documentation also, because the clearance, if we talk about before leaving the country, is the requirement from the MHA also, is the requirement from Ministry of External Affairs also. But what Congress party is claiming about is FCRA. On the other hand, let me also tell you that if we talk about another politician who himself was present in that very meeting or the event, that is Manoj Jha of the RJD, he has gone through the clearance. That is something what we have been told. But on the other hand, this is Rahul Gandhi who did not care about the papers rather, or the clarification. This is something which has been made in very much clear by the Congress party, because Sandeep Surjewala, now they are defending this particular move. Now they are defending that Rahul Gandhi did not need this kind of permission. Whereas if we talk about the remark that has been made in by Rahul Gandhi over there in UK, this is not the first time. This is like several times we have seen where Rahul Gandhi and the other Congress party leaders are making such kind of remark and coming with the anti-India line. But on the other hand, we need to understand that the Congress party is always being onto the same line. Congress party, this is not the first time when coming out and defending Rahul Gandhi about and after these kind of move of Rahul Gandhi. We have recently seen his visit to the Nepal, where on one side this was all chaos in Rajasthan which was going on. That was also very much trolled.
Yes.
On the other hand, if we talk about this particular visit of
Well,
Rahul
Anuj,
Gandhi,
I'll have to leave it at that. We'll come back to you as you track all the latest details on that story. Slipping into a very short break for now. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as Mandir Masjid Rao gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to OAC. Trouble mounts for DK Shivakumar. ED files fresh case against Congress leader in money laundering case.
As an amazing step for students, the University Grants Commission has allowed students to pursue 2 degrees at the same time. Amity University is the first one to implement this, and now all Amity students can do 2 degrees together. To find out more, visit amity.edu/2 degrees.
Breaking news now coming in. The NIA wanted death penalty, but Yasin Malik has been sentenced to life. Story broken on Republic TV. When it's legal or anything courts related, it's first on Republic. Yasin Malik will spend the rest of his life in jail. Found guilty of 7 UAPA charges. The charges will run concurrently.
big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. This mass graveyard in Bucha bears testimony to the brutal acts of the Russian troops. Republic TV did a week-long investigation into the operations of the Khalistani movement here in Britain. Blatant violations that were carried out just a day before the fire. Did they really not feel the importance to inform the BMC? Republic Media Network's SIT decided to expose the dirty nexus between politics and a murky Ponzi scheme.
News in brief, East Godavari District SP Ishwara Rastogi deployed in Konaseema warned that as Section 144 is in force in Kona. Getting in first response of DK Shivakumar on ED charge sheet that has been filed against him. This comes, remember, after ED filed fresh charge sheet against Karnataka Congress leader DK Shivakumar in a money laundering case. Now, the charge sheet has been filed before Special CBI Judge Vikas Sool. ED has named Shivakumar and certain others accused in this charge sheet. Shivakumar was arrested, remember, in 2019 in this particular case and was later given out bail by the Delhi High Court. On that note, let's listen into that soundbite of DK Shivakumar where he says that he believes in the rule of law.
Finally, they have filed a charge sheet now, sir.
They are supposed to file a charge sheet. Normally, when I go to, they send me to judicial custody. By 60 days, normally they file. But now they will not file since I got the bail. Well, they have taken a very long time to file the charge sheet. Now the matter is between me and the court. I believe in the law of the land. I believe in the court. The court will give me justice. I am very confident that I have not done anything wrong. It is a political instigated case. Purely politics. Anything is there. I am a businessman by profession. As I have said you earlier also, but I am an agriculturalist by profession. I am a businessman. So by passion I am a politician. By choice I am an education. I have done this already. So now also I would like to tell that they are bound to do the charge sheet. It was a little bit late, but they are done.
So the finally charge sheet has been
between me and the court.
So they're trying to threaten you feel because elections are coming in Karnataka.
See, you know their style.
And we have Sagai also joining us live to give us the latest details on that. Sagai, if you could give us some details of this ED charge sheet that has been filed against DK Shivakumar and the response also coming in by him with regard to this case.
See, from day one, DK Shivakumar claims that it is a vengeance politics from BJP against him. And he also claims that he has been a victim of this vengeance politics and he believes in the court and law of this land. And he believes that he will get justice from the court.
Yes. Well, thank you, Sagai, for this. We will come back to you for the latest on that story. And Mandir Masjid row gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to OAC. Also, Karti Chidambaram appears before the CBI, plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. An Indian Navy guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, reaffirming the mantra of a crew hit first, hit hard. That's the word coming in. That's a statement by the Indian Navy. As you can see on the screens as well, the Indian Navy's guided missile anti-submarine successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, reaffirming the mantra of a crew hit first, hit hard. So Indian defense might on display there. Successful missile anti-submarine that is engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system. And that's the Indian Navy's guided missile anti-submarine stealth frigate that was successfully engaging a low-flying target with its surface-to-air missile system, which only reaffirms the mantra of a crew, which is hit first, hit hard. Now slamming Akhilesh Yadav for his act yesterday in the Lucknow Assembly, the UP Deputy Chief Minister KP Maurya has come down heavily on the SP Supremo. Let's listen.
देखिए, यह मेरा अपमान करते शायद वह समझ में आ सकता था। मेरे स्वर्गीय पिताजी तक को उसमें लाने का काम किया। ये संपूर्ण पिछड़े वर्ग को अपमानित करने का काम किया और अपनी जो सामंतवादी मानसिकता है उसका परिचय दिया। मुझे उनसे ऐसी अपेक्षा नहीं थी। मैं तो उनका बहुत सम्मान करता था और करता हूं। अभी मेरी तरफ से मैं ऐसी कोई भाषा नहीं बोलना चाहता, लेकिन जनता इसका हिसाब जरूर करेगी, ऐसा मैं विश्वास करता हूं।
And most bogus. I wish they would telecast the that will expose the kind of hollowness of this bogus investigation.
अरे भाई move. अरे move.
And the first visuals that we are getting to you of Karti Chidambaram, who has just left the CBI office after being quizzed in connection with the Chinese visa scam case. And as you can see, he refrained from comments, but he was quizzed for several hours by the CBI officers in connection with the visa scam case. We'll get you more on that story, but as you can see, Karti Chidambaram there, who refrained from any comments with regard to the questioning that was done at the CBI office. We have Anuj also joining us to give the latest details. Anuj, over to you. We can see Karti refrained from making any comment with regard to the questioning that happened.
Oh, well, exactly. We were trying to ask Karti that what exactly is the line of investigation and what exactly has happened today, and will he be coming back to the CBI? That is something, the questions which was asked by Karti Chidambaram. Early in the morning, let me remind you, this was Republic TV who confronted him first at 8 a.m. in the morning when he entered CBI premises. Later, what we have been told, at 10 the investigation started, and after 6 hours almost, Karti Chidambaram just left from the CBI office. So this is a non-stop rolling coverage from the CBI headquarters. We'll be right back after a short break.
What is very, very important is that the court has noted that Yasin Malik engaged in violent terrorist activities. It was also said by the court that the government of India gave him a chance to do a reform, but then he in fact betrayed the government and still continued with the violent activities. The Prime Minister speaks at the Bloomberg Business Forum. He of course will try to highlight India's 5 trillion economy dream and essential supplies and adequate supplies, and that is the biggest that we have from the APMCR. Raj Thackeray is not backing down, and supporters of Raj Thackeray have used the loudspeaker to send a message. They're trying to stop us from reporting. Today has picked up Arnab Goswami from his house, dragged him out, assaulted him physically. This is the Abhignya Tower in Parel, Mumbai, where the fire was reported, and their entire effort has been to somehow...
The new decision that has been taken by the jail authorities for Navjot Singh Sidhu. He has been appointed the clerical work inside the jail, and even his movement is very much restricted to his barrack, that is number 10. Just because the jail authorities have taken the security point of view of Navjot Singh Sidhu, and he has been allotted the clerical work.
Well, top headlines at this hour. Mandir Masjid row gets bigger. BJP now issues open dare to OAC. Trouble mounts for DK Shivakumar. ED files fresh case against Congress leader in money laundering case. ED raids linked to Maharashtra Minister Anil Parab. Massive raids on across 7 locations.
Yeah, it's all politics of malice, the politics of victimization and politics of harassment.
CBI grills Karthi Chidambaram for 6 hours. Karthi plays victim, says did not facilitate visas for Chinese nationals. Varanasi District Court to begin hearing the maintainability of Gyanvapi plea today. Justice for Amreen clamour grows after popular TV artist Amreen Bhatt and her nephew shot by terrorists. Mega controversy over Rahul Gandhi's UK visit as key document surfaces. Did Rahul need MEA clearance to travel abroad? All right, starting off with some breaking news coming in right now. The Gyanvapi hearing to resume in the Varanasi court very, very shortly. I would like to go across to Piyush and Ananya, who are joining me live. I want to go to Ananya first, who is our legal correspondent. Ananya, tell us the details on this hearing. Now, when can we expect the hearing to begin?
Well, yes, we had heard that it would be starting at around 2 p.m. today. And what is going to be heard today is, in fact, the Order 7 Rule 11 application that has been filed by the Muslim side. What basically Order 7 Rule 11 means is that whether the reliefs sought in a suit can be granted under the law or not. And the Muslim side claims that since the 1991 Act prohibits the redetermination of a religious character of a site, and hence no relief can be granted and the suit should be dismissed, while the Hindu side claims that if the Commissioner's report is read in consonance with the Order 7 Rule 11 application, then the relief should be granted. And in fact, there is no bar under the 1991 Act that prohibits the redetermination, and this is what Justice D.Y. Chandrachud had also observed when he was hearing the matter when the matter was before the Supreme Court. And remember, so now the court would be hearing the arguments from both the sides. The senior, the district judge would be hearing this whole case, hearing the arguments from the Hindu side, from the Muslim side as well. The Muslim side, in fact, is the petitioner as per the Order 7 Rule 11 application, and it has clearly contended that no relief shall be granted into this whole suit. The suit should be dismissed on the ground that no reliefs can be granted under the aegis of the law, and hence the suit doesn't sustain. Because remember that if this suit does not sustain before the court, then the whole exercise of the Advocate Commissioner would be curtailed and the whole exercise would go futile.